could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cab, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish is knocked down. J7 finishes them both off. The balcony! Rolex spraying through the smoke gets one. Federal as well going to be dropped off.
Welcome everyone to the kickoff day of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. Now, as you can see, unfortunately, due to the ongoing global pandemic, we still cannot have players here playing on LAN against each other. So unfortunately, we still we'll do this online. However, in our fancy virtual studio, we have some nice little upgrades coming through and some color changes as well to help alleviate any of those worries you had in your mind. The studio looks fantastic. I look fantastic as well. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'll be hosting all of the action going over these next weeks until we do have our victor who can crown our champion. But like always, I can never do this alone. I have two fancy people joining me, which you might recognize, well, maybe from last season, maybe from World League. We got Seven and Glitter Explosion joining me here in virtual reality. How are you guys doing? Seven, you're looking fantastic, you're looking great, you're looking rested, and you're looking like you're ready to go.
I'm doing great, man. I'm actually loving the Mountain Dew game field green on that studio. I'm a little bit jealous. Green is my favorite color, and it looks amazing.
And green is my favorite color in other ways as well. Glitter, how are you doing today?
I'm so excited to get this new season kicked off, and I also got like the green memo, so I tried to coordinate with the new color update.
Yeah, I mean, at first I thought you were just a floating head, but you're looking ready to go as well. You're looking ready to get back into the action. We've had like a month off since World League. What have you guys actually been up to, Seven, like in this like month and a half of time we've had?
I've been enjoying the new updates from PUBG Mobile, man. I've been trying to study Erangel 2.0 as much as possible because I'm excited for that map.
Well, we'll get to that map in a little bit of time. Before we do get there, though, Glitter, we're going to take a look at our highlights, top 10 plays from our PMPL scrims that were done not too long ago.
Gonna be here already, looting on Sam. Ooh, Sam.
Acer.
Getting turned on right there, but Acer able to save the day, come out on top. Nades. 2 nades, took out 3 of the members from Execute. And they will be able to get that loot, or XSET that is.
Oh,
here's Execute,
goodness.
so actually taking out Team Queso.
Hello, looking good for them. A lot of teams just grouped up right now, trying to get into this next circle. Team Queso, they're at the edge. The zone is closing in on them. They gotta get these knocks to be able to move in.
I don't know. I know they're trying to fight for this drop spot.
Oh, he got one!
The burst though! Yeah, didn't get the thirst. That was close.
Position right here. Tough break for PK, but big win for... Oh, look at this. Rafa getting caught out, but that 3P, not the best spot. Opening the door for AZ to throw all these grenades right here. Oh, that cross spot. What a shot. What a shot from Nini, though. Oh, wow. Lay down. Energy drink. Big chillin'. Nades out. Oh, I mean, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, they know. They're starting to collapse in.
Really split pushes. I mean, from both squads. And now here comes the 3v1. Uzi in hand. Influence all really low right now, though.
Oh, DBS! The DBS! DBS to the
Oh my goodness!
Guys.
Did he get him? He got them all! DBS, baby! Point. Now, yeah, they're going to come and take this position. And little boy's on the run. Spring. The drive-by. Got him!
Duello has no idea what just hit him, popping up from the grass. Spring was not aware.
Tricks.
Yep, Tricks, yep. Bucky still asking for support, but Bucky's catching another one with that UMP. Looking over here, health really low, no meds. Gonna be spraying around that corner here with that tap. With
Oh my goodness!
Fire. Bucky 1 HP coming out on top right there to take out 3 from 19 Esports.
And my favorite part about those top 10 plays, besides the soothing tones of Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave Glitter, is the fact that we saw a lot of teams a lot of newer teams that we didn't see in World League have some standout plays. And for me, that gives a really good sign of what's coming up here in PMPL Americas.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the reasons that I'm so excited because, you know, we obviously have those teams and those individual players that we recognize in that highlight reel, but there are so many unknown factors that could shake things up for a lot of these other teams, with their, whether it's new players on rosters that we already knew or entirely new rosters. It could get a little bit wild.
And the thing is, Seven, it's not like these all teams that we've known for a long time, right? A lot of the teams came through the PMCOs, have been grinding it out. They have that unknown factor that a lot of the top teams won't really know what to expect.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe why the scrims helped a little bit. I'm pretty sure they didn't show all the tactics that they have available to them, but at least getting a chance to see how certain of the new teams, especially coming out of the PMCO, are going to be reacting to certain situations. So I'm excited, man. As Glitter was saying, I'm excited to see the new talent in this league.
Yeah, I want to get these games underway, but before we get to that, we just start talking about how this whole tournament's going to go. And we're going to start things off by talking about the format in particular. So we have 20 play days, so 20 individual days of games with 5 matches per day. However, 2 of those days will be 4 matches instead of 5. And we have our 24 teams split into 3 different groups. And within these groups, there's 4 teams from North America and 4 teams from South America. So each group has their even split of teams from different regions. And of course, we'll have 98 matches in total as well. And the thing is, looking at our format, looking as we know what's coming down the pipeline here for PUBG Mobile in general for esports, there's a lot on the line in this tournament, Glitter. There's a lot of special things we'll be talking about in a few moments on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Whether, you know, that's the prize pool, whether that's qualifying through to finals. I mean, these players need to be ready to step up to the plate this time around in our second season of PMPL Americas.
Yeah, and Seven, something that we talked about a ton when it came to World League is like peaking at the tournament at the right point. 98 different matches for them to play. And you have to wonder, will teams play well early on and fall like we saw in World League, or will teams have that slow progression towards the end?
I feel like towards the start, they definitely want to make it towards the top 16 and move on to the finals. And you don't want to be peaking too soon. We saw Loops Esports, and I'm talking in reference to PMWL Season 0. We saw Loops Esports starting to peak a little bit too soon, and then towards the end, they kind of died down. Another team that comes to mind was Cloud9. I'm hoping those teams kind of learned their lesson and maybe change their strategies a little bit here going into this next season.
Well, we can also talk maybe for a quick second about some other teams who did the reverse, right? Kanina Power, super slow throughout most of the season. Then it comes into the finals and they placed top 4 in 5 out of the 6 matches they had in one day, a team that really surprised us. And now we have a chance for a lot of new teams to surprise us as we take a look at how much money is going to be on the line for all of these teams. Remember, there is a league play portion of this and there is a final portion. So for league play, depending on how you place, this is what you can earn. And Glitter, as we can see, I mean, $10,000 for first place and to have that momentum go into the finals, that doesn't suck.
No, that's fabulous, especially because the mental aspect of this game is such a huge factor. So if you are able to pull down first place knowing that you just pocketed 10K for your team, that's only going to continue to boost you as you move into the finals. I mean, the fact that they have the opportunity to win money twice is massive for these players, Seven.
It is, and then as we go here to the prize pool for the finals, first place $40,000, second place $20,000, $12,000 there for third place. And the reason why I'm focusing just on those top 3 is because those top 3 are going to be able to move on to the next big event. So I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be trying to gun for those top 3. You can't take days off, pretty much. That's what I'm trying to get to here. You cannot take days off. You cannot try to play catch up, whether it's in the league or whether it's in the finals. You cannot play catch up.
The thing is that there's been a lot of like mystery with the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, and we finally, as you saw in the opening video, as we saw on Twitter just yesterday, the top 3 teams get through into the Global Championship with $2 million on the line. Also, the ability to play against the best teams in the world and to be called the best PUBG Mobile team in the world on top of that. A little bit of a cherry there. It's phenomenal to see, and I get every team is going to be focused 100% going forward. But we need to see, how do they even get to the finals, right? How do they even get that chance to maybe make it into top 3? It all comes down to points. And if you haven't seen anything since World League, you haven't seen any of the news that have come out, or you didn't see one of the final days where we talked about this new point system, you can now see it here, and already something is glaringly obvious that stands out in this one compared to the previous point system, Glitter, is that 13th through 16th place.
Yeah, and I love the changes that have been made so far to this point system. The fact that 13th through 16th get absolutely nothing as far as placement point goes makes me so happy. And then if you continue to look on the rest of the list, you'll remember that first place used to get 20 points. They now get 15 points for that first place finish. However, kills are still worth 1 point each. This is going to make kills so much more important for our teams because they are going to be creating that big disparity overall in the point system. So if these teams aren't playing aggressively, that passive play doesn't work anymore. You're not going to be rewarded with points. You have to start taking those engagements and really pulling down those kills.
And Seven, we think about, like, was it Loops and Footballists, the two teams who were like closest. Well, actually, at one point, Loops had more points in kills than they actually had in placement points. And we're going to see that switch up in aggression, I'm assuming. It has to come, as Glitter was mentioning, right?
Yeah, it definitely has to come. And I think just what you were talking about there, I'm looking at teams like Klaze Esports. Sometimes they kind of fall off a little bit in regards to standings in a map, but they always back it up with kills. So can they take advantage of this new system here? And other teams like Tempo Storm and Cloud9, which I'm pretty sure we're going to be introducing to you here shortly.
And we've been hearing rumors about some new players potentially being the new Carrillos and whatnot. So let's actually dive straight into the groups and take a look at Group A and see who our first 4 teams will be competing will be. And it's honestly going to be very tough for a lot of these teams out there, considering they're playing against a lot of these big dogs. I mean, for instance, Nova off the bat here, Glitter, that is a team who came in from World League or played in World League. They qualified already through the last season of PMPL Americas, and they have a star-studded lineup.
Absolutely, yeah. As we look at the teams here, 19 Esports qualified in from our PMCO Latin America. BDM Esports was a PMCO Brazil qualifier. Metagaming was another PMCO Latin America qualifier. And like you said, Nova Esports was obviously directly qualified in from our last season of PMPL Americas. I'm very excited for Nova. Like you said, they've had some roster changes, but they did keep Cat this time around, and that was a huge shakeup for them that actually worked out very, very well in their favor. I did talk to GFan a little bit yesterday, and he said that they do have 2 new players in Shuka and Boss. So I'm excited to see what they do. He said that the synergy with Cat has improved a ton for them overall, and now they're just kind of working on getting the other 2 players in shape. So I have a lot of faith in them.
Well, obviously, that's only our first 4 teams. We're going to take a look now at the second page coming in from Group A. And again, see 4 new contenders for that title. And, well, speaking of contenders, I mean, Queso, they won scrims in first place 7.
Yeah, and talk about this page right here. You got Team Queso, the Unnamed, and then on top of that, you got Wildcard Gaming and XSET. XSET used to be Omen Elite. If you guys remember some of the names, they're a very veteran team with Juicy, Nico, and Angry. With the addition of Joey as well, I would like to see how they're going to play out, and I don't think they have any subs, so that's going to be interesting. With Wildcard Gaming, you got Leon, which I believe he's going to be subbing during the weekdays, and then Sam is going to be playing during the weekends. Unnamed, if the players seem familiar, it's because they used to be Granto Esports, and now they switch back to the Unnamed, being able to qualify there through PMCO NA in 4th place. And then Team Queso, this is the first roster change that they have had, whether it's addition or remove somebody, in more than a year, and adding Nitsume. So I'm interested to see how that's going to play out after finally adding another member to that strong squad.
Yeah, exactly. And like you said, it's such a big change considering the amount of time they've kept their solid 4. But it's time now to take a look at Group B, the first 4 contestants from there. We got Ace 1, we got Cloud9, we got G25 Gaming, and of course, Influence Rage at the end.
So Ace 1 was actually one of our PMCO Brazil qualifiers. G25 Gaming was a direct qualifier from PMPL Americas, as some of you might recognize that as the former Creme Real Betis squad. Influence Rage was a PMCO Brazil qualifier, and then obviously Cloud9 directly qualified in from our last season of PMPL Americas. Now we have to talk about Cloud9, and I'm sure we will continue to do so, as they are one of our biggest storylines for PMWL West Season 0. I mean, we watched them dominate the majority of that league, and then they had that really, really massive fall off when they were unable to qualify for Super Weekend 3 and essentially lost themselves 40K. They are incredible players, and all of them are capable of stellar plays. So I'm actually really interested to see what they've done with their time off, to see if they can kind of fix whatever kinks they had to work out there from PMWL. And I'm excited to see if we're going to see some of those Loops versus Cloud9 engagements again that we did see in PMWL West.
Yeah, I'm really curious as well how that's going to work out, but we still have to continue to chug along here and see the rest of the teams who will be competing for that $200,000 on the line. We got INTZ, Klaze Esports, Tempo Storm, and Tribe Gaming as well coming in here, 7.
Yep, INTZ used to be Besexis Esports. They qualified through PMCO Latin America in 2nd place. Klaze Esports qualified through Latin America PMCO in 3rd place, and then Temple Storm. Obviously, the main thing here is that they were able to add a great player to their roster in J7. J7, if that name seems familiar, he used to play with Pittsburgh Knights, and he actually ended up getting pretty much destroying Cloud9 and stopping them from going into that last super weekend in the PMWL. And then Tribe Gaming, this is one team I'm going to be looking at very closely. This is a team that has a lot of potential when they work together. When they work separate, whether it's Kinge and Seagut, things don't go as planned. So that's one team I'm going to be looking at. Hopefully they stay close together and work as a team.
Let's go ahead and take a look now at the starting of Group C here, the first page of those 4 teams and who will be coming through, because it's going to be determining, well, the group of death, as I think we talked about quite a few times. 7, we start things off taking a look at Alpha 7 Esports, B4 Esports, Brazilian Rampage, and Defeaters as well, Glitter.
Yeah, Alpha 7 Esports was actually a direct qualifier from PMPL Americas last season. That's another squad that people are probably going to recognize as they are the former Trump Credit for a Cow team. Then we have B4 Esports, another direct qualifier from the last season of PMPL Americas. Brazilian Rampage from PMCO Brazil qualifier, and Defeaters or PMCO North America qualifier. Now, I do want to point out for B4, they actually do have a new addition to their roster, and Nenebete. And I was able to talk to Knight a little bit, and he said that he is actually one of the big up-and-coming names in the new wave of PUBG Mobile players in Brazil. So I am very excited to see what this new addition can do for the roster, as B4 was one of those teams that was kind of constantly on the cusp of greatness, and then sometimes they just really couldn't pull it down. So I'm excited to see what they can do overall, and very excited to see them again on Miramar and Sanhok.
All right, well, it's time now to see our last 4 teams participating, and this one is going to be interesting. I can already tell Seven's got all smiles, a big grin on his face. Why don't you take us through who we have?
Talk about a group of death. You got Execute. This is the first team that qualified out of PMCO North America. They have a strong squad, and now they have an even stronger squad by being able to add Sute, a veteran player. And on top of that, Echo being on the bench there too. Guess what? He's still a strong player too, and Killsearch was the person with the most kills in PMCO-NA. Then you got Helping Quit Addiction. They were able to qualify through 3rd place via PMCO North America. You got Loops Esports. I mean, what can we say about Loops Esports? We know that they can definitely frag out if they get the momentum going their way. They are a very, very scary team. Yeah. And what I'm going to be looking forward to Loops Esports is how his career going to be able to do. Can he maintain the form that we have seen out of him? And then we have Pittsburgh Knights with a completely different roster, not having to deal with any of the drama that they had to deal with during the PMWL. How is that team going to be able to kind of fill in the shoes of the previous one?
Yeah, I mean, they're very big shoes to fill for them, and hopefully they can rise up to that occasion and rise up to the name of Pittsburgh Knights. But obviously that's all in due time, as we're about to get underway with our first games. And thing is, for me, looking at Loops, we had them win PMPL Americas Season 1. We had them play 2nd in the finals, where they could have potentially have taken that 1st place away from Footballists if Ulysses from UDR Killers didn't spoil that for them. And I think they're out for revenge. I think they're looking to defend that title. And luckily, I had a chance to actually sit down and talk with the Dean and talked with him about how he sees this tournament coming up in their lives. Welcome back, everyone, to another interview here for PMPL Americas. And this time I have Dean coming in from Loops Esports. And first of all, I want to thank you for taking some time to be here. But I have to start off by asking you right off the bat, the PUBG Mobile World League that we had happen just a few weeks ago, it feels like. How did that go for you guys? Were you satisfied with your 2nd place finish?
Acredito que a 2ª posição foi importante para enxergarmos melhor os erros. Com certeza isso nos deixou mais preparados.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, you guys obviously did extremely well when it came to the normal season play, and especially when it came to the finals. I do want to ask, though, I know it was a while ago, but in that final match of World League, of the finals, you guys finished off 9 points behind Footballists. In that match, what was going through your guys' heads, especially when it came down to those final moments?
Eu creio que nada, a gente estava com expectativas ainda de levar o campeonato, não desistir.
So after World League finished, you guys obviously took home 2nd place in the World League finals. What did you do after? Did you relax? Did you vacation? Did you guys go straight back into playing and preparing? You know, what all happened in the few weeks after World League finished?
A gente planejou 2 semanas de férias, mas todos nós não conseguimos ficar sem jogar. A necessidade de voltar mais preparado para o campeonato seguinte era maior do que ficar uns dias de férias. Então, todos os jogadores, sem exceção, não conseguiu ficar 4 dias de férias e logo a gente já estava voltando. treinar.
So, looking out to PMPL Season 2 coming up, thinking back to Season 1 when you guys placed first, took home $55,000, and you absolutely destroyed all the other competition out there, almost winning by over 100 points. Is that the similar goal you have coming into Season 2, is to have that same kind of showing of dominance?
Uma necessidade que eu acho que está acima de ultrapassar a pontuação do recorde anterior é a evolução técnica da nossa equipe. Então, a gente não pensa tanto em pontos, sim sempre melhorar nossa team play, enfim, nossos erros.
So now going into Season 2 here for PMPL, looking at the teams you're playing against, which ones out there do you really have your eye on? The ones that you have to watch out for, and the ones, of course, that you want to beat.
O Wildcard parece vir mais forte essa temporada. Eu tenho receio quanto a eles. Eu gosto muito do estilo do jogo deles e vejo eles como oponente muito forte.
See, I find that interesting, actually, that you say Wildcard, because it felt like from World League and, well, I guess mostly just World League, that you and Cloud9 were always battling it out. Why do you feel like Wildcard is more of a threat than Cloud9? Or is it because maybe you're just used to the way Cloud9 play a lot more?
Eu acho que a Cloud9 é um time muito forte, mas eu vejo a Wildcard com algumas características que eu acho que ele tem capacidade de ultrapassar a Cloud9. Eu só acho que falta um pouco de psicológico, eu diria, na Wildcard. Afinal, o competitivo não é só habilidade, é necessário estar preparado psicologicamente.
So Dadine, we're about to wrap up the whole interview here, but I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to all your fans out there who are excited to see you play in PMPL Americas Season 2.
Queria dizer aos nossos fãs que obrigado por todo o apoio. A gente vai dar nosso melhor para deixar vocês orgulhosos e trazer esse troféu para casa. E espero que isso abra mais oportunidade para jogadores como um dia eu precisei.
So Dadine, thank you again for taking some time here to do this interview with us, and obviously we wish you the best of luck going into Season 2 of PMPL Americas.
Thank you also, Jason.
Little do you guys know, I tried to bribe all the players to make sure to say my name at the very end of the interview because I love being talked about. Anyways, let's take a look at the schedule and you guys can see what matches will be played and when, and more importantly, what maps will be coming up in what order. We're starting things off with Erangel, going over to Vikendi, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel once again. And you can also see towards the very top-hand side of every map, we have A, B, and C. You can see which group is currently sitting out with the grayed out letter, and you can know which groups are playing with the ones that are lit up with that sweet yellow. One thing we also need to talk about here, Seven, is something we talked about quite a bit before coming into this, is the fact that we're playing on Erangel, but we're playing on Erangel 2.0.
And we're playing on Erangel 2.0 2 times a day.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting how some of these teams are going to be able to take advantage. One thing that I noticed is that there is a lot more cover. The grass is denser, so you might see some even bigger snake fights. And on top of that, certain areas that used to be maybe a bit overpowered by a certain position, now that's kind of been dumbed down. So one that I can remember right at the top of my head is southeast Pochinki, towards those fields. Before, if you were on top of that hill or that little mountain, you had great view of just the whole between Pochinki and that little compound to the east. Well, now you have some trenches, you have some cover, so there's just so much more tactical to this map.
Well, as we know, one group is sitting out. It's currently going to be Group C. Let's take a look at the group, or the teams who will be playing from Group A and from Group B as well. And Glitter, I want to obviously talk to you as we can see these on our screen about first match of PMPL Americas Season 2. I'm not expecting anyone to be too crazy. How are you expecting the teams to come into this mentally, and how do you think it's going to affect maybe their play style in the very first few matches?
Yeah, I think they might kind of feel each other out the first few matches. Like we've pointed out a few times, though, there are some new squads in the mix. Yes, they've seen each other in scrims a little bit, but it's not too much time together. So they might take the first few matches a little bit more slowly, but we have pointed out just how important these kills and the aggression are going to be because of the new point system. So I'm hoping that they kind of find their groove really quickly and then just come out swinging.
See, I'm a little bit sad to not have Loops playing in this first match because I feel like they're one of the few teams who would just like run straight into that first game as if it's like the very final match of a tournament and they need to get 100 points or something ridiculous, right? But we'll see when they do get into the second match of the day. Seven and Glitter, thank you very much for joining me, and we'll check with you guys after the first match finishes. But ladies and gentlemen, watching from home, remember you can still be tweeting to us at esports PUBG and with the hashtag PMPL. We love to hear your thoughts on the show. We want to hear what teams are you supporting, who do you think is going to stand out supreme here in our first day of games. Make sure you're tweeting to us as we now need to get ever so close to starting this first match. We got to bring in our commentators, and it's a lovely gentleman that I haven't seen in such a long time. We got Enviram and Cameron Davis joining me here yet again in virtual reality. And Enviram, you're looking phenomenal. What have you been up to since World League, man? I haven't seen you in a while.
It's been a hot minute. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work stuff, getting ready for some more awesome mobile competitions over at the Mobile Open, but stoked to be back here casting more PUBG Mobile. I mean, we got spoiled, honestly, with the PUBG Mobile, World League. It was like the tip-top tier competition, and now it's gone, but now we're back, and now NA gets to step up, South America gets to step up. Okay, I'm ready.
See, in the time since World League, I feel kind of bad because I've done basically nothing with my time. And you got Cameron over here who got married during this time. Like, lucky gentleman, congratulations to you. But besides that, what else have you been doing?
Honestly, just watching more esports. The global situation is not exactly being healthy for a lot of people, but upside for myself at least is so much more time just to sit back and watch a lot of great video games. I'm excited to be taking part once again in another pro league myself because more esports, more better.
Yeah, more esports, more better. I feel like that deserves to be on a shirt, to be honest. But let's maybe talk about what's coming up, right? Again, top 3 from the finals here, make it into the PMGC and Virum. I think there's a lot of pressure on even the top teams who are used to playing in these kind of formats, but for the new dogs who are coming in, the PMCO teams, like, you're playing against the best teams in the world, and you have a chance to qualify to play in the PMGC. I feel like that's going to be so tough for them to kind of keep out of their minds while they're playing.
It's not top 4. It's not top 6. It's top 3. That's just crazy. Only a handful of teams. We could see one North American team, one Brazilian team, one Latin American team. Oh my goodness. Or it could be totally something different. One of these regions could step up. And that's also, I'm wondering, regional pride aspect is Brazil gonna come in, or be and NA's gonna be no, hang on, slow down a second. This is where I'm curious to see how these teams are gonna work together, how these regions are gonna define themselves.
And yeah, Cameron, I'm actually curious your thoughts. Who in your mind right now are the teams we should be watching? And then do you potentially have any dark horses in there that you think can really pull up some upsets and surprises?
It's really hard to look anywhere outside of Cloud9 and Loops during PMWL. They were, for the most part, I know there are a couple of exceptions to that, but for the most part, both Cloud9 and Loops are at the top of the game for the entire time. But then we saw Wildcard really start to pick things up, and as you mentioned, there are a lot of teams that are coming up, not from the PMWL, but from their own regional PMCO. It's going to be really difficult to see. There might be a rising star from there, but until we see them perform at this level of competition, it's going to be really hard to say for sure who's going to be able to step it up.
Now in Virum, I mean, we saw the interview with Dadine. I personally was so surprised to hear him say he thinks Wildcard is one of the best teams in the region, one of the teams you really have to look out for. Do you have any thoughts on that? Were you as surprised as I was?
I mean, maybe not quite as surprised. I've casted Wildcard and the iterations of this team and these players for a long time. I started casting PUBG Mobile back in start of 2019, and this is so cool for me now to cast PMPL because there's a lot of these up-and-coming squads, quote-unquote, that I have seen play over the last year, 16 months. It's been crazy to see the development of some of these squads, and Wildcard's a prime example of that. I feel like they're a team that went through this identity change during PMWL. They realized what they were doing wasn't working, so they got aggressive, and now with the new point system, with this particular lobby, all these teams, aggression is going to pay off, and I think that's why Wildcard is seen as such a threat.
And I do partially worry for them in the sense that we know Leon's on the team, but he's strictly just a substitute. He's strictly there for when Sam can't play because he has school obligations. So in my eyes, I'm looking at, well, if it comes to final time and you qualify, which I think we all expect Wildcard to make it into the finals, what happens with that? Imagine the pressure on Leon's shoulder, Cameron, coming into this, realizing, I need to perform because this team is going to be, so angry at me if we don't make it into the PMGC.
Yeah, it's really hard because Sam is such a critical part of this team's success during PMWL, and then I'm assuming he's going to be as critical of a part of their success during the PMPL, and I like that they are not just throwing him to, not throwing him, that's a bad thing to say. I like how they are trying to work with him with his other educational
obligations,
conflicts that he has to do. But yeah, when Leon comes in, I don't know how well they're gonna be able to adjust around it. Changing 25% of your roster, even if it's not your in-game leader, can still change a whole bunch of how you approach the game and then how your fights happen, how your rotations happen. It's gonna be, it's a big backpack for Leon to wear.
And they're not the only team, obviously, the roster changes we talked about before with Seven and Glitter. You got B4, right? They have Nenebete coming in. They took out Berg from the team. And he's been crowned as being like potentially one of like the next Carrillo. You got Cloud9, which I saw Percocet on the roster. He's been on the roster before, though he wasn't on the roster in World League. I'm curious if he's a potential sub in as well, if someone's having a bad day. Like, there's a lot of teams out there, like a lot of the top teams we've seen with these changes. Queso as well. I'm curious, Enviro, like, is this team's making that adaptation? Like, we're not happy with the results we had. We need something new. We maybe need some new blood in the team. I'm not sure what's going on, but that's a lot of pressure now for these new people to be coming through.
I mean, this is sort of a trend we've been seeing a lot more in esports, sort of having these 5-man rosters or the additional man roster on a lot of these teams. It's the idea that these schedules for a lot of these players are pretty grueling. You're playing a lot of games, you're playing a lot. So in order to avoid burnout, teams are bringing in more players to help, you know, share the load a little bit, which I actually really do appreciate. So we might see Perk come in a little bit. But again, we're still keeping a lot of these same core rosters. It's not like we're like losing a bunch of the core rosters. We're keeping a lot of them. We're just adding in some new blood, which I'm actually a big fan of.
Yeah, and I'm really curious to see how New Blood's going to perform when it comes to the new point system, as you mentioned earlier on. We are currently waiting for a couple of players to still join the lobby so we can get this first match underway. In the meantime, we're going to head to a short little video here. It's what we like to call the speed session, and I had a phenomenal time doing this with some of the players as well as Hot Jukes and Glitter. So why don't you guys take a look while we get things ready here.
Do you have a pet at home?
Yes, I do. I have 2 pet cats. This is our pet cat, Zuki. And a lot of the times when I'm streaming and playing PUBG Mobile, he'll like come next to me and just sleep on the desk in front of me when I'm playing games.
I do have a pet. I have a dog named Lily, and she's getting quite old, so we don't know how much longer we're going to have her, but she's been amazing while we have.
Eu responderia, eu não, mas a Lupus tem uma cachorra. Ela trouxe felicidades a todos os jogadores em dias que estavam mal com as perdas.
Sí, tengo una perrita. Ya es viejita.
Não, não tenho.
Sim. Say hello. Ei. Tenho sim. Sofia.
Sim, claro. Eu tenho 2 cachorros e 2 gatos. São 2 persas, né? A raça dos gatos, e os dogs são vira-latas.
Sí, 2 gatitos. Uno se llama Tony, que es varón, y también una gatita, pero no tiene nombre, solo le decimos Michi.
Yeah, I do. I have 2 parakeets.
Yeah, no. I mean, I have it in China, but not here. Like cats, a lot of cats. I don't even know what type they are, but they're cats.
Yes, I do. It's a Bichon Forze.
What's your first thought when you hear the words PUBG Mobile Pro League?
Excitement.
Preparation.
Desafio.
Ganhar.
Uma experiência inexplicável.
Então, campeonato de muita importância para a gente aqui no cenário brasileiro. É um dos pontapés principais no jogo, então é tipo ir com a cabeça erguida e tentar buscar essa liderança no campeonato.
Acho que diversão, lazer.
Objetivo.
Really competitive.
Pro.
It's great.
I'm so glad we didn't do those speed sessions with our talent here, because during rehearsals, Enviro he just had to bring up his cat and show him off and everything, and you know,
horrible.
I think I actually wish I had a pet, but you know, maybe in my near future we'll be having one of those. But anyways, we're about a minute off until we get into our first match. I'm curious, what are you guys looking forward to most within this first game alone? for me personally, it's about like what kind of style every team's going to bring and who tries to come into the game really trying to show dominance off the bat. And Viram?
I agree with that. I also think that like scrims are an okay indicator of what these teams are going to play like, but really this is what it comes down to. So I think we're going to see teams change some things going in from scrims, and I think we're going to see some true colors in these first 2 games.
What about you, Cameron, really quickly?
New point system. I wanted more aggression. We've seen aggression be successful.
Yes.
It's only going to get even better from here.
Well, aggression is best. Aggression is key. And gentlemen, why don't you take us underway here with our first match of PMPL Americas Season 2.
Thank you so much, Jason, as you disappear into the void. I was so far off. That wasn't even close. That's, I'll get better at that. I need to like preempt it because we're on a little bit of a delay here. Technology's amazing, but actually though it is, because back to we get to cast this all the way from across the world as these players now are going to jump into our very first game here of PMPL Americas. How many times am I going to say PMWL? So many. It's going to happen, but we're back. No, it's PMPL Americas, and I cannot wait. Let's get into this game.
Yeah, and the first time, not only is this the very first match of PMPL Americas, it is also the very first match that we're going to have on Erangel 2.0. I played around a little bit, I've learned some of the new adjustments, but nothing is going to come close to actually seeing how these professional players play it all out. So I don't know what's going to be powerful or not. Seven already pointed out a couple of new not additional locations, but adjustments to the terrain. We'll see how that affects gameplay. Maybe an area that we considered weak for the longest time is now super strong, and perhaps vice versa. Experience and time is what is going to be telling us that.
I think that's actually a great point, and I think one of these things that I think Seth touched on it beautifully is this idea that some positions that felt really, really strong have been changed a little bit to not make them so dominant for the team that's able to get there first and set up. It allows a little bit more counterplay, which I'm really excited about as we're taking a look at our very first drop path. And of course, these are going to get a little bit interesting because we are back to our group format. So these are going to switch up. And right now we have, certain groups that are playing together, A and B. Things might change up if C comes into the mix, and as these other squads move around, we may see some early points of contention earlier on, especially during these first few days of games. Our teams are jostling to try and take control of these areas. No surprise, South George, Cloud9 is there. This has been their mainstay. I don't know for how long? It's like death, taxes, and Cloud9 and Georgia Pole. These are the 3 constants.
Yeah. Oh, you're also missing a Tempo Storm and Pachinki as well.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Oh, yes.
Pretty media rotation. But ooh, already, initially, there's a little bit of a standoff here in Gatka between the Unnamed and XSET, 2 brand new names to this level of competition.
We're seeing Joey camping out here. He's waiting for his teammates to come help him out. A lot of veterans between Juicy, Angry, Nico. These guys have played together for so long. They have been such a mainstay in the community. And I can't wait to see what they bring to the table here this time around. If we're talking about aggression, these are certainly some players who are going to be delivering on that. They're going to have to get aggressive if they want to get Joey out of this potentially precarious situation.
And like the approach by Nico, he didn't just come in just, sending it without a second thought. He went in, you could see he went in a little slowly trying to find the information, but he's actually going really aggressive right now. I don't know if he knew there was a player in this building. Bucky trying to give the shots, but it's not landing, pulls out the shotgun, and it's just a lot of back and forth, but it is going to be Nico going down.
Yeah, that's Raven actually. I'll pick that one up. He's had some fancy feats there, but it's not quite enough as Joey's been able to reposition a little bit off of this, but that's first blood in the server. It's Nico. The second I go and hype you up, Nico, you go and drop. It's okay. You got plenty more opportunities. 90-something matches, I think, being played is what Jason mentioned before. As we are seeing shots coming in, 98 matches. That's plenty of opportunities to shake that one off. But Raven, he's not shaking anything off. He's happy. He's on a different squad now with a different team, and he's performing well. But it's Bucky able to get the shots there, not even taking a single point of damage. My goodness.
And there's more fights happening to the south. Angry's trying to come in as a slower but still potential backup to his teammates when he gets caught out of rotation as well. The Unnames, they are taking names for themselves here with already 3 kills, and there is just Juicy left from XSET to try and climb out those placements. And when placement points getting nerfed, this is going to make his opportunities that much lower.
XSET? More like reset. Reset after that start. My goodness. Got him. Ooh. Got him. Ooh. I mean, you got pretty good. We're starting off strong, Cam. We're starting off strong. We're back. I have to say, I'm happy we got a cast together again, man. This is sick. We had like days and days and days of PNWL. Now we're back for PMPL. Oh, this is going to be good. Already, our promises of action and aggression early have been delivered upon. But I have to say, XSET able to at least stay alive here, so the placement points aren't at 0 yet. They were able to keep that one player left alive. But let's take a look around now at some of these other squads. And as we see in our picture-in-picture there.
Yeah, don't talk too soon. I didn't want to say anything, but I was looking at the main map while you were trying to amp up the XSET staying alive, and those dots got a little dangerously close. You could see them. Oh man, on the bottom right, it's just looking. Anyway, that's at this point, I think he's safe. At this point, I think Juicy's gonna be all right. You can see the rest of the Unnamed hopping into a vehicle, gonna be dry. Oh my God! Oh, that's rough. What do you do in Juicy's position? Anyway, let's try and look at the rest of the game. Let's try and look at the rest of the map. Because there's a lot of other action, a lot of other rotations that are going on. You can see Meta Gaming here in Yasnaya. They had people drop with them. I believe it was INTZ, but they had Jess up to try and get closer towards the center of the circle. And this is a semi-northern circle, so the river is going to be a key factor here in the first couple of phases. So quick rotations, I think, are going to be quite important.
What does that say? We're getting that knock there with the Car 98, bringing the sniper out. All right. As we're seeing the action up here north towards Taverny, the teams that have opted to rotate in early, because we haven't touched on it a whole lot, but this is a very northern circle to start this game. Luckily, a lot of the teams due to the playing path were already in a pretty good position. There are a couple who are going to have to rotate. I'm looking down towards Ace down there on Military Island, so they're going to have to rotate up, but still plenty of time to do that. But a lot of teams are going to be jockeying for these compounds. There's a lot of them up in this northern area, but once you get up towards shooting range, once you get up towards Stahlberg, they become a little bit more few and far between. So getting here first is super important.
Yeah, the area east of Severny, I don't recall that many major changes happening in this area, and it's one of my personal least favorite areas because it's so open, so hard to traverse if you don't have, as you mentioned, these rare compounds that are scattered throughout. I've already seen teams fight back and forth. Seba's trying to go for some more Car 98 shots on players in the warehouse. It's going to be 19 Esports. They have a player up in the watchtower that gives them a little bit of good information. Hop in a vehicle for some whatever reason. But Wildcard here, taking Crossroads, strong position if they can hold both sides. That's the key asterisk when you talk about this split that Wildcard have going on. But they're not doing 2 and 2 across the road. It's 3 and 1. Let's see how that plays out. I'm not exactly sure what their intention is. Perhaps Slicky is just going to be quick on the retreat if the east side does get bombed in upon later on in the game.
And I also want to note, we may have gotten some slightly incorrect information, because it looks like both Sam and Leon are playing, so we may have the wrong player who's actually getting subbed out there. So we'll double check on that one. In any case, they're still going to be having a bit of a floating roster, so we'll check back in with them. Speaking of checking in, a team that is doing work over the course of the PMCO scrims, of course, it is Team Queso. Team Queso, they have been a staple in the PUBG Mobile scene for so long. And now as I look towards this mini-map, I look towards Marco, I think to myself, Marco, what are you doing? What are you doing, Marco? Because they've done this. They've done this 3-1 before. We've seen this, and I've criticized them a few times because they've been punished for it in the past. They've just lost players for not getting a whole lot of intel other than, oh, he's there and I'm shot now.
Yeah, Queso is a team that a lot of eyes were on them leading into the PMWL, and they had a couple of really good games, but they also had a couple of stinkers. So trying to get that sort of overall average level raised up a little bit. You know, it's good to have A games, but when your A games are balanced out by C games, you sort of want to try and bring at least those C games up to a B. Yeah, anyway, trying to level it out, but who knows what training they've been doing in the meantime.
Yeah. Solid B+, A-. You live in there, you know? You're doing well. You don't need to score 100% of the test every time. Just like getting the 80s. That's how you go to college, kids. Anyway, back to
degrees, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that a thing?
These get degrees, yeah. I mean, you won't get to graduate school afterwards, but surely you get your undergrad.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Once you're already in university. Yes, okay, we're there. Hey, Juicy. Still alive.
Don't listen to us, kids.
Yeah, please. Yeah, we're talking about esports for. Anyway, I do have a degree. For the record, though, okay, I do have a mark. I did graduate university. For the record, so maybe listen, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this circle, because it's not really going to negatively affect too many of these teams, but Cameron, Northern Ocean's still in play. The Rivers are still in play, and we always talk about these early Erangel games playing around the river.
Yeah, luckily with the northern shift, most of the teams decided to go for the north side of that river, which is the fair call. It's a lot easier to go south from north than it is the other way around. And I don't think the ocean or the river are really going to impact current play all that much outside of shrinking the current phase. It's maybe 55% of this circle that is playable. But it's when I say playable, I mean optimal. But it's still phase 2. That's still more than enough area. It's really the lack of compounds on the northern side specifically that is going to make me worry a little bit. And that's why I see Wildcard already trying to get some good damage on a rotating Queso. Marco, you called him out for being separated, but he gave the information of where the rest of Queso was safe for them to go.
Yeah, no, that was huge. And that is the correct play for the scout there. We talked about the idea that teams have had the time in the quote-unquote off-season, as brief as it might have been, to clean up some of their game. And it feels like in this situation, playing a little bit more passive there from Marco, and a little bit of luck that no other teams came in there, was able to give Team Queso the intel they needed to make their own safe rotation.
What's he listening to there? Is that some, like, Avenged Sevenfold? Disturbed?
Ooh.
Again, back to the references that the viewership is likely not going to understand.
I feel like maybe they're old enough to know.
Oh, no. Paul, I'm going to tell you.
Oh, Cameron, you're making me feel old.
Yep, I know.
Okay. Look, you may not be down with the sickness, but I'm down with at least some of the play we've seen so far early on. I was kind of hoping for a little more aggressive play, especially given how that started off, and now looking towards the kill feed. Maybe my impatience will be rewarded. Cameron, I was promised fights, okay? I want to see them delivered.
You can't start a game off that aggressive, especially when you
greedy
rotate this far towards the north. I know you're greedy. I understand.
I'm so greedy.
But give it time. It's the footsie game. It's the rotational game in the early game that makes the action in the mid to late so beautiful. So have a little bit of patience, and we're gonna get some great gameplay heading on out. But already INTZ, one of the players got knocked, picked right back up, and AZ from Nova getting totally deleted on the east side of the map. We saw that in the kill feed.
Lord Escanor coming in, cleaning that one up. All right. Starting that one off strong, instantly thirsting the kill, not giving them a chance. And Nova was actually one of these teams that I was really looking towards. I mean, G-Fan, some of the individual play that I saw from these the members of this team during PMWL, their 2-2 play, their scrimmage play, I thought was so fantastic. This idea of scrimmage play, I should say, really impressive. But now we're seeing another fight breaking out. This time, it's up. It's Ace getting involved. They've already lost one player, and they're going to look to reposition. And this is, once you're in the channel, oh my goodness, it is just a straight beeline. You've got to be very careful playing with this angle, because it could just be, once the bullets come down range, there's only one place for them to go, and you're right dead center in the middle of it.
There's a lot of cover with the rocks inside the debris of the crash plane. But yeah, it seems that Ace, they're not having the opening picks that they want in order to push in, so they're going to back off, wait to see what phase 3 is about to swing towards and make a rotation. A lot of these fights are happening on the sides, but oh, what a shift, a hard shift towards the southwest. This is actually really good for Ace. If they swing down counterclockwise and go south of their opponents to the east, BDM, they could find a good position, but I think BDM might be pushing on Ace and don't want to let them leave. But honestly, most of the action is going to be on the east side, because there's going to be a bunch of rotations from that direction.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking towards there. We're going to have a little bit of jockeying happening in shooting range, but all these teams rotating in from Severny, north of Razak, coming in all the way in from Yasna. There's going to be a lot. C9, though, are in position. C9 sitting towards the edge of the circle, waiting for teams to rotate. I've never heard of that before, Cameron. It's never happened.
Yeah, wow, shocking. Really diving deep in the playbook on the first round here.
Oh, boy, here we go. No, but seriously, this is a peak position for Cloud9 here. Going to want to pick up some of these kill points. And hey, look at that kill feed, Cameron. Who would have thought it? Not me.
Not me. Look at us.
Look at us.
See, that's a me that these kids will understand. There we go. We're really tuning in to the viewership base.
One day I'll install TikTok, so I don't know, I'll get on board with the new memes. But no, this is really just C9 in a beautiful position up on a hill on the overlook. A lot of teams are actually opting to rotate in north past Severny to take the full wide sweep, which I think is a great call. There are a couple teams there, but there's definitely a lot more open terrain. But a terrain that is wide open right now, and not in a good way. If you are the team down at the bottom of the hill looking up against C9, they're actually going to play this a little bit more aggressive. I'm surprised they're not just totally backing up and resetting here.
Yeah, it's... The problem is, where else can you go? It's a big giant hill that's covering the south part of this circle, but then it's the slope going down from that hill on the north side. So there's actually not a lot of compounds, not a lot of like definitive hard cover with rocks. It's mostly just using the ridge lines of the hill for your own cover. But look at all these rotations that are coming in from the north side. Come in from the east. Gamma drops on the vehicle. I don't know if that was on purpose or not, but look how many teams are up here just to the west of shooting range, all trying to go in the exact same direction. This might become a really big melee.
Oh, absolutely huge. 19 is getting out of there. Team Queso, INTZ now trying to take control of this hill. Darius looking to find the angle. Tommy gun out. Gonna spray, no pray. At least that's the hope. But they are gonna back up, reset a little bit. Nobody wants to go down early here, especially because they have all 4 players alive. That's massive, and true for both of these teams. Ayala gonna be doing a little bit of repositioning here. Looking for the grenades to start coming out from Team Queso, though, because that's one of these things that this team in particular does pretty darn well.
Yeah, I'm trying to throw out some grenades of his own. Not going to find their mark. You can see Queso falling back a little bit so they don't give INTZ those opportunities with the wild grenades, with the wild sprays. It's Unnamed is there, hiding behind the tree, playing point man, waiting for INTZ to push up, and the rest of Queso on the ridge just above them. But the circle is going to shift towards the south of them, somewhat center, but it's going to feel like a southern shift because of the river in play. And I expected the river to be out of the game at this point. It's actually going to continue to be quite influential.
Yeah, especially for Tempo Storm, who's sitting right on the edge of it there. They're holding 2-2. Juicy still in it, being very favorable in terms of these circle rotations, but Nova already down a player out to rotate in. Tribe as well. It's the battle of North America down to the south, but the battle of Latin America is still raging here. So you can see that on your kill feed happening as well. But Team Queso, INTZ are still facing off here, still in a stalemate. And at some point, these teams are going to have to move.
Yeah, the thing is, Queso are going to have to fight when they push towards their south either way. So I definitely see the value in them trying to clear out their backside so they don't get backfilled on. The worst thing to happen is they have to push south, get into a fight, and have INTZ come up behind them and basically backstab them, sandwich them into multiple teams. And so taking the fight now definitely has value, but if INTZ aren't giving them the opportunities, then they're basically just wasting time, as you said. INTZ, they're trying to back off. They're trying to find their own rotational path through, but they don't have a lot of information from the north side, so it's going to be mostly blind sense on the bike. Missed that individual hiding in the bush, but that's fine. That's okay. The worry is where are they going to go? What do they know is available? Do they know anything at all?
Information is the name of the game. How much do you know? How much do your opponents know? Seeing another battle this time. Telly able to dodge that grenade just barely, though, as Castile and crew are pushing on up. Telly able to find some shots, not confirming the down, but that was huge because now his position is fully revealed as all 3 members are pushing in. The rest of the squad of Tribe is not in position. Not much of a Tribe in this situation. Going for the spray, though. Telly playing the angles. A 2v1 situation. Hello! Hello! Almost gets the third. Oh my goodness! That was so close! I cannot believe it, but the damage has been done. If Tribe can come and help him out, they're in a terrible position. Here it comes. Oh my goodness, G3 trying to rotate in. I cannot believe it. This is such a bad position for INF. Oh my, Telly just went so huge. If he can survive here, this could be massive for Tribe.
But look, they were forced to come in and actually go aggressive onto the situation because Meta is pushing in from the northeast. They thought that they could just focus in on this angle on INF, but the pressure from Meta means INF can now get the revive off. 19 Esports does get eliminated in the meantime. But this situation started off good for Tribe, but it's really falling apart. Blind Sprays is going to get another knock in the kill feed. But here comes the blue.
Oh my goodness, Influencer. I mean, the rage they're going to be feeling right now is how badly that fight went for them. Already down 2 players, but Tribe is also pinched because Telly was there. The rest of the team had to go up and help him out. On paper, it's the right call, but there's more teams coming to play the third-party action. This time, it's from Meta, and is able to do so much work keeping Tribe pinned. And now Berlovsky's got to go for a complete wide rotate along the edge of the cliff. This is actually a really heads-up play. If Castile can mimic this, Nova is really the last one left because now Tribe has to completely rethink their spot on this hill. What they thought was secure is gone.
They had such a good opening, but again, the pressure from Meta. Look at the map in the north, in the top right. No one is center because of how open it is. It's so much chaos happening around this ring because there's no other place to go safely. But look at the circle. It's going to shift, hard shift towards the west once again. Basically, not directly onto Ace, but in their favor. And all the teams on the east side are going to continue to go westward. It's westward bound. It is, what is it? Manifest Destiny, there it is. There's the reference.
Go west, young lad. There it is. Oh my goodness, we're seeing INTZ going down to the play zone of all things there. Eliminated in 13th, now down to 11. Cameron went from, you talked about it before, the hype of the mid-game, going from not a whole lot of action to, oh my goodness, let's fight. And we're feeling that in a big way right now. I have to give props to Tribe though. They managed to keep all 4 members alive through this, taking a ton of fights.
Yeah, that's huge, to keep all 4 up. That's really the most important thing. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to get those kills onto Influence. Those are points that they missed out on, but keeping 4 up is so much more important. G3, a little wounded, you can see in the top left, but they got to take this fight against Meta. Meta are holding the angles, and they are not letting them lead, but the blue is pushing in onto them. Slowly but surely, it's going to overtake them, and now the knocks are finally coming in. 2-3 knock for Tribe. That's all 4.
There's the revenge. There's the revenge, back up over the hill. Influence Rage comes in to help clean that up. Meta did a ton of the work, but kills going back in both directions there. And that's Tribe Gaming with the sandwich, with the pinch, staying just a little bit too long, trying to take one too many fights, and they're paying for it. But another team that's paying for it is unfortunately Nova Esports. Klaze is going to go down as well. So much action, Cameron. This circle was not friendly to so many of these teams.
Yeah, this is not friendly to anyone. Still no one's taking out center. Ace is pushed in just a little bit.
Enigma.
Look how close all these players are on the side. Look at all this action happening on the northeast side. Cloud9, they're licking their wounds because there weren't that many places to hide behind cover. G25 trying to find the angle from the high ground. So many knock members of Cloud9. Only 1 remaining. I don't know what that player can do, what Pyra can do to save his squad from this doom that they're surely staring down. G25 with the ankle, with the crossfire. Pyra's got to hit some massive shots. And it's not even just G25, it's also Wildcard just to the west of them that are keeping them pinned down and unable to find access into the circle.
Yeah, G25 now realizing that they are very much not alone up on this ridge line, but all the teams have to rotate in. C9 is still not in the next circle, and I look at the situation, I see 3 members down in a ditch, 1 member up at the top, and that's just C9 out. G25 is there with the execution. Something must have gone wrong. A vehicle explosion, a grenade that goes off, 3 members of C9 down like that all together. That doesn't happen by accident. That was something huge as Meta is continuing to go off. Meta Gaming, the team coming in from PMPL LATAM, showing up in a huge way. They already have 4 kills to their name. Let's get some more. Let's start to stack it up here, Cameron.
Yeah, this whole run and gun style, it's incredibly difficult to manage, but they're being successful so far. It's a very risky gameplay, but with this circle, it sort of forced them into this style. We'll see how much further they can push it. They've already taken a couple of casualties, but the next circle centers up. It doesn't swing in their direction, but it's definitely better than another hard shift towards the west side. But look at Nova. They're also trying to survive out of the blue. G-Fan, the only one remaining. Not a lot of health. Just trying to go for the spray, trying to get one final kill to his name, but they are going to get eliminated.
I mean, I have to say the choice to heal strat there paid off for them. I think they out-survived about 3 or 4 different teams there, and this is where getting into the top 6 that these placement points really do start to stack up, but it's actually the Unnamed. You saw them up there putting up a ton of work as well. They've been sitting pretty down on the outside of the circle to the southwest. This has sort of been a little bit of luck in their favor. They came in from that southwest position, and the circle just shifted on them, shifted on them, shifted on them, and they still have vehicles to play with.
So right now, 3 up. That 4 would be great, but in a circle like this, you don't really want to ask for more. A lot of action happening though. It's going to be Wildcard pushing in from the north, now down to 2 themselves. They had 3 until just a couple of moments before. It's going to be a 2 versus 2, but Sam going down. A great angle held by Gasby. Going to make it even more difficult. That kill has been secured, I believe, by Ace on the west side. Meta's a little angry about that kill being stolen from them, but they're going to find 1 more. That's fine. They're up to 7 at this point, and 8 if they can find Slicky, the last remaining member of Wildcard, proning behind this rock, not yet in the next phase. And the blue pushing in, he's going to have to push forward at some point.
Oh, Spec got to be careful underneath though. The big boy gun coming in from Doodoo. That was so interesting. That was 2 different fights. That was Wildcard fighting up against Meta. That was Ace going up against the Unnamed. Then Meta came in, third party to cross the board, and we're seeing more third parties coming in this time. This time it was Ace on some Wildcard, who are now eliminated in 4th place in Tempo Storm, who didn't play the fighting game, who sat back and said, look, I'm gonna put down my control. I'm just fine. We're just gonna chill. No fighting games today. We'll let you guys have your 1v1, and then we'll come in, we'll clean up the spoils, and that's what they're looking to do right here. But Meta, you can't count them out, even though they only have 2 players left.
Ace right now, 3 up, 8 kills, and they're trying to find more. They're not spread out like Tempo is. But I think they still have the best cover in the circle. And they're waiting for the zone to close, waiting for phase 7 to happen. I'd like to see Ace push out a little further, but you can tell just shooting at that vehicle, they're not exactly sure of where everyone in the server still is. They think someone's behind that vehicle. They're a little unsure on the area in front of them. Oh, but this shift is great for them. However, everyone has to move to get inside. Tempo might have an opportunity to take out Ace members if they cross out the opening. Already see Tensa with the DB spray.
Oh, so close. Dudu is actually going to drop in all of that. Hang on a second. The shots of Tempo are there. Ace looking to preemptively rotate in here. But Tempo Storm playing this a little bit slower, doing work. Nice positioning from Ace. They back to potentially letting the vehicle explode. Now that becomes hard cover. They can play around. As the last remaining members off to the side in meta, they're now going to switch roles a little bit with Tempo here. But wait, as I say that, Abdul's taking some shots as well. They are never, ever being quiet in this game. But speaking of quiet, Cameron, we got some snakes in the grass.
Yeah. That's really good. Rain's being loud, trying to go aggressive onto Ace while Spec and Tensa are crawling up that hill, trying to catch meta by surprise. They know they cannot just run out in the open. They don't have vehicles to work with, so they're going to have to use the element of surprise. A couple grenades come in, don't find their mark, but Spec, he has the angle, gets the first spray.
And he gets the down. Can they follow up? That's the question. Tensa is there. Out from the blue. Not checking that angle, but now across the other side, Ace has got to deal with this. Can they? No, they don't. Tensa range the headshot. What? That's just it. In an instant, Tempo Storm. They are the Storm. They take that down. And in a moment with 7 kills. My goodness. Tempo Storm with the long range shots saying, look, guys, it's PMPL Americas, all right? This is our home. This is what we do.
Listen, that I called it out, didn't I? Yes, the circle went towards the north, and on paper, that would help Ace out. But Tempo Storm, not only did they have the spread, they had the crossfire set up, they also had that hill, that ridge line to get over meta, take them out, and then that crossfire, Ace still they hadn't had an opportunity to get into the circle yet because of the sprays coming out initially by Tempo Storm before they went aggressive onto meta, took out their vehicles. That meant they had to run out in the open.
That was just such a ballsy play from Tempo Storm. I'll say it like it is. Sending one player as the anchor, going on a true snake path on the outside. Jason, you were watching the final seconds of that game. Warhype, I know you're hype as the lone man in the studio. Unfortunately, there's no screaming crowd, but come on, that was pretty dope.
You can't hear them? I hear them in the background. I can't even do a crowd. My favorite part of your breakdown just now, by the way, was Cameron, because all you can see is like everybody just doing like he's running as well. It was my favorite part right there, hands down. But no, to see like
excited.
Not only Tempo, like again, Tempo had picked up another player to play within the roster. It was a team that really could do work. We saw Tensa be one of the MVPs. Actually, it was the MVP of week 3 when we look at PMWL really start to step up. The whole team has been able to do that as well. It's great to see them have that performance in the first game, and we'll see you guys for a second match. I'll say goodbye to you because I have to bring in our analyst here to now talk about that last match and obviously break things down because there's a lot, honestly, to break down here, Seven and Glitter. I mean, off the bat, XSET having a very rough start up against the Unnamed, losing 2-3 players right off the bat is not what you want to see happen in your very first match, Seven.
Yeah, definitely not how you want to start this tournament. Them losing 2 players, and then after that losing another player, and then not being able to come pretty much do anything out of that. Not even being able to get an extra kill in exchange or an extra point. It's going to hurt them big time. They cannot afford to have stuff like this pretty much going on to the tournament. It's something we've been mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast is you can't play catch up. You can't kind of have stuff like that happen. This is what we had scrims for. I saw a lot of teams doing certain things that just didn't make any sense. G25 Gaming, even though they destroyed Cloud9, at one point, one of his teammates were actually healing up another one, even though he probably by then knew that as soon as he picked him up, his teammate was going to go down to the zone because it was just too strong there. So maybe it's just starting jitters here, Glitter.
Yeah, I think I completely agree with that. And Glitter, actually, we're going to have you break down the rankings from the last match as well, so we can see who got how many points. Again, the new point system involved in this one. You can see Tempo getting that 15 points for their placement, but also 7 kills behind that is really not too shabby at all.
No, not too shabby, and this is a great start for Tempo Storm, as that's a team that we have talked about a lot in the past. But look at the massive showing coming out of Ace 1 in the very first game here, and this is kind of good, going back to what we're talking about with how important these kill points are going to be. They got second place with 12 points, but 9 kills put them only 1 point behind Tempo Storm right now. And then as we move down the list, we saw Metagaming having a huge first game, Wildcard coming in 4th, and then moving even farther down the list. I think another surprise for me was actually BDM with their aggression 7. 6 kills, like 0 placement points with 6 kills, managing to be 7th overall. That's just impressive.
Yeah, and to just kind of recap, BDM was actually able to take out Team Queso there, and Team Queso was one of the first teams eliminated. So for them to be able to get those 6 kills, even though they ended up with 0 placement points, it goes to show kills are going to be so important. So hopefully some of these teams take full advantage of it. And now we go here towards Nova Esports being able to only get 1 point there for the kill. And then as we keep going down, Tribe Gaming, they had an interesting engage between, I believe it was Influence Range or INTZ, I can't remember quite at the top of my head, but Telly had 3 players down, but sadly for him, there was no backup, there was no teammates there to kind of help him out, and by the time they decided to rush in, it was just a little bit too late for them to honestly do anything.
It kind of blows my mind, like, realizing that Queso placed 1st overall, not to harsh on them too much, obviously, placed 1st overall in the scrims. They come into this, they get knocked out first in the very first match. Now, I could obviously say take that with a grain of salt, because you look at Loops, same thing happened to them in the very first game of the finals of World League, so maybe not too big of a deal at the moment, but let's maybe dive a little bit deeper into Tempo Storm, since they did place 1st in that last match, and see some of the stats they had as well. 870 total damage. I'm not sure if I actually... Is that legit? He had 7 kills, but only 800 damage. That blows my mind. They must have cleaned up a lot of things, Glitter.
I mean, you know, sometimes that happens. But what I'm actually mostly impressed by is their total health. They did a really good job, and we saw that played out. And you know, and Viren and Cameron were talking about it. We saw they did such a good job with their positioning in that final zone. They used Rain, you know, as that one-man hold down behind that rock, while the other 2 snaked up to kind of sneak up on Meta. And that the combination and the teamwork there is what really kind of put them on top.
I mean, the thing is, we know they can be a phenomenal team, though they did have their ups and downs. I think consistency is something they struggle with when it came to the World League. It's time to take a look at some of the highlights. Our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments from our first match here in PMPL Americas Season 2. And really start to break some of these down, maybe start to talk about some of these plays, because we did see a lot of action early on against 7. We were wondering how aggressive teams would be in the very get-go. We did see XSET, unfortunately, be the, well, get on the opposite end of how well that could work out for you. But we did get to see some other teams, like, for instance, as you guys pointed out, BDM, 6 kills, 0 placement points. For me, that was like them coming into the lobby to show that they're a team to really contend with. And obviously, if they can get their placements up for their kills, they could easily be contender for the top.
Yeah, and just going based on that, this is kind of why I enjoy more the system, the point system that we have here. And this is actually what I was talking about. Telly being able to knock 2 players here from the enemy team, and then his teammates, he gets knocked, and then his teammates were just so far behind them. By that time, you can't do anything. You're gonna let INF just kind of regroup, re-engage in some kind of way, and it was just something that I even said at the beginning. Tribe Gaming needs to work together as a team. They cannot be doing that kind of stuff. It is the first game, though. We got to give every single team here just some slack. It is the first game. Anything can happen here. It might be just starting jitters. And then Spec, I do want to go ahead and kind of say Spec had a huge part there towards the end of this game, because Spec was able to knock out 1 person. And then something that I really enjoy, Glitter, is that as soon as he knocked out 1 person, he aimed towards where Ace was and made sure he put on cover fire for the rest of his team.
Yeah, absolutely. When they made that push, that was so important that they instantly start focusing where Ace was, because they knew that as soon as they took that engagement, that right here, as soon as they took this engagement, they were obviously blowing up their spot. At that time, nobody knew where they had managed to rotate around to. So as soon as they got those kills, like you said, Spec was able to start laying down some cover fire over onto Ace, so that, you know, Rain, who was still at that rock, could potentially get some damage out. 10, so it was with him able to. This was just so impressive for the very first game of the league, especially, you know, when we've seen Tempo be a little bit more conservative in the past.
The angles. I'm impressed by the angles that we're able to hold. You saw Tansa all the way to the left, and then you just had Rain and Spec kind of rushing towards that. And what's even more impressive is that, hey, everybody can frag out on that team, and on top of that, they have a bench in J7 that can also frag out. So this is going to be a scary team, especially if they can be consistent. Remember, consistency is key with this team.
Well, I think it's time to take maybe a look at the total damage from that first match and see where every team did place across the board. For me, one of the standout teams actually was Meta, for the fact that they placed, 21st in scrims, and they come into this one and get a top 4 placing right off the bat. It was really good to see, because you can see that 1,100 damage on the board there with their 7 kills. I think they've definitely shown up to play. But again, I don't want to jump the gun like you're saying, Seven. Some jitters maybe coming for some teams.
Yeah.
Another team we're going to have to talk about maybe is Wildcard, because they had 2 subs this time. They had Enigma and Leon in. I think it was Azor and Slicky who were missing. Actually, sorry, Azor and Spring.
You're absolutely... Yep, you're absolutely correct. Acer and Spring were kind of sitting out, which is interesting because going back to PMWL and the previous PMPL season that we had, Spring was that INGL for that team. So it's interesting, hey, whatever has changed, they've been practicing and they've been sticking to it, because look at the performance that they were able to show up here. Honestly, this is just one game that we're being able to see here. Who knows what will happen towards the end of the day. But to mention Meta as well, they had some roster changes too. I believe it was Mitek that ended up retiring and announcing it on his Instagram account. And it seems that to be working to their advantage here, maybe this team is trying to prove something as well, saying, hey, we don't need Mitek to be able to put out good performances.
Well, speaking of good performances, what about Ace One Glitter? We saw the 1,800 damage leading the lobby when it came into that first match. They placed 5th overall when it came to the scrims. I think they definitely put their foot down and said, all right, we're again, like BDM, we're a team that you have to watch out for.
Yeah, and honestly, those are the 2 teams that I was going to touch on as well, just because I think in the long run, we're going to continue talking about how important those kills are with the new change in the scoring system. And like you said, Ace One with almost 1,800 damage. BDM had almost 1,300 damage with 0 placement points. 6 kills, 0 placement points. That is huge. If they can manage to be consistent with those kills, both of these teams, and then if BDM can manage to just get a little bit higher placement points, both of those squads are going to be massive contenders.
Well, I'm curious to see who stood out individually. We're talking about the big damage numbers coming through, the kills as well. I think we need to take a look at our top 4 players from the last match and really kind of compare all 4 of them, because we do have, Ace One taking 2 slots right off the bat. We got BDM in there with Neto. We have G25. We have a lot of names that are kind of quote-unquote new to us, considering none of these teams played in World League 7.
I know this is the first game, but I kind of hope it stays like this. Just crazy. Just absolute madness. Look at Dudu, 599 damage right there. Cardozin with 719, being able to kind of help out his team as well. And then Neto with 5 kills. That is huge for that team. And Italox from G25, we mentioned they were able to take out Cloud9 there in that previous game. Him being able to put up 4 kills for that team, that is huge. And for Neto to only have survived 17 minutes and 37 seconds and still able to get 5 kills, that's pretty impressive. I can't wait to see what these players and these new teams are going to be able to do.
I feel like maybe they bit off more than they could chew. Maybe they're like, all right, we're going to take a fight with everyone, right? And they need to maybe reel that in to realize, okay, we can't fight everyone. We can get the kills, but again, placement points, even though there has been the change, they're still going to be very important for how these teams actually get through. I'm surprised to not see like Adder up there. He was one of our big standouts when it came to World League. I know Cloud9 haven't had as much prep time as they were hoping. I know Adder was playing in another tournament with a Russian team, and Aniva was playing with a French team in another tournament. Hopefully they can kind of kick it into gear. Again, just the first match, and that does mean we have to head to a short break. But when we come back, we get into match 2, and it's going to be over on Vikendi.
Mountain Dew? Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Well, Well, the teams are getting ready now for match 2 coming up, and we need to take a look at the schedule now so you guys can see again what map it is. It's going to be Vikendi, but more importantly, what group will be sitting out and what group will be coming in particular. You can see we're going to have Group A now sitting out from this one, but we have Group C coming in, so we need to see what teams will be joining us. And I can tell you off the bat, I know Loops is in there, I know B4 is in there. I think for instance, Loops in particular, this is one of those teams who everyone's looking up to, right? They're one of the teams at the top of the region, top of the world. They always have that bullseye on their back, and teams are always looking to learn from a team like this. And looking at how they played in World League, Glitter, they were one of those teams that if they ever got a knock on you, their entire team would just swarm all over you. Now, I'm curious, towards the end of World League, they fell off a bit. Can they get back into that earlier shape?
I mean, I'd like to think that they've taken this time to kind of work on whatever they needed to work on. We are used to seeing that very aggressive Loops playstyle, which I think is also why I was so excited after this first game that we see other teams going for that same exact style, because that could potentially affect Loops outcomes for any of these games, depending on who's landing with them or just how these other engagements might go that Loops potentially isn't prepared for. And you know, Seven and I, and you and yourself as well, Jason, we've all talked about this group that's now coming in. This is like the group of death, because outside of Loops, we also have XSET, we have the new Pittsburgh Knights. Like, this could be a very, very messy second match.
Yeah, you got B4 in there.
7.
Yeah, go ahead, 7.
Yeah, we have Alpha 7, Pittsburgh Knights, as mentioned, Defeaters, Help Quit Addiction, XSET, the first team that was out of PMCO North America with a lot of fragging power. It's going to be interesting how they play. And in regards to Loops, something that I wanted to mention and that you guys kind of touch on is they can be aggressive. When they are the aggressive team and teams kind of fall back a little bit, that's when they take full advantage. They're just like a shark surrounded by blood. But if another team starts being aggressive before they get a chance to be aggressive, that's when they kind of get caught off guard, and that's when we see Loops don't shine as much. And I want to see with this kind of group that they're in, with B4, with XSET, which we know that they have Sute now as probably as their ICL and as their mentor in a way, because he is such a veteran player. Anything can happen here. And just going based off, I wanted to touch on base a little bit about Cloud9 in the previous match. I know they didn't really have the best performances, but something that I did like about Cloud9 is that they were playing the game that we kind of saw them be towards the top 3 before. Pretty much waiting towards the end of the match, waiting to kind of get those kills. I think they just ended up getting surprised by G25. They were not expecting G25 to kind of come and ambush them the way they did.
I mean, they're going to have to learn to expect it, though. I mean, yeah, one game, not a big deal. They still have, what, like 77 left to go before we move into finals. There's still a chance for them to get top 16. If they don't get it, I think everyone out there will be very, very surprised. But as we're talking about Loops, by the way, mentioning when they're the ones playing passive and they're being aggressed on, they seem to crumble like we saw back in a Vikendi match back in World League. But I liked in the Dedine interview, he was saying that, yeah, they're not looking to replicate their like 100-point lead they had from PMPL Americas Season 1. They're focused on fixing a lot of the technical problems they had. And I think for me, that's like the mindset of a winner, right? That's like them realizing, yeah, I mean, forget about points. We're looking to improve ourselves because they want to be one of the best teams in the world. And I think they've already crowned themselves that title. But I feel like they're going to go into this first match and kind of see what teams are going to give them. I feel like they're going to be the ones looking for a lot of fights because they know if they have a bad match, it's not going to matter in the long run.
I hope they don't change that much stuff. I seen teams, and the main thing I said is I hope they improve on what they were doing and they don't change a lot of plans, because thinking back of when we were back in Malaysia, Jason, with Bigatron, whenever they were actually trying to qualify to the event, they kept telling me, hey, we just changed up a lot of stuff and it didn't work out, so we're just gonna go back to what we were used to doing and just improve on that, and then that's when they ended up dominating. So if Klaze Esports can just improve on what they were doing, maybe get higher placing, because remember, they used to rely a lot on their killing power, which with the new scoring system, it's good, but I want to go ahead and see them get higher placing, and on top of that, the higher kills. And on top of that, they get to play Vikendi for their first match.
Well, you're talking about, you don't want to see Loops change too much, you want to see them improve. What about a team like B4 Glitter? For me, they're bringing in Unnamed instead of Berg. I think Pedro might be subbed out for Unnamed. I think they want to start him as one of the main players. They have changed things up. They brought in a new player. I almost feel like they need to maybe change how they played some of these maps as well, because Miramar was hands down their best map in World League. And Miramar is one of the 3 maps that's the least played when it comes to PMPL Americas. So I feel like maybe and hopefully they've been able to change some things since then.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said earlier, I felt like they were one of those teams that were always like so close to kind of being in that top team area, and then they just could never really close it out, whether that was because of a map preference thing or bad rotations or whatever. They were always like, they had like these shining moments of promise, and then they just couldn't be consistent with them. So I'm really excited to see what the roster change does. Maybe that's the little bit of a shakeup that they needed. Maybe that was like the perfect amount of change, or maybe it's a new perspective that gets brought to the team. Like like I had said, Knight had said Nenebete is actually an up-and-comer in the new generation of PUBG Mobile players and is supposed to be fantastic. So I'm excited to get an opportunity to watch him play. This is his first international, stage that he's on. So will the pressure get to him? I certainly hope not, but I'm definitely excited to see what B4 has tweaked in the downtime between seasons so far.
And I hope that they definitely have looked at things, and I'm assuming they definitely have, because they had Knight behind them, who even, I remember mentioning in one of our interviews that they have a psychologist within the team to actually help them like get over nerves, get over frustrations, and kind of focus on the game. But the thing is, with the format we do have, you're going to play at most 2 matches in a row and then sit out one. And we talked a lot in the World League about like momentum, right? If you're one of those teams who start off strong and you have to sit out the next match, that can be really frustrating because you want to get right back into it. You want to continue what you performed in the game before. But likewise, if maybe you're Queso, this game off could actually be good for you to maybe really figure out what's went wrong for you in that last game. And I wonder if that's something that's really going to affect a lot of these Team 7 coming into the format we have set up.
Oh, definitely. A lot of teams are going to take this that kind of one game break to their advantage. We saw it happen over and over again. And actually, we saw it backfire at times. We saw a team win one, sit out one, and then the next match when they actually came back, they ended up in 16th place. But the most stuff that we actually saw, the pattern that I saw, was that teams were able to improve on whatever they were doing wrong. And that's what I'm going to be looking at here. Teams like G25, something I mentioned in the previous match that they did. One of the players was healing his teammate knowing that as soon as he got picked up, he was going to get knocked. Instead of him starting to heal himself. You gotta know when you gotta make those sacrifices. You gotta know when to make those tough decisions. Do you really wanna take the extra time to do something that's really not gonna work? So as we go on through this league, I'm pretty sure they're just gonna become sharper and sharper, and the gameplay is just gonna become better and better.
I mean, that's the upside, right? Is you play 2 days, you have 2 days off. You play 2 days, you have 1 day off. Like, you have time to actually sit back and rewatch like your VODs and rewatch what went right and what went wrong for you. We're still waiting for maybe a couple players to still get in the lobby. In the meantime, we did, again, get to sit down with a lot of the teams and talk to them about the event before we got into it. This time, we have Helping Quit Addiction.
Welcome to the PMPL Americas Season 2, everybody. My name is Glitter Explosion, and with me I have Skies from Helping Quit Addiction. How are you?
Good.
Now, you guys qualified through from PMCO North America. So how are you now feeling moving into the season, playing against the other top teams in the region?
I'm nervous, kind of, because it's different, because in PMCO, like the finals and stuff is way different compared to PMPL. And after the week 1 scrims, we're in last place because we're bad. We're not used to everything in PMPL, but we're getting better.
Now, you talked about not necessarily being used to the PMPL because it's a little bit different. Mm-hmm. Is that a play style thing? And what is your team's specific play style?
Play style, we play in center of the zone. We're not getting used to it because the rotation, we usually rotate not fast enough, and then we don't get a spot in the center zone, and so we have to take early fight and probably lose it and just die.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you already know what you guys need to work on. Outside of that, how have you guys prepared so far for PMPL Americas?
I think pretty good. We have confidence. We coming back. We will do good in the tournament, I believe. I hope.
Does your team actually have any specific goals for the upcoming season?
They want to make into the next stage, like after PMPL. But it's hard. We have to like try our best.
You guys have had the opportunity to kind of scout out the other teams and scrims. Who do you think you're actually going to be running into a lot when it comes to this upcoming season? Who do you think you're going to have a lot of fights with?
Loops. We have same drop spot, so I think, and we're not leaving because we will fight them.
For you personally, what do you consider to be one of the best moments of your career so far?
Making to PMPL.
Yes. I love that's so many people's biggest accomplishment so far. What are your overall hopes and expectations for this season of PMPL?
I was gonna say top 1, but it's kind of not. You know what? I'm gonna go for top 1.
Yes.
Go for it.
Anything's possible, okay? There are so many new squads that are in this grouping. You never know what could happen.
Go for it.
I love it. All right, well, before we close out this interview, I want to give you the opportunity to maybe shout out your fans or thank anybody that supported you guys along the way so far in your journey.
Thank you for 303. They give me a chance to play like when I were at first I was still T2, like T3 kind of player. And then they give me opportunity to get into like PMCO, knowing like there's a lot of tournaments and stuff. And then I have chance to reach into QST and then kind of PMPL. So I love them. And I love my teammate too.
Well, Skies, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today. I hope you guys absolutely crush it in the upcoming season of PMPL Americas.
Thank you. We'll try our best.
You know, I think that's something we kind of forget, actually, when we look at these PMCO teams, is they maybe have not had that experience playing against the teams who played in PMPL before, the teams who played in World League. It's a massive jump up from PMCO to PMPL, but it is a gap that can easily be closed upon if they just, I guess, prepare. Hearing Skies talking about, you know, Loops is one of their biggest contenders, and because they dropped the same spot and they're going to fight them. See, for me and Viram, I can respect the confidence. I respect them being willing to fight, but a team like Loops, if they finished, I mean, because they finished last, they said, if you're losing against Loops early on, you got to change something up because you don't want to be outside the top 16.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. I think if there's any team in the lobby, it's like, I want to take an early fight against you. Maybe not Loops.
Yeah.
Maybe not Loops. I mean, if I had you have a 1 in 16 shot, that's probably the one I would not pick. But you know what? I gotta give them props because that's a way to put a stamp on a lobby, put your mark on a game. So if that's how they want to start things off, if they want to become a threat in their own right, it's like, you know, going into pick the fight with the biggest guy. Okay.
I mean, right. I hear they do that in jail, but I really don't know how well that works out for the person that picks the fight with the biggest guy. I mean, okay, so Cameron, I'm kind of with you in this sense, I think, from what I understood of, if I were them, I would actually change my drop spot because that's like us putting together a group of 4 and like, okay, Bigatron's dropping Pachinki. We're dropping Pachinki. We're going to fight them, right? I think you have to recognize maybe a skill gap between you and another team, but not even necessarily skill gap. Loops is one of the best teams in the world when it comes to fighting. And I would not want to fight them early on if you just need to get top 16 points-wise, right? I think that's where you're going.
So Loops are really good in the mid-game when they're on the aggressive. I could see them being vulnerable during the drop position. However, if HQA aren't able to fully win those early game engagements, then they need to leave. I don't think it's a bad idea to start things off, but you do need to recognize when it is failing and come with a different decision.
I mean, we saw XSET in that last game. They lost 2 very early on, then they lost the 3rd. It was all down to Juicy. You don't want to have to do the G-Fan role. And I remember we talked to him about it, saying his role within the team is to just snake in whenever they lose too many players. And I think you don't want to have to kind of go to that kind of strategy. But then again, it's early days. There's tons of time to prepare and tons of time to warm up. So in Viram, now going into our first match here for Group C, Loops, and are you going to put your namesake behind them here?
Yeah, I mean, Loops on Vikendi? There's a clip somewhere of me screaming about it. Yeah, it's no-brainer.
Multiple.
No-brainer.
All right, well, we'll see how they're going to do here while we get underway here with our second match of the day. And Viram and Cameron Davis, take us away.
Did I time it right? Oh,
yeah.
Pretty close.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Yeah. You know, you nailed it perfectly from my screen. I don't know.
Nice, nice. Okay. I talked about this during PMWL. I talked about how much I love casting Vikendi. We see third party upon third party upon third. It's like not third party cubed, all right? There's just so much action in this game. Teams slowed it down over the course of the PMWL. It's gonna be wrong. But let's see if we go back to a little bit more of an aggressive style here this time around. In any case, Cameron, this it's all about the compounds. It's all about breaching. It's all about defending. It's all about those small skirmishes and how your team can play in a 4v4.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about loops at the beginning of this game is perfect. You're not the only one who was on that loop bandwagon. I think during the prediction game, we all just decided, yeah, you know what? What was it? C9 Erangel, loops Vikendi, either B4 or Queso for Miramar. Sanhok was a coin flip. And then Wildcard for the final Erangel. Like, we basically mapped this out. We solved the puzzle. But the biggest solution was, of course, loops on Vikendi. This Northern Circle, though, this is one that we haven't seen a lot during PMWL. This might make things a little different, but if I'm not mistaken, loops tend to loop towards the north side, but the Southern Circle seems to have changed their plans as they are now down towards the south.
Yes, oftentimes we would see them loop all the way north, all the way north above Cosmodrome. So we're not going to be seeing that. Or maybe, who knows, maybe we'll see a little bit of that here. But Loops and C9, I don't know what it is about these two squads. If they're on the map together, they tend to drop next to each other. But we'll see about squads that drop next to each other this time around, though. It's PK up here, the new Pittsburgh Knights squad, not the PK of old. And I mean of old. That was a team that was like the same roster or an iteration of the same roster for like a year and a half. Finally making a change here. The organization said, you know what, some of our players get a little bit burnt out. They want to, go their separate ways here, just chasing things, losing a little bit of the passion for the game. And, I totally respect it. If you play with the same people over the same time and you don't feel like you're necessarily improving, sometimes you just need to change something up. And in this case, it's a whole new roster here for PK. This Goldblade in a 2v1 situation. Let's see what he can do.
Runs ahead, gets a couple of shots, but no full damage. And the problem is, it's Trickster! The Trickster that he is, but he's only able to find one, but then there's a second follow-up. A good distraction, and a great follow-up by the Knights, running circles around Alpha. What can the two remaining members do? You can see them jump spotting in while the revive is going on. Goldblade's not worried. He is sticking that revive.
I love it. They've got a great position on the stairs here in TPP. You're able to see right up over top. That nades are coming through. Flash taking a little bit of damage, but still in a good position. 7 Law. No, okay. Well, that setup going down. And now Law's got to rethink about this whole position here. There's zero chance to save that teammate, and he's going to go down on the retreat. This is what I was worried about. It's Jack holding the off angle. That is great position here. I actually love this decision from PK. It's very similar to what we just saw Tempo do in the last game to win, holding an anchor player back and then playing a core group. But Jet's totally switching gears, Cameron. No, he's the one in the lead. I love this aggression from PK. They have a team wipe in their sights. They want to take it.
Yeah, they know it's a 4v1 once they got that last knock. Fortunately for Alpha, the remaining player is on the retreat, is able to break away from this compound and looking at the minimap behind a little bit of cover, just making sure that he's not chased down. And I like that the Knights aren't committing 100% to that final kill. They got 3, 4 would be nice, but you don't want to run out in the open and give Vituk an opportunity to get a couple of kills of his own if you just push willy-nilly onto this single shack. Problem is, the circle is on the north side. Once again, it's a northern circle, and this is a fight down towards the south, so Alpha, it's going to be a difficult snake for them.
That's the most southern position on the map. They have the farthest to go. Vidu's got his work cut out for him, but I love that play from PK. The Trickster came in from behind, they turned around, they addressed, but then you have another player coming in from behind. It's like this house of cards that just crumbled down there for Alpha 7, the team coming in from Brazil. Can have a very tough time. Juicy, last game in a similar position, but had the circle in his favor. Not the case this time, so we'll see if that player is able to survive. All the teams now are making the rotation. It's not quite as crazy as some of these insane early hard shifts we saw from teams in Vikendi's past. I think about the rotations to Dobro and how chaotic's not even the word, Cameron.
Well, the thing is, Dobro, it's a city and then a field and then scattered compounds. So you basically had to choose to play on the scattered compounds on the edge of the phase 1 or go immediately into the city. Yes, there's a lot of water in this first opening circle, but there are more options on land than there are on a Dobro phase 1. We're already seeing a lot of teams rotate up in there. Tribe are actually all the way up on the coast, center of the circle, not necessarily center of what you'd consider the play zone, the playable area, and where likely the next phase is going to shift. But it allows them to put all their attention in one direction. They don't have to worry about their backside. They can just focus on not 360 degrees, but 180.
Yeah, being able to narrow your scope, narrow that field of vision. Think about it, you want to have an open mind, you want to have your head on a swivel. At the same time, if you can limit the avenues of attack, of assault from the opponents coming on in, you can higher guarantee that you A, are going to see them coming, and B, hit your shots. So I like this, just trying to limit the avenues of attack from your opponent as much as possible, as we are seeing Brazilian Rampage here holding down this compound. Garcia's up on the high ground, and once again acting as scout. 3-1. I think we're now well past the point where it's like, yeah, this is the meta. This is what a lot of these top teams are doing. But Garcia's got his work cut out for him, because at this level of play, you know, against worse players, Cameron, take some shots at you. You can maybe dodge. You can get out of the way. You can reset. Some of these players, they'll just take you down in an instant.
Yeah, you have to be very, very precise on when you want to peek out and find that information. TPP does give you more opportunities to find the information without making yourself vulnerable at all, but Loop's going down in the kill feed already is not a good sign for our predictions. Thankfully, it's not being tracked. It's not being scored. We're not handing out prizes to ourselves this time around. So that's a sigh of relief, because I'm pretty sure we all would have been Loops for Kendi.
Yeah, that whole fight is going on down towards the south. The team...
What is that?
Yeah, that's just so much going on down here. Oh my goodness.
What is this?
What is even happening? Yeah, there's like a three-way fight. Federal drops as well to PK. PK already with 5 kills. They lost Trickster in the scuffle. Oh my goodness. 3 teams going toe-to-toe here down towards the south. All of them trying to get out because the blue is going to push on in. Carrillo is still up in. This Golden is down, as Jat is going to drop as well. All of these teams getting in on this fight. You've got to get your teammate up if you're Loops, because we've seen Loops do work even with only 3 players left, but they cannot lose another.
Yeah, this we didn't see the beginning of this fight, but my guess is that it was just a traffic jam. These 3 teams did not expect to fight at this position. They all tried to do the heads-up play, the smart play, and loop up the right side. And that's why you see them all back off, because they're so far from the circle. They don't want to commit to this fight where the blue can overtake them. It's going to, even if they win the fight, it's going to ruin their rotations for the rest of the game. They retreated. They picked up 1, maybe 2 kills overall in that engagement, but they then tried to reset, which is good for all of them because the blue is very close. Back into the circle, though, we're seeing a lot of other teams continue to stare each other down, and a good spray from Durso gets a knock onto HH24. Can they finish it as well? Immediately taken out, immediately destroyed. Tempo lose 1.
Cameron, that's what I'm talking about. At this level of play, if you are caught out in the open, there is no chance to reset. There is no chance to back up. You can't even hit prone. You're just dead, because the team shot there was perfect. You could see it. They held it. Both got optics on the same player. Said 3, 2, 1, go. And the spray came in. HH24 didn't know what hit him.
Yeah, how could you? There's no way to... there was a way to avoid that. It's by knowing what angles are available, but in Battle Royales, unless you know every single square inch of every single map, which I don't care how many hours these kids have in this game, that's a colossal achievement if they were to do so. Sometimes it happens, but really it's just a very good play by INTZ in order to get that knock and to get that secure kill. But Tempo Storm, they're no slouches. They're going to be able to adjust appropriately and continue to play the game out despite being down as 3.
Yeah, no, and again, they're coming in hot off of a win, a chicken dinner in game number 1. So I think they're going to be okay in this situation. You're still going to, oh yeah, they'll be fine. It's only losing 1. Losing 2 is when you have to totally shift your game plan. You have to go into survival mode rather than a team that can try and still get aggressive. And speaking of aggressive, Min was there with a headshot all the way down onto 8. Ace, Ghosty was able to reposition here, and that's the little bit of a difference that I'm talking about. Ace not quite getting the team shooting in position there, allowing that team to reset, get back, and not find that trade. They are going to be able to get Dudu back up because of the way this defilade is working. And looking at this position in the circle, they have a lot of time to work with here. The question is a team like Klaze going to rotate in from the outside, a potential third party, or is it G25 from the south?
Just looking at the feeders with the big crossfire, you see all the damage that they're putting onto Ace, but a nice Molotov to force Fishy away. He dodges the flames just barely, and he knows that there are Ace members up close. How is the approach going to work out for Ace? In fact, there's a member already inside the building. A counter grenade is going to come out. A counter molly, rather, but it is not going to find its mark.
Molotov's flying left and right here. Lighting it all. He's got nowhere to go. Focusing's just like, okay, I guess I'm staying here. I get that's fine. This is fine because this is the push. Cameron, this is what we were talking about going into this map. It is all about the compounds. It is all about the breach. Can you get in there? Can you take over a building, clawing away this square footage inch by inch from your opponents? And we're seeing Fishy now going to look for the high ground, getting these roof positions. They talk about elevation a lot. This is a prime example. Fishy is going to have all the eyes on this angle, and it's just limiting the avenues of attack from Ace. And here we go. This is what he's waiting for. And here comes the... He's late, Cameron. He's late. You can't make that mistake. It will cost you every time. And now Fishy has to completely reposition, and his spot is compromised. But luckily, he is able to rally, recover, and get the shot back. Ooh, give me a heart attack for a second there. But he does go down. Nice nade.
This looked good for Defeaters at the start, and despite losing their first member, Ace are coming up. They're finding the knocks. They're finding not the finishes just yet, but they're flooding forward. Minwoo, what can he do as a solo against 4? He's on fire. And then
oh my goodness,
all pushing in.
On fire and not in a good way, as here comes the shots from up top. Minwoo, they're just trading it out with bodies. Beautiful play there from Ace. And that is the ace, as Defeaters is down and out. The first team to exit the lobby, focusing. Just looking to focus in on all those points. Give them to me. And that is 4 in their pocket. Nicely done. That is how you play Vikendi.
When you have a spread in the way that Defeaters did, you cannot let your opponents, like Ace, group up and push you like that. That your weakness is when you are able to be isolated when you're in a spread in the way that Defeaters were, and we basically saw it happen. Fishy had that opportunity for the angle, for that first player crossing through, was late on it. I thought the follow-up would have been a lot better. They were able to get that player down, but in doing so, they focused too hard on that solo player, and the other 3 remaining members just flooded in on them and took them all out.
And this is an example of, if you're playing the flanker, if you're playing the lurker, you can still do work even if you don't necessarily get the down, because what he did is he put pressure on his opponents. He made all the heads so he made them look, and then the nades came through, then the shots came through. Fishy, who had a great angle, was forced to reposition, and that intel was then leveraged over to the other side, and Ace just played that really darn solid. It seems like a lot of these teams coming up from Brazil, you look at Loops, they're sort of the pioneers of a lot of the things that we're seeing here. A lot of that technique is being really emulated by these Brazilian teams.
Listen, you learn from the best. Doesn't matter what region you're from, but there's a team that is winning almost every single event, or at least placing very, very well. You gotta review those VODs. Reviewing your own VODs is important, but reviewing the VODs of teams that are winning is also as important, because you can learn so much. What are they doing that is successful? You don't want to try and copy them, because you're different players. You're going to have your own style that works for you, but you can certainly learn a lot on what at least elements to sort of steal from. It's like art. Nothing's new under the sun. The best artists are inspired by the artists before them. It's the same thing here.
Absolutely. No, it's taking cues. And again, you can't copy anything exactly, but it's the mindset behind it. It's creating opportunities, punishing, bad elevation. In any case, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that over the course of the PMPL, especially here on Vikendi. As we hop back over with C9, a team we touched on a little bit in game number 1. We've been, talking about them on and off because they were such a powerhouse and are still such a powerhouse. But this is a team that looked so consistent, and we praised them on their consistency, Cameron. But when that went away, we started to realize, well, okay, if they can't be consistent, then they're just not winning. And that was sort of a weird situation for C9 to be in. Let's see if this little bit of offseason can rectify any of those little errors, and let's see if that, I think, unfortunate misplay in game number 1 is going to be corrected. But as Adder goes down, maybe I'm wrong.
We'll see. They're trading blows back and forth with INTZ, but over here, it's going to be in port right now. And Abete, the alleged new Carrillo. That's a statement. That's a statement that's been made, which sounds like a stupid statement that I just made. But either way, moving on. We'll see if that can happen.
I mean, look, if you want to make that call, if you want to make that claim, you're putting a lot of pressure on this player. And one of two things is going to happen. Either I'm going to be completely impressed or a little bit let down. And I'm kind of hoping for the former. I want to see some more big stars. I want to see some more big names come out here in the PMPL, as we're starting to see shots rain across Vikendi. In this case, hang on, it's Big Zera from B4 coming on in. Levi not on the squad in this particular iteration, and Abede, like you mentioned before, is taking over that spot. This is another team in terms of Miramar. We would often talk about their ability to do well here. Let's see if they can channel some of that energy onto these cliffs of Vikendi.
Yeah, so the phase 2 shift, somewhat center, but it feels like a northern shift because there's still a lot of water in play. And so you can see all these teams trying to rotate up towards the coast. And there are larger compounds in this area, but also these nice cliff sides that you can already see INF trying to take over. Overlook port, overlook with these two teams staring off, X and Tribe looking at each other. There's a little bit of damage onto Zute. Is that a Molotov that he accidentally stepped in?
I'm not sure. It might have been, because I can't think of who else would have shot him. I also observed a shot of Orlando at some point. That would be amazing, because he took a boat, and he out there. Not exactly sure what happened. Maybe Zute took a little bit of underwater damage? I have actually no idea. Oh, he might have just taken a shot. No, it was here. It was from G3. There we go. That's now Echo's taking some shots. I've heard big things about Echo. You know, Seven, he's been hyping up this player, looking for big things. But Kinga now on... Oh, switch. Oh boy, here we go. Kill switch in a potential rough spot right here, as this is XSET, their first test on Vikendi. How can they do it? These are a lot of North American favorites. If you are a fan in NA, you've been watching PUBG Mobile for the last while, you know all these players. This is their opportunity to go up against some of the other staples in the team. Seagut, he's like the OG, one of the true veterans of this region. So there's a lot of NA pride on the line in this fight.
Local shift goes in Port's favor. These teams don't have to move so much. Problem is, Tribes seem to have X pinned down, which is weird considering when you look at these positions, I think X would have the advantage in this engagement. I guess we'll see how it plays out. The revive is going to come in. They're going to stay as 4. But they're just pinned into the corner. There's not a lot of mobility available for them. Tribe aren't giving them the opportunities to get a knock and then push forward. So it's going to be on Echo and Zute perhaps to rotate down the south. It's fate, given the information, calling out what's available and what is not. They're going to split up into a 2-2 pinch perhaps. And now already an opportunity not found. A little bit of damage, but no full knock.
Fate still getting aggressive here. All these players know where the corresponding counterpart is on the other side. A lot of intel already been had. We are going to see a bit of a reset here for XSET, but Alpha 7, Vidu, the last remaining player. I talked about the trip that he had to make all the way from the south. He made it. Actually, he came around in from the west, and he's actually out here behind XSET at this point, and I don't know if they know he's there. Props to him for surviving as long as he has, but he could potentially be a spanner in the works here if XSET don't appreciate and don't keep their head on a swivel. There could be a team coming in from the other side.
Yeah. The shift in that direction might put them in a little false sense of security because it's still only phase 4, rather. I don't know if the blue... The blue, I think, does a little bit too much damage for any wide rotations, but when you see a hard shift, it's always a possibility. So they're going to want to have one member look behind them every once in a while, at least just for that security, just so they know where exactly they need to put their attention forward. Yeah, I saw you react. The Knights got taken out. We're now down to...
In a vehicle.
Yeah. 14 teams remaining.
Speaking of insecurity, you're just driving in, you're like, oh, on the rotation. Suddenly your car gets focused and boom, your hopes and dreams go up in smoke, quite literally. But my next big question, Cameron, is this circle shift. A lot of things are going to be determined by where this circle moves. Oh, me, oh my. We're going to have some sloppy rotations here, Cameron. I'm ready.
Yeah, this is rough. I can imagine that XSET actually want to try and find a boat or even just swim. I'm going to see Kill Switch out in the water. But Ace, that compound take was worth more than the 4 points that they got from those kills. Now they can just chill. They can just hang out. They're going to have to defend multiple attackers, but it shouldn't be the most difficult thing for them. They might not be able to get that many kill points because I think a lot of teams are going to be fighting each other as they push in. They might have a little bit of FOMO, watch all the action happen over the ridgeline down towards the south, towards the southwest. But either way, they're still sitting pretty. That's still not something that you should complain about too much.
One person who has a right to complain on this server is Vidu2K, who, let's be honest, has had every bad circle rotation you can possibly have as a solo player. I'm coming in from the west. Circle shifts. Team! Come on! What are we doing? Now he's just got to try and backfill XSET here while staying alive. King is going to have the optimal angle here up on the cliff. Tribe is taking this over. I talked about the optimal angle, but he's got to find the shots. He's got to have the intel. Switch just gave Tribe a gift. Christmas came early.
That was, it wasn't free, but it was about 80% off that knock. And, you didn't pull the trigger on it, and it was sold out before you could make up your mind.
And it wasn't even like you tried to get a 3080. No, you had a prime opportunity. you had an opportunity.
Like Xbox from this morning where it goes what is it, sold out in 15 minutes or however long it took?
Oh, it's like 10 seconds probably. Anyway, in any case, we're seeing the fight continuing here up top of the hill in the back. You can see it now close up. I don't know if Tribe necessarily appreciate how close Fate and the boys have gotten. This time, though, it is XSET all up in the grill, but Seagut has an interesting little off angle here. B4 is also playing third party in the back. Tribe are now pinched once again. Cameron, this is the second time in 2 games this has happened to them, and they are not yet fully in the circle. Fate and crew, they've got to push in. The blue, it's going to start to tick away. It's going to start to do the damage, but B4 getting the first kill onto Tribe, but Seagut is holding steady. Kinga is here as well, and all the while V2 is just holding his water. He's just going in behind. This Kinga's there. They don't appreciate it, but he can't get off the heel in time, and that's V2 from the back. He's actually going to get the kill. He's actually going to eliminate XSET. Oh my God. And XSET, what? Okay.
Yeah.
I have no words.
I like the approach by Execute. They're taking the low ground, having kill switch behind to hold the angle and give the information, but they took way too long. When the circle shifts away from you in that manner, you have to be quick because you are on the fast side of the circle, and it's going to be another east shift away from Tribe. Wow. Yes, they survived. Yes, they're licking their wounds, but they're going to have to move even further. And it's going to be a lot of congestion from the southwest side. I don't know if there's any quick and easy path inside either. I think this is going to be a lot of running and gunning out in the open, very similar to what we saw in the last game.
Oh my goodness, and all I can see is the kill feed just continue to light up and light up and light up and stay lit. And a lot of it's from Tempo Storm. We talked about the fact they lost a player early, but that does not count them out. I saw them getting kills on multiple top teams. And G25 is going to look to get some of their own. Tensa finally going to drop there, the last remaining player there from Brazilian Rampage, getting some redemption for the 3 teammates that Tempo already took down. And we're seeing all the damage here. I mean, yeah, 3 members of Tempo Storm in the top 10 for good reason, as only 12 teams are remaining. But Loops have been able to weather the storm despite losing a player early. Now facing up against the team that called them out, Cameron. It's helping quit addiction, but they have all 4 members alive.
None of these teams, it doesn't matter how much you have alive when the circle is so against you in this area. It's almost like you're losing 3 or 4 players in terms of what you have an advantage on. Ace, though, defending their compound. B4 able to get up close and personal because they're on the coastline. They don't have to worry about their back. By getting backfilled upon, by getting backstabbed, the nades are coming in, trying to find the opening knocks. Aren't coming their way, but they have a little bit of time to work with because they are in the circle, albeit just barely.
Oh, you talked about, Cameron, this compound being worth its weight in gold. Forgets 4 points. This is giving Ace control. And now as B4 is trying to push in, they are fighting off all comers as HQA is continuing to take it to Loops in the kill feed, but that's B4. A little bit of backstab from Tribe this time, getting some redemption from before. Mixera, he's trying to hold all these angles. Look at the positioning of these cameras. They're constantly swiveling back and forth. They do not feel safe. Even with the water at their back, they know there are still teams going to look to try and take it from them as finally Loops goes down. The team we talked about Tempo Storm as well. Another team that was getting so many kills. They're still going to place pretty well because of those kill points they got, but they're out for now as Ace, Cameron. Ace, my goodness, they are in the castle on top of this hill.
The circle does finally shift away from them, but if they can handle B4, if they can handle Klaze, they have the high ground to look down on the road, down on where the circle is ending, and get a bunch of damage before they have to push in. Oh! This shot takes a little bit of damage in return.
Just getting ready to get hyped there. I was preemptively. Every time I see a big old sniper come out, I gotta get real excited. Because let's be honest, these players feel like the M4 do the job pretty well as it is, but I still like seeing the bolt actions. Call me old-fashioned as Pito is putting it to work. I feel validated, Cameron, as they are just trying to creep their way in here.
But at what gain? Neither of these teams are in the circle, and they are not the teams that they have to push through to get inside. If they can, yes, take out a team to your left or the right, can help clear that angle for safety to push to the circle, but Cloud9 have control of that zone. It doesn't matter. You're looking for points at this point. Getting into the zone with the position to defend and hold out into the late game is nigh impossible. Because look at this spread by Cloud9. They are below the bridge. They're on the low ground. They don't have a lot of pressure outside, but good luck getting close to them and surviving.
Yeah, Adder is the only player up on the quote-unquote high ground. He's using this smoke, using this third-person mode to try and feed information back, but he's in a great spot because his teammates have tangible hard cover. In this case, traditionally we talk about soft cover, we talk about terrain, but in this case, because of the bridge, because of the way this lays itself out, it is true hard cover. They've got a lot of options, but a team that doesn't have a whole lot of options, it is B4. As we're seeing Ace pushing on in, B4 is able to take over one of the buildings in this compound, but we can see from all these different perspectives, they're gonna have to try and hold on. Nick Zera staring this down, but wait a second, Ace are realizing they don't need to take this fight, they just need to survive. They've got all 4 members up, but a little bit of miscommunication because Dudu is playing back. He's trying to play spoiler onto B4, but instead, he is just feeding over these Hang on a second, though, as Nick Zera does go down. Dudu's gonna drop, but B4 now, because of the play of Ace, keeping one player back to stall them, they guarantee they outlive B4. What a play for Mafioso and crew, but doing so, they gave up so much positioning there, and they might still go down regardless.
That was a worthy sacrifice for them, but as you mentioned, just a little bit too late. No! And the blue is gonna take them out. It was a good idea, execution slightly flawed. But either way, it was going to be a Herculean task for them to push down that hill with B4 still alive at their backs no matter what. Good hold, 5th place. And now we're looking at the top 4. INTZ with all 4 up. Cloud9 2, G25 2, HQA with 3, and Mitz putting the pressure onto HQA. That's another one knocked.
Ace 1. With 12 points. That is so many kills. Taking that compound early, the way the circles worked, a little bit of luck involved, but speaking of luck, Idiko, hi.
I guess.
Okay, we take those. We absolutely...
that was gonna spread.
Not gonna happen twice. Not gonna happen twice. Okay, all right. Oh, spoke a little bit too soon. The HQA, they were the team that said, look, if we drop on Loops, we will still fight them. We will still contest them. They're the team that actually helped take down Loops, and now they have 3 members up. We saw the interview with them going into this beforehand. You know, they have a few words here coming out from HQA, but the team is speaking loud and clear. But the problem is, Cameron, they're getting shot from multiple angles, and this hope for them might be collapsing because INTZ still has 4 players up.
Look at this push out from them. Adder's doing the damage onto HQA, but it's INTZ that's going to be dealing the final blow. No, it's actually onto Adder that they find. He's going to go down. It's only Pyro remaining once again for Cloud9. It's later in the game. It's not as dire of a situation as it was on Erangel. But now that INTZ have the high ground on top of this bridge, that's going to be it. That's G25 taken out. That is HQA taken out. And now it's all up to Pyro 1v4. It's going to be a difficult task for him to succeed at.
Talked about a Herculean effort. Well, he's got 4 tasks in front of them, but it's taking out all of these members of INTZ, and he can't miss shots like that. His position is revealed. That's 1 down, and that's just gonna be it. The execution there. GG, winner, winner. Chicken dinner. INTZ showing up in a big way. 7 kills to their name here on Vikendi. You love to see it here from this squad. That looks like keeping all 4 members alive, but how chaotic that was. Cameron, we didn't get to see them a ton in those scuffles, but they weathered the storm beautifully.
Yeah, 7 kills is quite low for how many kills you have when you win a game, but in a circle like that, staying alive is really the win condition that you had. You saw how much action, how much chaos was happening on the southwest specifically. Being able to avoid all that, I think, is worth it.
Oh, for sure. No, the way they played that out was just really, really solid. Able to, again, take smart fights. That was sort of the thing there. But also we showed at the end there, the aggression could certainly happen. Jason, I know you were watching these games. I know you're talking to our analysts behind the scenes. What were some of your big takeaways from that one? Because that was definitely a chaotic late game.
There was a couple, to be honest. Again, Cloud9 playing like the very similar style of get in the zone, worry about kills later. Seeing Ace 1 have aggression that kind of rival Loops in the sense of like how confident they were and how well they were able to actually execute. I think a lot of Molotovs were thrown in. I think actually that's gonna be a clip that Seven's gonna be breaking down later on. But also we got to see like a couple of different teams in there. Like for instance, INTZ, they finished 20th overall when it came to the scrims. This time they ate themselves a chicken dinner in their very first match. Really good to see that like teams took that into account. And last thing, real quick, for Ace One, team that came in from PMCO, and they're battling against the best teams of the region and coming out ahead. I love to see that because I love to see new teams, new blood come in and really show what they've got. But I do have to say goodbye to you. I'm sorry, I actually wanted to talk to you guys some more. Unfortunately, I have to talk to the analysts now, but we'll catch up later on today. Actually, I'm so happy to be talking to the analysts. I was totally kidding. That was just because they're on camera, guys. Hey, don't leave me hanging. Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good, how about you?
Better now, better now. Seven, your smile always makes the show better. But yeah, let's maybe talk about this match. Again, let's start by talking about INTZ as we see the rankings from the last match, because this team, I didn't really expect to have this kind of performance off the bat. They get the chicken dinner, and more importantly, they get the 7 kills behind this. And because of the kills, you know who I'm going to let talk first.
Who?
I don't know, is it me?
No, it's 7 kills.
It's me. It's 7 kills, baby. It's 7 kills. 22 points total. Listen, INTZ had a perfect game plan right there. If Ace One would have ended up inside the circle, I think that team would have ended up winning. I know we got second place there, Cloud9, which I'm not surprised because, as I mentioned, in the first game, they were playing their own strategy. What we know them for, they just ended up getting surprised by G25 Gaming. Well, guess what? Here, they were able to get that second place, 17 points total. 5 kills is good for them. G25 Gaming, once again, being able to get some kills there with 6 and then 14 points total. I want to go to Ace One real quick though, because they were able to get 6 kills, and out of those 6 kills, I love the aggressiveness that they showed me, and this is something that we're going to be able to break later on, but the aggressiveness that this team showed was awesome. And another one too, it's Pittsburgh Knights there, Glitter, and they were able to get 5 kills even though they got 0 placement points.
Yeah, and this is, I know we're only 2 matches in right now, but this is starting to become a pattern where we see these teams going big on the kill points and actually keeping themselves relatively high up in the rankings because of it. As we move on to the second page here, we see Tempo able to pull down 4 kill points to get themselves 9th place, and then you can see the rest of the teams down there at the bottom. Surprising though to see both Loops and Execute on that second page and a little bit towards the bottom. We had said, will Loops be able to come out of the gate strong, and I think that they struggled a little bit here in this first match for them.
I mean, we can look at Loops and Execute not doing well, but there's one team in there that we didn't mention that I actually really want to talk about, because you know what, Glitter, we just literally showed the interview you did with Skies. HQA, 14 points. I mean, honestly, in the interview, and I don't mean any BM by it, but he didn't really seem confident that they could do well. I mean, yeah, he's like, yeah, we're first. But you heard him before, he said, yeah, we're bad. And I'm surprised to hear someone say that, but for them to get 14 points in this match against teams like Loops, against teams like Cloud9, I think that's a really good showing of what they can bring to the table if they get that confidence in themselves.
I mean, he did say very clearly that one of the teams they expected to potentially run into would be Loops because they dropped on a lot of the same places and that they had no intentions of backing off, that they would fight them for it every time. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, really cool to see. And we're actually having actually, Seven, go ahead if you want to talk about him.
No. I mean, one thing is maybe he was just self-aware. He knows that maybe they're not good in certain situations and they need to improve in other situations. I've seen players do that often, so I'm going to cut him some slack for saying that. It's not what you want to hear out of a player, but I'm going to cut him some slack.
Maybe he's playing with us.
That's right there.
Maybe it's he wants us to think they're not going to do well, and they specifically place last in scrims because it's when they do well, which they knew they would do the whole time, you'd be like, oh my god. Anyways, INTZ, as you're trying to get to, we can see the damage in. Again, not too much damage for kills that they got, but I feel again, like Cloud9, most of their kills came towards the very end of that last match, Glitter.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that. I think some of these teams are still finding their footing, but what's even crazier to me is the fact that they weren't the only one in that general vicinity of kill numbers, right? We're seeing a lot of these squads really stepping up to the plate. Yeah, INTZ didn't put out a ton of damage. They were still under the 1K damage mark for, as we just saw, for those 7 kills. However, those points alone that they were able to pull down are going to be huge for them overall, and every single point will count in the long run when it comes to qualifying through to these finals, especially if all of these teams keep up the performances that we're seeing today.
Especially if you're a team that unfortunately rides towards the bottom of the scoreboard, right? 13th through 16th, we said, get 0 points. So that 1 kill can mean the entire difference. Now, in the meantime, we're going to take a look at our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments from the last match. Some highlights from what we did see in match 2. And I think we might even see the clip you want to break down here in a bit, Seven, because of how amazing it was. But let's start to talk about these. I mean, again, we start off with Alpha 7 right off the bat. PK, maybe this is something that we can talk about. Again, a completely different roster from what we saw in World League. Not having too bad of a showing here.
Honestly, the aggressiveness that they show from the get-go, and also that they were when they knocked down a player from Klaze Esports, which I'm pretty sure we might be able to see later on, they were still taking fights with other teams. They were knocking players from various teams, and this right here is what we're going to be breaking down in a little bit. So don't worry, we'll get a chance to talk about that and how Ace did so well in that push, and why I think they're just, if they continue to be as aggressive as they were able to show there in that scenario, it's going to be a scary, scary team. And now we go here to Tribe with King A. King A being able to take advantage of the smoke there. They weren't able to spot him, being able to knock people. Then we see Ace spotting people out in the open. That's an easy kill, especially if that player is not able to realize right away where they're getting shot from. Something you love to see. G25 being able to just pop up, get some knocks there in Adder. I know this is one player, Glitter, that we've been talking for a while. It's good to see him starting to get knocks and kills as well.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of waiting to see Cloud9 figure out how they want to play with their aggression, and Adder's definitely a player that we will be looking to for that, as we see Pyro trying to fight it out here in that final 1v4 moment against INTZ in the final zone. I mean, obviously that was a rough situation, but the fact that he was able to at least get Cloud9 into second place for those placement points at the end is going to be huge for them.
And I think something we've been talking about, and we'll probably talk about honestly for like the first couple of days, is a very important aspect of teams are just feeling each other out, right? It's not like they're coming in with their final form. I feel like, if anything, the teams who came in from PMCO, maybe not Ace 1, because they've been looking so good, it's kind of like a big learning game for them. It's like, how are these teams who played in PMPL Americas, who played in the World League, how are they going to play in these matches? And we need to adapt our strategies more so if we're not performing well. But Seven, you teased about a little clip you wanted to talk about with Ace 1. I believe we have that ready, so I'm really curious to see what's going to happen this as we do goats.
It's going to be an engagement break into 2 here, and the reason why I wanted to show this is because Ace decided to set up themselves so well here. They realized that one play, I think they ended up spotting somebody from defenders, and then they slowed down, repositioned their cars. They were able to hop off, and as soon as they do that, they just go into full offense. They did end up getting one other player's knocked down, and something that I like is how they were able to recover from that. One thing that I do need to mention, this player right here from Ace, he knew that there was a player on the roof, so maybe not sure what happened there. I mean, they have to push back because of that player towards the top right, but it was interesting to for him to go back to it and get knocked by the player, by Fishy, that was on top of the roof. Something that I do enjoy here from Ace is how they were able to get some knocks there, and you're gonna see they get a second knock, and as soon as they get that second knock, they're already starting to rotate. And usually what you would think is, okay, you know what, we'll send 2, maybe we'll have somebody pick up that player just in case we end up getting third party. No, Ace said, you know what, if he dies, he dies. We're gonna go straight for that last player from the enemy team, and we're just gonna full on rush him. And this aggression here is something that I just love seeing, Glitter.
Yeah, and you know, Jason had said it earlier as well. Part of the reason that this went so well for them was, one, that frag that came out onto, I believe it was on Bishop from Defeaters. That was a huge nade, and allowed them to push up, and they used the molly to zone their way into that final building to finish off Defeaters. And that was just such an intelligent play from Ace 1. And you know, you had mentioned just before this clip, Jason, that this might be the opportunity for teams to start feeling each other out because they haven't all necessarily played against each other. And I almost feel like Ace 1 knew that these games could be a little bit slower because of the reason of the teams feeling each other out, and they're almost taking advantage of that conservative playstyle and just pushing through everyone to try and get some points really early on.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, again, you only need top 16, so maybe like 90 to 100 points could be enough you need over these matches you have going on over the 78. In the meantime, now we're going to look at the total damage, and I'm really curious to see, because there was a couple of different teams in there really battling out for first place. I know G25 had a large amount of damage fairly early on, around the 1,300 mark. I'm curious if they went higher. Yeah, you can see 1,600 now for them. But 7, I mean, INTZ, they get 7 kills on the 800 damage, and they get the chicken dinner. I mean, it might not be the most glorious victory, but it's a victory nonetheless, and if they can be consistent with that, then they are easily into the top 16.
Yeah, not the glorious, not the flashes, but guess what? They got the job done. And then 871 damage. Hey, they were being very tactical. They were choosing their fights, and they ended up pretty much choosing the right fights, especially towards the end. G25, though, the amount of damage right there in comparison to everybody else, very impressive. And then another team that we were mentioning was B4. B4 being able to get almost 800 damage, 3 kills. That is a great start of the of the day. And then you see Klaze Esports only getting 1 kill, and then Alpha 7, one of the teams that we're kind of keeping an eye on, also getting 1 kill, and Execute not being able to get any kills. I think they just ended up getting very unlucky there with the shift of zone in the last match.
I want to bring up one more thing real quick. Loops. Yeah, they lost Federal early to PK, but still, even knowing they're down a player, I was still kind of surprised that they only finished off with like 260 damage. I was expecting a little bit more out of them just because it's Loops. We know how good they can be. Glitter, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that in particular, but it definitely seemed like Loops are having that slower start.
I mean, they did have a change in their roster, right? You know, we saw Golden in there, I believe. So that maybe. Right, exactly. So maybe that's part of it. Maybe, you know, they're just trying up trying some new lineups and seeing how that works for the squad. And you know, like we said, it's still their first game. I definitely think we maybe missed that very stereotypical Loops aggression. It didn't feel like they were necessarily playing that way, but that could be potentially part of a bigger plan that we don't know about. You know, I don't know what they worked on. You did mention that they had said they wanted to maybe tweak some things, fix some things that they thought needed to be changed. So maybe this is part of that.
Okay, we'll obviously see as the day goes on. In the meantime, now we have to head to a short break. But when we come back, we'll be getting things ready here for match 3 in just a few moments.
Mountain Dew? Squads. There's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs. For those who strike from above or from below. For the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, once again, it's time to take a look at the schedule to see which map will be coming up as our match 3. And I can tell you, as you can see on your screen, it's going to be Sanhok. So things are going to get spicy, things are going to heat up and get very moist as we drop in the Sanhok in just a few moments' time. Now, something you did mention, Glitter, that actually I thought was a really kind of good point of like bringing Golden in and Kayowski coming out. And same for Wildcard, because that Ace are not even playing either, right? That Enigma coming in. I'm curious, because this would be the perfect time to do it, is for teams who do have subs that they know down the line they're going to have to use in one form or another, why not have them play early on where there's not a lot of stakes rather than play later when you need those certain amount of points to qualify? I think that's a very smart point and maybe something we should talk about really quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, you have to figure out whatever small advantages you can, and you want to do that when there's not a lot of pressure, you know, when there's not a lot of stakes on the line, because for all you know, taking a small L now could become a very, very large reward later on if it helps you figure out a better lineup for your team, for specific maps even. They might even just be trying out specific players on specific maps. It could be a comfort thing, it could be a play style thing, and I mean, I would definitely be using the time now at the very, very beginning of the season to get all that stuff out of the way, as opposed to, like you said, worrying about it later on down the line.
Yeah, and I think also, you know, realizing there might be some nerves coming in for the players. Just get that first game done so you can jiggle it out and get ready to go. We're going to be talking to you later on when we do finish off this next match. I think it's time to get this next game underway. So I got to say goodbye to you for now. And you guys at home, we can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL. Let us know your thoughts about who you're supporting. Maybe let us know about what you think's going down so far in these matches and how your teams are doing. And now, as the third game does get ready to go, we're going to bring our commentators back in. We got Environment Cameron Davis once again, looking excited. Hopefully, Environment, you know, keeping your throat ready to go. I've been hearing the hype coming out of you, man. You still have a lot of action coming up in these next weeks. But let's maybe talk about Loops. Actually, no, let's talk about Loops. Let's talk about the idea what we're just talking about with Glitter and Seven of if you do have those subs you know you have to play with. What's your thoughts on that by making them play early on?
I'm a big fan of these floating 5-man rosters. I love the idea that players feel like if they're not on that day, they can take a break. They can have a bit of a mental reset, because a lot of this is the mental game. And I know that sometimes it's like, well, the synergies are going to be offered. If you guys are all, not necessarily friends, but at least friendly and can appreciate what everybody does, put in the practice. I don't think it's, especially in a game like PUBG Mobile that has so many variables already built in, it's not like you're executing as many set strats or whatever. So I think as long as you trust the person gunning to your left, you trust the person to your right, you should be fine.
Well, Cameron, one team that I think does have trust in each other, coming in from PMCO, Ace1. They have been on an absolute tear in their very first 2 matches. They're not going to be sitting out. But I was curious about your thoughts on them in particular so far. Is this a team you've been, pleasantly surprised with?
Yeah, honestly, any team from PMCO that's performing as well as they did is certainly a surprise because of the level of competition. When you look at that versus PMWL, they didn't win the previous game, but they got 12 kills sitting on top of that tower, of that mountain. We'll see if it continues on. It's only been 2 rounds so far, but they're definitely one of the teams that I am now looking at.
See, I'm kind of sad because Sanhok's coming up, and I believe they're not playing. And this is one of the maps that, for me, is like, okay, if they can really prove to be an aggressive team that can, execute attacking another team correctly, this is definitely going to be it. But I feel like here in Viram, this is going to be a big eye-opener for a lot of the PMCO teams going up against the really experienced teams about the third party and the fourth party, etc.
You know what? I think we've sort of gotten past the point where the level of competition is like super separated between those teams who've like competed in PMWL or not. I think that a lot of these PMPO squads are really stepping up, and we're going to start appreciating real quick that the gap is pretty much closed. All of these teams are top tier.
Okay, well, we'll see how that one breaks down when we get into this next match. It's match 3 at Sanhok. Take us away.
Thank you so much. Oh, we thought Vikendi was chaotic, and don't get me wrong, it was. But, on Sanhok, it was. Oh, my goodness. Especially that late game. Oh, my. And also, for the record camera, they got 6 kills, 12 points total with placements. That goofed me up as well because they changed the draft work, and now it factors in their placement points, which is fantastic, because then we know at the end how many points all those teams have accrued. I love the fact that we're constantly updating our graphics, constantly improving the show. As we're jumping in here, the rumble in the jungle, I believe we like to say. Yes, please, all day.
Yeah, sure, the plane path is a little on the south side touch, but it's Sanhok, so you'll be fine. First phase of Sanhok is pretty much all of Sanhok anyway, so unless it's a hard swing down towards the south on the first phase and you're up all the way up on the north side, everyone should be fine. Honestly, early game of Sanhok is just, let's just get through it all. Let's wait for the early rotation, maybe a little bit of teams caught out on rotation, and let's get to the action because it does not stop on this map. That's what makes it so chaotic, and that's what makes it so fun to watch.
Yeah, where we get to benefit as casters, the audience at home, the fans, they get to watch, and I think like us, the players thinking about this early game, just get through it. Just get through it. Just get through this early game, find a couple of buildings, maybe a camp, maybe a compound, loot up, and then assess, because this is where these early game rotations, it's not even like they're particular. I mean, again, chaotic's not even the term. There's just it's just by design. There's just not a lot of room to work with. It's not like teams are intentionally looking to like muck each other up. It's really just that you don't have a lot of space to play with.
Yeah, that's honestly what it is. It has to do with how tight the terrain movement can be, how tight the shrubberies are, the grass, and how much vision it covers. But then, of course, there are the rivers. They play such an impact on this map because there is such a higher percentage of the map than they are on Erangel or Vikendi. And on a circle one like this, dead center, a good chunk of the top of the circle is also taken out by the ocean. You're gonna have to basically coin flip on which side of the river you want to be on. Most of them are gonna be on the east side, but the teams that are looting up the northwest island might not be the best idea to try and move across that bridge so early on. Then again, moving earlier could mean you get across better, but then if it's either way, there are so many variables in Sanhok.
I feel like Sanhok is sort of the, well, I was gonna say personification as if it was a person, but it's the epitome of risk reward.
There it is.
We use the correct word here. It's risk reward.
Risk majors.
Ha ha ha! Go to college, kids. Go to school. Anyway, what am I saying? Play PUBG Mobile. What am I saying? In any case, I think it really comes down to teams who are not afraid to make those decisions. Teams who are not afraid to trust in their calls, trust in their IGLs. We talked about IGLs a lot in the World League, and it is still just as important. I think it's even gotten more important here because we have these squads that don't have as much competitive experience contextually among some of these teams who played in these massive global tournaments. So they are going to have to be confident in their calls, knowing they're going to be challenged at every turn.
Yeah, early challenge right now is for the teams like HQA to get into the zone. I know I said in the very beginning that the first phase isn't hard to get into. They don't have to move that far in terms of distance, but when you loot up the edge like this, there is always a little bit of a threat of coming across a team right now. And so HQA is going to want to loot up as quickly as they can. Looking back over to Wildcard on the north side, they don't have to move as far as other teams have to because they're all the way up in Cow and Tatmok, and they have an opportunity actually to set up a couple of traps around the bridge, around perhaps Paradise Resort. But Wildcard aren't really the team to set traps. We've seen them go more aggressive in the early game, but they still prefer to play closer towards the edge. So I wouldn't be surprised if they, I think, just stuck where they currently were and waited for phase 2.
Yeah, another team that has no reason to move, of course. The Unnamed back. Again, there were so many really exciting teams from that first game that I'm so glad we get to see here, especially on Sanhok. I'm looking towards Meta. I'm looking towards the Unnamed here. These are teams that I was like, wow, they got to that late game situation and they held their own. And now they're in a prime position. They have all that vision towards the east. If Wildcard does decide to rotate in, it's like, well, there's a lot of info still at hand, but Loops dead center. And I don't know if I love this or not, to be honest, because we always talk about Loops is the better team when they're the ones pushing in. And I keep waiting for that statement to be untrue, and it never is. Every time they're the ones that get pushed on, they don't win. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's very awkward. I don't know, maybe that's why that they're trying to make a couple of swaps in their roster, figure out what's going on. Yes, they're at the top of PMPL, so it's a little bittersweet. You can always get better, though, and that might be what they're trying to do. Let's hope it continues on, though. Let's hope that it actually gets there, because the first 2 rounds have not been the greatest for them.
Yeah, definitely a little bit disappointing from one of these teams we continuously hype up. Yeah, but no, this is the team. This is the squad. Abdul was hitting, shot Escanor to start things off, and Gazmi really sort of carried that momentum for the squad. They got the Uzis out. They like these close-range fights. We saw it in that first Erangel game, and it's B4 who like to play more spread out. We see them excel on maps like Miramar. They play well in these cliff areas, so if there was a time for B4 to take a fight, it might be right now, and they do have eyes on Meta.
See, I was shocked because we actually saw Meta pushing up into that compound away from the circle. I don't know if they're just pushing up to grab a little bit of extra loot or because they saw B4 there and wanted to put pressure on them while they knew that these 2 squads were isolated from the rest of the teams in the server. But the opportunity does not come to them. They're not going to commit so heavily in the early game, and so now that they're backing off.
Yeah, I mean, they can still potentially play Gatekeeper. The one problem with that compound is it's in a little bit of a dip from the hill that's separating right now. So not leaving a single player up there makes me think that they actually don't know if B4 is there or not, or they're realizing they don't want to get picked off here. There's a couple different things that a little info that we can glean from that decision, but in any case, it's going to give B4 a free pass to move in towards Painan and move into this next circle. So jump back on board with Loops, of course. Fede Rao, always going to be the one to sit back. Dadine, the consummate shot caller, the glue that binds this team together, and then Carrillo, the Slayer. We talked about him again and again and again, and now Golden gets to join in. A new player amongst these Titans, really the one I'm looking at to step up. There's got to be a reason, though, he was brought in. He has to be a terror in his own right.
Yeah, because Kayowski, sure, it's not Carrillo, but Kayowski was still such a strong part of this roster. Whenever you see a change like that, it's always going to bring a lot of questions. It's going to bring a lot of pressure on Golden to deliver. Because when you remove a name like that, it has to be at least a side grade, if not an upgrade. And that's not an easy task to do, but we're going to see what he can bring.
Yeah, really, again, so much pressure on these teams, especially early, because all these squads want to start off on the right foot. If you can start to get in first place and build some distance between you and these other teams, it really does start to help. But of course, there's just slightly less points available on the server now, so we're going to see slightly less ability for these teams to go pop off, get a 19-kill chicken dinner, and suddenly they're ahead by like 40-something points. That just can't happen anymore. And we're seeing a lot of low-kill games regardless, which I think speaks a lot to how balanced these lobbies are and how evenly matched a lot of these teams are. We're not seeing some of those, like, football is dominant 19, 20 kill games like we saw in the World League.
while we wait for these teams to actually start to find each other, because there hasn't been a single shot fired so far, but I want to talk a little bit about the point system. I don't think it's fair to say that there are fewer points. I think the better way to look at it is the balance of points. How much placements versus kills are weighted, how much wins versus second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever is all weighted. The previous point system was so weighted in not just placement, but first place placement, that incentivized a lot more safe play to not go aggressive and get those kill points. If you can secure a first place, then you give up kills in order to do that, and that's hard to do, but that's still something that we saw a couple of teams during the late game. At this point, though, with the current point system, I think it incentivizes kills a lot more, not only because those kill points are weighted heavier compared to the previous point system, it's also because getting third, fourth, however, is better compared to first than it was in the previous point system. So that value has more.
True, but I do mean strictly, there are less points. Just like as a pure mathematical equation, there are less points available in total because of the downgrade of placements. Kills are still with point. You have 60 potential points from kills that you can get in the server. If somebody can do that, please send me a clip of that. I would love to see someone wiping an entire server. That would be amazing. But in any case, I love the fact that they have made this change, because kills are now so much, well, not so much more, but a decent amount more incentivized to these players. You talked about it, Cameron. The desire to just play safe, get the 20 points. 15 points is a lot less when I could just kill a squad and then basically making up the difference right there for first and second. So I really love the decision that PUBG Mobile has made with this to give us more action in these games.
A hard shift down towards the southeast. It doesn't feel like a hard shift for most of the teams, because honestly, mostly what it does is take out the water. But what it also does is means that that northwest island is very weak right now. We didn't see that many teams go over towards it, but a lot of the teams who are on the southwest island just decided to go up north and move out from there, which I think was probably the better EV decision. But right now, a couple of rotations coming through, and 19 are lying in wait, but they're not finding their shots, they're not finding the opportunities. This is giving Alpha the opportunity to get one. It's immediately traded out. Asta on the high ground has to find more.
Oh my goodness, don't give up, Asta. Oh boy, up there on the high ground looking solid. That was a pinch. That was a pinch if I've ever seen one. One player in the building, one player up on the high ground. Now Mad Max, got to come on in. Continue to leverage the pressure that 19 has here, but the Reds gonna look to go off. Door open, Nate through, nice team play. Can they find the down? No, damage through, but cannot do that. They're gonna go on in, spray, and oh my goodness, that is the execution right there. Oh, Fear, putting the fear in his opponents. The jump shot through the door, through the smoke, using audio cues beautifully there, and that's just, camera went from not a shot being fired to a team being wiped.
Yeah, at the very beginning, it looked like 19 lost their opportunity. I forget who it was, but there was a player on the rock who had the possibility of peeking over and dealing a lot of damage to Alpha. Didn't fully commit, but that's because they didn't want to give up their position. Peek, repeat, move back and forth, stir chaos for the rest of your team to fully surround them, and they were able to secure it all in the end. Maybe it didn't look as clean as I think it could have been, but the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, I think it was having, again, a couple players up on the high ground on the cliff and then one additionally in the building. So the second you looked in one direction, you were getting shot in the back. But yeah, there were definitely a few missed shots there. A couple players rotating in late. But once they were able to slow down the fight and then do the breach on the bottom floor while simultaneously putting pressure on the top, that's when it all came back together. The mid part of that looked a little bit sus. But once everybody was able to get together as a squad, it looked really solid. But now, let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, BDM approaching right now, and BDM have the information. They heard the shots, they heard the fight. They know that there were players lying await. You could see them waiting for the opportunity. The opportunity for information or opportunity even for an opening shot.
That's the question. Can they find it? Because these audio cues are going to be coming through. They're going to have tracking on these footsteps. Oh, and Asta. Yeah, he can hear it now. He's going to try and reposition and hope the opponents didn't hear that as well. Fear in the back. They know that they have some company coming in here towards Paradise. Yeah, you can see Asta just perfectly tracking through the wall. He's going prone. Oh, he's actually making a lot of footsteps. Is he trying to bait this? What is going on?
He has a defensible wall that he'll basically hear them if they try and approach him. So he has the safety to make a lot of noise and basically peacock on them and say, there's danger here, don't come near here. But I think that BDM, they didn't want to take that fight unless they had an easy opportunity in the very beginning. They're just now trying to circumvent that entire engagement, try and have a path into the dead center, basically where Loops is right now, because the circle is about to close. We're only a couple of seconds out. I'm going to see where the next phase swings towards. Most teams are able to get away from that western side without too much of a struggle, but it's going to center up once again the river. Still a big part of this play. Only half of this zone is actual land that is quality playable.
Man, the Brazilian team's dead center here in this tasty donut. They're going to have to try and fighting off all of these comers as we'll see. And that's quite a challenge, quite a task ahead of them here as we see everybody trying to find a slight opening. Ironically enough, because everybody moved up from the south, there's actually an opening here now. A lot of teams rotated through the north, but I looked at the teams, Cameron, like you mentioned before, on that westernmost island, they are going to have their work cut out for them because trying to rotate across to the big central island is going to be a challenge. You've got Execute, you've got XSET. Don't mix those one up. Haha, Kappa. And, I mean, there's a lot of teams here who are going to be taking shots if you try and make that crossing. It's a game of chicken. Who's going to go first?
We saw the game of chicken be super chaotic. I think that's what happened on Vikendi for a lot of the teams on that southwest side, southwest of Ace 1, if you all remember that. I know it wasn't too long ago, but so much action happens. There's so much PUBG Mobile going on that things can easily get mixed up. HQA now pushing forward. We saw them previously on the southwest edge of the very beginning of the game, but now it's Execute pushing in onto the Unnamed. Bucky proning down, hearing the shots. The peaks coming out onto him.
Dute not winning that first fight. Bucky is still going to drop, though. Fate is able to trade back one, but man, they are still going aggressive. Rand is going down, which means that this is the line being held, but that's the flank from Raven, not able to find the shots. Cannot believe that they've been able to hold this up. Battle of North America is continuing to go off. Fate not able to find the shots. Can they continue to leverage this? The Unnamed trying to make a name for themselves, but Echo will put them down, bringing this player in, a player we've heard so much about. Two members do end up falling there from Execute, but they keep him alive, and that's the wipe. That's the compound take over here from these NA teams.
I don't care how defensible your position is, how good of a hold, how good of a setup you have. If you don't land your shots, doesn't matter. There's always an opportunity for the other team to click your head first, and that's what happened here. The good push by Execute, keep all four members alive, and a good loot injection from the slain opponents.
Ooh, that's a good thing to talk about here, too, because this is such an aggressive, pokey, back-and-forth map. We often see a lot of teams burning through armor, burning through meds at a fierce rate here. Like, only one stim on GFan right now. Like, that stuff does make a difference. If you are able to take some of these fights early and have these other teams act as loot goblins, it makes a huge difference going into these late-game fights, because oftentimes you do end up eating the blue because you have to be so much more careful on these rotations, especially late game, making sure that you're not being shot from up a hill, behind a tree, behind a rock, which means that having these additional stims makes a big difference.
I love this approach by Meta. You can see Asma on the side sort of proning down to the middle of the field, but he's trying to be a little less conspicuous, call it information for this as a team approach, but Nova have backed away from the compound. They already have Cat. Actually, most of the members are across the river on the main side. It's just AZ holding point on the west side of that river, but the next circle is going to swing hard once again. Hard shift down towards the south. The river is not that much of an impact in play anymore, but where are these teams going to go? Boot camp is chaos. We all dropped there in the very beginning of the game on Sanhok. It's pure chaos, and then there's a hill down towards the south. Nova and Meta have an opportunity to grab that hill. That's so much value, but all these other teams, where are they going to go? Nades coming out from defeaters, not finding their mark just yet onto HQA, but now they've given up their position.
Not quite perfectly cooked, but the nades are starting to come through. There's Yuang going down. Oh my goodness, Minwoo. Got to try and find these shots. Nades going back and forth. Ghost is going to take a little bit of damage. Yuang's drop, though. That's actually pretty massive because it means that he is his beacon. The rest of the team has to try and rally around the defend, and poking your head out to get the ankle is going to do just that. Defeaters is doing a great job of baiting the down teammate, and that just means it's time to leave. As helping quit addiction, have to quit this fight, get on right out of there. Swev is just going to have to leave. There's nothing you can do about it, but that is 100% the right call, and Cross is just on damage control.
Yeah, it's a hard pill to swallow. But Nuevo is at least going to be able to get out. But over here, 19 also pushing forward into another squad. Looks like they got it down, just started out, taking some damage in return. But BDM, the duck, and Raph is actually already dead, so it is all on Duck by himself. 1 versus 2, a jump peek back and forth. A swing from the left, a swing from the right, and BDM are eliminated. 19, 8 kills for them. They've taken casualties, but they're getting the points either way.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. A lot of points gone. I mean, a lot of points up for grabs with a lot of these scrappy fights, because the second you hear shots off in the distance, like with Team Queso being a prime example of this, the third-party potential is so huge, especially because of all the open terrain around bootcamp. There's a lot of hills. If you can get to the top of these hills, you can continue to leverage that height advantage, leverage the elevation. You have so much opportunity to clean up and steal these kills as defeaters continue to push on in. 19 has got to try that, but this is exactly what I'm talking about, Cameron. The second you start fighting, it is a beacon. It is the sound that everyone is going to capitalize on. Fear, living in fear right now. Got to try and get the utility down. Got to try and get the smokes in play. Just hugging the edge of the pond. But defeaters up on the high ground. I couldn't see what team it was off in the distance taking shots as well. But that's a rough spot here for 19.
Yeah, they basically just, not much that Fear could do at that moment, just hoping that no one was in the compound that the Knights are in, because it's actually not even the next circle. Just fingers crossed that they had pushed towards the circle just a couple of seconds sooner. Some more sprays coming in through the smoke, however. No, I lied. This is actually in the circle just barely, but the shift is finally going to pull away from it. The Knights are going to try and get as many points as they can from this position onto Fear, onto potentially defeaters, but they're going to have to go into boot camp eventually, because that's where this circle is going.
And you talked about meta earlier. You talked about how much you liked the rotation. They played it slow and steady. They ate a bit of the blue, for sure, sort of backfilling behind Nova with all these other teams on the bottom, but they're now in a great position as XSET going up against Execute. But G-Fan, one of the last players standing, G-Fan and Cat, this is a duo. If I have 2 players left on the server on the same team, these are probably 2 of them that I want going toe-to-toe with all of these NA players up here on the cliff, saying in the end, there could be only one as the nades are flying back and forth with only 9 teams left in the server. Can Nico land the nade? This time it's on Nova. And yes, he can. Nice damage done. Trying to find the peak onto Cat.
Going for the secondary peak to finish out the last couple of shots. Not going to happen. Loops do go out. So looking at the top 8 right now, and Loops once again are not involved in that. Nico, however, does go down from a counter grenade from Cat. So this gives GP the opportunity to continue to approach Cat's position. Yes, 2 great players left in Nova, but they were separated, and it's going to be a hard push on that coastline because of how little cover there is to manage. But in boot camp, cover is not at a premium at all. It's at a discount. It is everywhere.
It is indeed. So many options, so many opportunities. B4 on the high ground, Mixer. Can he find Flash? Doesn't get the angle. He's dropping down, trying to look for it, but no! That positioning, there was massive Flash in a Flash. Fastest man alive, able to make the dash on inside the building. And survive a little bit longer. Now Mixer is totally repositioned here, and this gives PK a breath of life, trying to survive. I cannot believe it, as we're just seeing team after team after team go down in the kill feed as boot camp is in play, and all the teams on the outside looking in. The mad dash as Flash finally does drop. It's Nenabede, the player we've been told to watch, saying, look, watch me.
This is huge for B4 that they're able to take out the Knights that early. Now they can focus all of their attention, all of their resources on the west edge of boot camp, because every other team is on the outside. They're all fighting each other. It's all chaos right now. Nova do go out. We're looking at 4 teams, 3 on the coast, and all 3 have to push into B4's line of scrimmage that they are currently setting up in boot camp.
And very rarely do we see one team get such a clear defensive hold over a circle this late in the game, but it is all B4 all the time, and every other team has got to try and make a claim, try and take, well, not what's mine, what is theirs in this situation, as Angry is going in. Can they land the shots? Gazmi getting the first 8 off, trying to hug the blue, but you can just see the firing line that B4 has set up here. Everyone has got to try and push in. Now, Cameron, how much utility do they have left? That's the question.
It doesn't matter. They're shooting ducks right now. They're shooting fish in a barrel, rather. Maxon finds another 9 kills, and they have the potential for so much more. The spray transfer goes over, and Abdul is also going to go out.
I mean, there's nothing. There's nothing you can do. B4 was in the circle for so long. They fought off all comers, and that's just going to be it. That's just going to be the winner chicken dinner. Not before. No, wait, it is before. Yes, it is this team. I can't believe I was going to make a joke about time, but it didn't. Anyway, they had 15 kills. That was nuts.
15 kills. We didn't see a lot of them during the mid-game, but you don't get 15 kills just from that spray down the very end. Yes, that spray gave them like 5-6 good amount of kills, but they also had to fight their way into boot camp, hold that place down, hold it with an iron fist, and then get the consolation prize of those final kills at the end. Good round by B4. Good run, though, by all those teams on that west side as well. All having to cross over the water, all having to fight each other while continuing to push in. There was not a single guarantee in this game.
Yeah, and I look at the kills. I mean, the team in second only got 5 kills. The team in third only got 2. The team in fourth only got 3. The team in fourth only got 3. All of these teams were taking the little smart fights that they could, but they were focusing on placement there at the end. But again, it was those teams. I talked about the 2 teams from Brazil that we know so well as B4 and Loops. They're right in the center of the circle for so long, and they ended up fighting back and forth, and then they just ended up fighting off everybody else. A little bit of circle luck for sure involved there at the end. But once they cleaned up PK, that was the last potential thorn in their side. It was all B4 all the time. There we go. That's the putt. Jason, oh my goodness, sir! What a finale. What a finish.
Yeah, no, sorry, I don't know why I was giving an awkward face. It was. And the funny thing is, and I'm hoping one of you two can correct me, or maybe one of the analysts can correct me, but I think that was B4's first chicken dinner since before World League even started. Because I remember they were one of the few teams who were top.
No, they won.
They didn't have a chicken dinner. Maybe they got towards the very end of World League. I can't remember on the top of my head, but they definitely didn't have more than one.
They didn't have many.
Yeah, I'm hoping one of the analysts can look into that.
I feel like they won a Miramar.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll obviously see.
Anyway.
And obviously a great win for
stats.
B4. I think that's where we're looking to see them have a big turnaround for their team with the new addition. And Abete, we'll talk to you too after our break and after when our 4th game starts. So why don't you guys take a break? And now my analysts need to come off a break because I need to talk to them about the last match. Hopefully one of them was able to look up about B4.
Listen, they had wins in Miramar, but they did not have any wins in Sanhok.
That was their map.
And they did say,
yeah,
correct.
Yeah. Yep. They did say that Sanhok was one of their favorite maps. And they were able to finally show that with getting this win, and on top of that, being able to get 14 points. I believe that is the most skill so far that we have seen today from a winning team there, being able to collect 29 points. That's great to see. And then you have Execute, which is one of the teams that I was saying they got very unlucky in that first match in Vikendi due to the blue zone. But now here, with everything going their way, with Echo having to clutch up some of those plays too, they ended up with 17 points. XSET, another one that we kind of saw get unlucky on the first match. Now being able to collect 12 points. Meta Gaming 11 points. 19 Esports 9 points. Nova Esports, I know this is one that we're going to be looking at here. Glitter being able to get 9 points. Pittsburgh Knights 6, and Wildcard Gaming 5 points as well. I cannot wait to see here Glitter what's going to be on the second page.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important to point out too on this first page as we move into the second was that 19 Esports had 8 kills but only 1 placement point. Their 9 points were from kills. Yet again, for another squad, going huge here, looking at the rest of these scores as they played out. HQ8 down at the bottom with Alpha 7. Loops able to get a few more kill points than last time, which is nice. 4 kill points today with only 1 placement point, though. We're really seeing how this change in the point system is starting to affect the overall scores for these teams. But I think you all know what a little bit of fangirl I am for B4, so I am so happy for them. It feels like they're I don't know, maybe they fixed what they needed to fix. They've always said they like this map. They finally showed us why they like this map. They had great positioning. They had really good engagements. They put out a ton of damage. This was a fabulous game for them.
Yeah, it was a really good game for them in also kills, I think is a big portion of it. I feel like we've seen them have like really good placement games when thinking back to the World League, but here able to put up the 14 kills, easily the biggest number we've seen so far here in our first matches. And we'll actually take a look at their stats as well if they have the damage to back up the kills. And you can see 2,100 damage. So again, really not that much damage overall, but still enough for them to get the 14 kills. And also, which I'm assuming you're oohing about here, Glitter, the healing is super low.
Yes! What is that? That is so impressive for the amount of damage that they put out. And if you see, they had 10 knockouts and 14 kills. They did an amazing job converting on what they needed to. Their positioning was clearly fantastic if they barely healed. That's just a strong game.
It reminds me of, was it Footballist? They're one of the teams that when they like win, they barely ever had to heal.
I think it was like 69 or 70 something healing, if I'm not mistaken, with Fubolas. Yeah, something along those. I think this team though ended up getting a lot more damage, so that's why we were all like, wow. Only 111 healing with that much damage, over 2,000 damage. Impressive by them.
I mean, considering there is also an MVP prize, I think it's nice for them to get a good early start as well. It's time for Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments of the last match. I think a lot of it's probably going to center on B4. And definitely another team that we're going to be talking about here is Execute, because with the addition of Zute, we talked about Echo as well as being like a really big frag, a really big clutch player for the team, and Kill Switch as well. They have a lineup who can really frag out when they need it, Seven.
Yeah, and one thing that we were mentioning at the beginning of the show is that they do have pretty much a good base, a good bench as well. You see Suti, we're actually going to be breaking down this play a little bit later. You see Suti getting taken down here, but with him being the IGL that I know he's capable of, kind of giving out that information, saying where to go. Fate, by being able to get that little jump, that was great. And then you see the engagement right here between Q and Echo. Going to be able to go ahead and Echo's going to be able to clutch up for his team. I think he ended up getting 3 of those kills in regards to that engagement. Don't worry though, we'll be coming back to it and we'll be able to break it down a little bit better. Then you see 19 Esports here just taking some shots into BD. And one thing that I actually enjoy about this matchup here is how Duck was able to just take on some fights there with the AKM up close and personal. With the new update, definitely being able to cause some damage there with the AKM. And XSET, a team Glitter that got very unlucky in their first match, but being able to kind of, in a way, come back, getting 2 kills in the previous match, not bad for them.
Yeah, it's definitely like a good start to that snowball potential, right? And then as we saw G-Fan on Nova taking or dishing out some damage himself, I think Nova's definitely a team that I'm going to be keeping my eye on, as they had 3 kills themselves with almost 1k damage. So that's a decent amount of damage to be putting out for their squad, and I'm hoping that they can start using this to continue to do better throughout the league, especially with the recent roster changes that they've made. We did see them actually be successful with roster changes during PMWL West, so I'm hoping they can kind of figure that out on the fly like they did last time and continue to be successful as we are watching some of those final kills coming out of B4 Gaming. Meta also doing well for themselves so far here in our first few matches, and I think what's really nice so far about this season is that a lot of the squads that I think all of us would have been like, oh, they're definitely going to come out of this gate strong, aren't necessarily doing so. We're seeing a lot of new names from individual players and new teams.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Meta really quickly there. I mean, that is one of the teams who's had some pretty consistent top placings, and it's one of the teams who finished, I believe, 21st overall when it came to the scrims. But we talked about another team, we talked about a certain player, we talked about Executing Zute. It's been a long time since I've seen his lovely face back in Malaysia, and I believe we have him here to talk with as well. Maybe his cat will be joining us, who knows? Zute, first of all, how you doing, man? It's been a long time. How you been?
Hey, I've been doing good.
That's good to hear.
Are my audio's good?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Is the audio okay? Yeah?
It's a little echoey, but that's because you have a great player on your team named Echo, which we'll be talking about here in a few seconds. So maybe let's talk about the roster of Execute and how you came to be on the team.
Yeah, so Execute reached out to me when, after PMCO, they got first place. I was playing on a different team at the time, and we were 2 placements short, and they were looking to build out a stronger, more well-rounded roster, I would say. They had a 5th and 6th player slot available too, so they hit me up, asked if I was interested, and yeah, I joined up. We played a couple scrims and just been working on this synergy since.
I like that subtle flex there, saying, yeah, they wanted to have a more well-rounded roster, so they got me. Seven, what do you want to ask him?
It's actually going to be based on that. What up? See you, man. Good to interview you with this kind of stuff, dude.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I wanted to ask you, Shute, is what pretty much for everybody that might not know, what is your role within this team as you coming in as a veteran player in regards to some of these young players that this might be their first event, their first huge event to this scale?
My main role when Fate's the IGL, he's the captain of the team, and when he reached out to me, he was just looking for more of a support type player role, because right now they have all the they have all the firepower they need. They basically are looking for a player to just anchor things down, like support / anchor role. So I would say that's more along what I do.
Perfect.
Okay, Glitter, what do you got for him?
Well, it's good to see you again, Zute. How are you?
Doing good, thank you.
So, I want to talk about your guys' playstyle a little bit. We're seeing you guys come out of the gate very, very strong right now. This was a great, second match here for you. So for anybody who doesn't know, can you maybe explain your general playstyle, maybe as an individual and as a team?
Our team's general playstyle, I would have to say, can be summed up in 2 words: controlled aggression. Whenever there's an isolated fight, and we'll always look for the advantage. And then once we get that opening, we basically just swarm them, and I guess as the name suggests, we execute them. And then my personal play style, I could fit right in with that. Like I said, I'm more of the support role, but when the aggression, is greenlit, we just go all out.
Okay, I think I'm going to ask you a last little question here before we let you go, because obviously we have more matches to play. Out of all the teams that are currently playing here in PMPL, which ones do you really have your eyes set on, like to compete with?
Out of all the teams, I would have to say it would be Loops. They've just been proven to be one of the best teams time and time and again. So, yeah.
Okay, well, cool. Zute, thank you very much for taking some time. And I have to say this, if you guys do extremely well here in this tournament, next time on LAN, massages are on you. I'm not paying this time. And we'll catch. Who else was there? Who else was there? I can't remember. We all got massages. It was great. Our backs never felt better after that. Anyways, moving on from
this LAN events.
Yeah, next LAN event. He's paying, I'm telling you. Let's take a look at our total damage, though, and see how it worked out across the whole rosters we had playing in that last match, all 16 teams. I'm expecting to see B4 up there on damage, and yeah, they're going to be... No one even passed 1,000. Only them. That is insane.
Yeah, that's that's something right there. Well, and when we're actually showing the highlights, I was kind of able to see why they really didn't have to heal that much, because they have so much cover. So it's good for them to take advantage of this stuff. Remember, this is something that we have talked about in the previous, or if this is your first time ever watching PUBG Mobile, when the game gives you a good position, take full advantage of it. And I think towards the end there, that's what B4 was able to do. They were able to take up pretty much full control of that compound and kind of keep at bay anybody that tried to get close, whether it was XSET, whether it was XQ, or whether it was Meta. It did not matter.
I like seeing Nova having some decent damage, by the way, around 930. I know one thing that we talked about that they struggled with when it came to World League was Cat, who was playing from China on a lot of ping, and they really struggled on maps that came to close quarter combat, but for them to have some pretty decent damage in, pretty average to where everyone else was, is for me a good sign of what they can bring to the table when we get to the later matches. And I think we need to even take a look at our top 4 players. I'm almost expecting Echo to be in there, but it also could potentially just be all 4 players from B4, but it's actually gonna be Maxon and Mixera who are gonna be the 2 from B4. No assist for Maxon. I guess he was really hungry for kills here, Glitter.
Yep, he must have just, the man was on an island of destruction, and he didn't need any other or help from anybody else. That's an impressive amount of damage. Love seeing G-Fan up here, though. We were just talking about how Nova had a decent amount of damage, and we saw him a bunch in the highlights. So the fact that he's up here by himself for that squad is huge for Nova, especially if they could continue to nail down that synergy with their newer players. And then we're also seeing Asta from 19 Esports. So I mean, this is great. And like I had said earlier, 19 Esports with 8 kills. I think they only have 1 placement point. So those 8 kills were the majority of their points. That's impressive.
I mean, he was even, his survival time was under the average of the entire lobby in that match. That really shows, like, if they and some other teams can really work on their like later stages of the game, getting to the later stages of the game, maybe they can actually put off some even bigger numbers when it comes to points. But let's see how the overall stands have worked out, right? We've had 3 matches done. Every group has played at least 1 match, and currently, B4 in first place. They went from 15th to 1st in 1 match alone because of that last game alone. Ace, who was previously in first, dropped down from 1st to 2nd. And just to give you guys info at home, because we obviously do have a slight addition to the overall rankings from World League, you see the little numbers next to the arrows. That means what place they were in before. So for B4, like I said, they're currently in 1st, but they were in 15th before this match. Nice. So not what place they were before, how many places they went up or down. My bad, I had to correct myself. So they went up 15 places.
You're good.
Nice.
That's awesome. That's gonna make it a lot easier for us to paint a picture there to the viewers. So shout out to whoever at ESL or PUBG Mobile Esports decided to do that. That's actually super helpful. And then see there Execute being able to climb out 14 spots as well. 11 spots for XSET, and then so on and so forth. It's actually interesting. So far, everybody has played 2 matches. But back to B4 Esports, by them being able to get those 14 kills, almost the same amount of points in regards to kills to placement points, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of gameplay I think we're hoping to see, especially out of some of the more recognizable squads like B4, like the Cloud9s, those teams that we've seen already play through the first season of PMPL Americas. But I feel like there are some serious shakeups in those overall standings so far. I love that B4 was able to get a chicken dinner early on this time around because we watched them struggle with that in PMWL West. So I think that this is a much stronger start for them.
One thing we have to be fair of is obviously with only 3 matches being played in total and only 2 matches being played for each team, the rankings are going to be very volatile right now. They're going to change drastically because we saw for B4 jumping up 15 spots, and it should kind of level out as time does go on. Well, we have finished off our 3rd game. We have game 4 come up in just a few moments of time, but yet again we have to head to a short little break. When we come back, we'll be kicking off our 4 out of 5 matches of the day.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
I honestly can't believe we're already 3/5 done with our very first day here at PMPL Americas. But again, we still have 19 days after this to go. We're going to take a look now at our schedule and what's coming up next. And for the first time here in PMPL Americas Season 2, it's going to be Miramar with Group C sitting out. So we're not going to see Loops. We're not going to see B4. We're not going to see Execute, unfortunately. But we did get to see them play before and see if they can maintain that kind of performance when they come on later in the day. And you can see here the teams that will be playing. Group A has come back. Actually, they are returning from before, and Group B is the newest addition to this. But guys, I think as Enviram and Cameron said, like, I don't think we can really underestimate the PMCO teams anymore. I don't think there's really that gap that exists that was kind of in my head of what we should have been seeing, and that's honestly great to see. I think it kind of shows how much talent there is out there here in the world, if not just in the Americas region alone, Simon.
Oh, there is. Listen, I know players playing from Execute right now that they've been playing the game since it came out and they just couldn't play competitively because they were too young and they were just not able to do it. So now that they're hitting a certain age, you're going to see more talent coming into the scene. And this is why we love that the structure that we have. PMCO, we also have a lot of other leagues throughout the community. But overall, I think for this coming back, I think some of the other teams are actually taking advantage by not playing. Loops Esports usually really didn't perform that well in Miramar, just thinking back of what we saw in previous PMWL and PMPL sessions. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here with the groups that are playing.
Okay, well, Glitter, I do want to ask you some questions, but I want to get into the next match. So I'm going to ask you those questions when we come back after the match is done.
Let's do it.
And we'll see you two after this, after the match. Yeah, see you guys later. Bye. Get out of here. Anyways, I mean my me time. You guys can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Again, let us know your thoughts on the tournament. Let us know who you're supporting. Maybe you want to Photoshop some random things. Maybe I'll put a picture up on social media for you guys later with me in a green screen so you can do some really weird things with it. Hopefully not too weird, though. Let's bring in our commentators another time. And funny enough, we're actually not switching things up. It's going to be you guys yet again. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself because the most I got to see was 3 games in a row when it came to PMWL, and I'm seeing you all 5 in a row. With Viram scaring me.
All day, baby. Tomorrow. All day.
no, this is actually kind of cool. Me and Cameron, this is the one thing we were doing PMWL, we would lament as much as, it's nice sharing, sharing the game, sharing the love. We would get into like that third game, we'd feel like, yeah, we're warmed up, we're good to go, and then we'd be done. And it's like, I don't know what you guys. But now we get all 5 games. Now we get to keep the hype train rolling. So I mean,
the upside was you got to hang out with the experts. We got to chat a little bit.
Upside, you were there.
Is that an upside? I don't know. Maybe it's a downside.
Oh.
But again, I don't know if you guys heard what I said before. I was kind of, reinstating what you guys mentioned about there's really not that gap that mentally in my head I expected to be between these PMCO teams and these teams who have played in like PMWL or PMPL last time. And I think that's really great to see. I want to ask you, Cameron, like, have you been surprised by any teams in particular that have really been able to show up in just our first day alone?
I've definitely been surprised, but I don't want to read too much into it because it's only been 3 rounds total. Each team has only played 2. We have yet to see any full trends because there hasn't been the time for it to develop. And I will say I am not as optimistic as Paul is on that front as far as the different tiers. Yes, there is a lot of good teams coming out of PMCO that perhaps may have just barely missed the qualification for PMWL, but not only... like, there's that experience in the PMWL teams that I think on average are going to be better. I am excited, though, to see teams like Ace One really stick it up, and if they can continue to perform well, we could see an adjustment on what teams we consider in the different tiers of competition. But I don't think it's going to be all even, especially right off.
Yeah, I mean, I think you bring up a good point, and to kind of extrapolate off of that, what about, consistency? We might see teams do really well day one, but will they have that track record they need to be consistent throughout every single day to make it a top 16 and make it into the finals? Well, we are about to head into our next match. It's going to be for the first time Miramar. Honestly, I'm excited to see how it goes for all these teams. I'm excited to see which ones can reign supreme. So, Nviram and Cameron Davis, why don't you guys take us into it?
Thank you so much, Jason. We had the rumble in the jungle. Now it's time to dry off a little bit. It was a little sweaty that last game. Those players were going toe-to-toe, but Miramar is going to slow things down just a touch, going from the smallest map to the biggest. A lot more precision. Rotations sometimes can be a little bit more forgiving, but terrain is not your friend in a lot of these situations. A lot of cliffs and mountains and places to get caught out if you're not being careful in circle shifts. Catch these teams a little bit unawares, but one thing I want to talk about, Cameron, is how the development of the PUBG Mobile esports ecosystem as a whole has been developing, even over the last 6 months, especially in places like Brazil and Latin America. So many more teams are entering the spaces. You have like team houses and a lot more support being given to players. So when I talk about things like the PMCO teams really coming up, it's because so much more support is being given to these teams who are on the cusp to match, especially here in NA, like to match a lot of these teams who are competing at the highest level. That's where a lot of that stuff's coming from. I know you're not sold yet. Maybe by the end of this you will be.
Maybe, we'll see. As far as we know, Loops, they haven't been doing that well. Cloud9, a bit hit or miss here and there. They might fall off the pedestal at the very top, and you see them completely replaced. And honestly, at the end of the day, only 3 teams are qualifying for the global championship after all of this. And at that point, 4th or below, it's all kind of the same. There's an argument there for that.
I'm sure you're walking away with a more full wallet, but the pride, the honor, the opportunity that comes with qualifying for the global championship, that's what every single one of these teams is aiming for. That's the goal, that's the challenge, that's the quest. We'll see who is going to be able to get it done. Because, again, there's like 100 games to be played, plenty of opportunities for success, and I think we're going to see some new stars rise up here. Already, again, like teams like Meta, they pressed me in game number 1, they still look solid in game number 2. I'm starting to like get excited about some of these up-and-coming squads. I really am.
Yeah, we also finally do have a 7th circle, so different map. So I'm really stretching here to find some sort of transition into the game. I'm just gonna call myself out on that. It failed. It's fine. Moving on. You miss all the shots that you don't take, but even the ones that you do, you miss quite a few of them as well.
Yeah. No, look. Here's the thing. Especially again, I talked about Miramar. You're gonna drop. You're gonna get a compound. You're gonna find a vehicle. And in like 7 minutes, I'll check in with you and we'll go get a kill. But until that time comes, until that moment happens, it's generally going to be a very, very quiet. All is quiet on the Western Front. You know, like the old Western movies, and da-na-na-na-na, and you just hear like the tumbleweed rolling on by. That's basically what these early games are going to be. I am not optimistic enough for hope for early action.
You don't see it that often nowadays, but back in the day, movies really utilized slow moments. And there is, I don't know if you've seen it, it's an old movie back in ye olden times called Once Upon a Time in the West. That opening sequence lasted like 30 minutes and there wasn't a single shot fired. And there was even like a 3-minute just stare down between all the main characters. That's what Miramar is. They're staring at each other, you hear the crickets in the background, you see the tumbleweeds, and you're constantly checking your phone because you're wondering when the next thing is going to happen. But that's the beauty of these games, because then when the action starts off, the anticipation makes it that much better. And that's not to say that there isn't stuff that happens on Miramar. There are so many decisions that these teams are playing into, even if there's not action, even if they're not in a direct 4v4 fight, even if they're not even shooting at other teams, it is still a game about finding the information, making the rotation, and having in your brain an entire blueprint of the chessboard that is Miramar, that is PUBG, that is Battle Royale, so you can then utilize that information and execute on it when it hits the mid-game, when the action starts to happen.
And to follow up on that point, I'm not usually a person who gives a whole lot of credence to scrims. You know what I mean? Like, they're good is sort of a little bit of an indicator, but I'm not usually somebody who draws a lot of conclusions from them, because again, on the day, you know, that's what really matters. But one thing it does help with, and one thing that teams do take into account, is drop location. So you talk about the blueprint, you talk about having a picture in your head of what the map looks like, and that is one, you know, having these scrims leading into this that will actually help this, give teams that sense of what possible rotations and routes could be like, because you're setting a timer in your head, or sometimes teams are looking at the clock. Okay, we need to be moving by X time. We know other teams are probably moving by X time. Like, they can look back. They can, especially if players are streaming, they can look back at the VODs. They can look at the cast. They can say, okay, what does it look like? And they can start to, well, just try and big brain it. And if you can catch off a team on rotation, maybe like what we're seeing now, this is where we could potentially see some early action. I'm not too optimistic, but hang on a second. Cloud9, they're not looted.
Yeah, that's weird. I saw Cloud9 driving around, and I was assuming that they were making their way towards the circle, but no, they're coming into El Pozo to continue their loot. Surely they're not just now starting their loot. It's a bit guerrilla tactics what they're doing. They're moving in, grabbing a couple of buildings, and moving out. It doesn't look like they want to go deep, but I don't know if they know that Klaze are here. Orlando and Seba certainly heard the vehicles, and Seba, he's priming a grenade to throw out. This could catch Cloud9 completely off guard. Alternatively, it could let them know that they're being watched. Grenade goes off, does not find a single point of damage. And now Cloud9, what are they going to do? Do they want to stick around and fight, or do they want to try and get to the circle before Klaze can? Beowulf, though, finding the high ground. They might want to at least stick around for a couple of moments, see if they can't find an opportunity, but at some point, surely the call is going to be made to back off.
This is one of those situations where I think Cloud9 would be better just reassessing, because their whole play style is built around getting there first and playing spoiler to teams rotating in. They have traditionally not done as well in some of these early game fights. They usually win, but they don't usually win it clean. And if you're looking for chicken dinners, you're looking to put your stamp on these early games, taking these early fights, even if you get 2 or 3 kills, losing 1 for a team like Cloud9, who is such a late game oriented, late game focused team, is a bigger problem for them than it is for Klaze.
Shots come out, they actually hit each other. Really bad rotation. Luckily, Seba has to reload. He's only kicking himself over that, but another shot is going to land on the Beowulf. No more to follow up. And Cloud9 are going to be able to get out of there. It's looking real tricky, and Orlando it's Orlando GG. What am I talking about? Orlando GG had an
What up, Orlando? What's up?
Listen, he should consider that. He really should. But Cloud9, they don't actually fully retreat. They take the high ground, and they perhaps want to look for an opportunity to counter-strike back. But Tempo Storm also in a fight.
Oh, Seagut? Oh my goodness, HH24. All right, he's running him over with his bullets. That's fine. And once again, Tempo Storm losing HH24. Early Tense is going to go down as well. King is right there. Rain is now forced to pull back. No vehicle, no hope, no cover to speak of. As Telly is there on the flank. Spec is trying to get a flank of his own, but not a chance. As G3 is here trying to find it, is able to get the down. The M4 spray is there. Tenth is going to drop as well. And it is only Rain, the last man standing for Tempo Storm. And Seagut is running him down.
I don't know what happened there for Tempo Storm. It didn't look like they were in a position that they even should have attempted to defend that spot at all. I can only guess that they just got caught out in rotation and didn't give themselves ample timing to set up shop properly when Tribe arrived. Sometimes you just get caught with your pants down. That's how it is. That's how battle royales work. GG next.
And that's what I'm talking about, though. That's the map, though. I have to say, Rain, he's not going down quietly. He set himself up with two swings, trying to thirst it. He does thirst it! What? Rain! Rain! Don't do that. Don't do it. I mean, that's some revenge right there. That was mean. That was mean from Rain if I've ever seen it. He is real pissed about his team getting knocked out this early, potentially knocked out this early. So we'll see. Telly, we saw him almost clutch a 1v3. He just needs to find a 1v1. But this is the challenge for Tribe. They can't take it as a 1v1. They need to make sure that if they're double peeking, they're doing it as a team. And this is going to be it. The moment for Rain to try and hold on. Maybe try and thirst one more here. I think that's his goal.
Yeah, if you can get a second point, that'll make it not worth it, but it'll at least have a little bit of a salvage there. He's letting them flood into the building on his own. Oh, spots a couple out, he's gonna peek out and spray down, but the triple peek comes out, still not dead yet, dealing damage, but he's not gonna be able to find the opportunity. Even if you were able to get Tally knocked, surely there wasn't gonna be enough time to secure that kill point. So one for Tempo Storm, not two, unfortunately, and they are going to go out early. Miramar has never been their best map, but this is still not a great result for them.
Yeah, and that was, I talked about the double shoulder peek. That was it. Both players jumping around the corner. You can't shoot both of them at once. King was able to clean that up, so really, really nice play there. As now we're jumping back on board with Team Queso, who found themselves in a great position. I talked about it at the start of the game. Elevation, terrain, high ground. Sometimes it's your friend, sometimes it is not. But it is certainly favoring Team Queso right here, right now. And they've had a quiet day, Cameron. They need to get loud on Miramar. They need to let those shots ring out.
I mean, they already have 3 kills, and it's not even 10 minutes into the game. I think this is actually a really good start for one of their best maps specifically. They're playing their classic 3-1 separation as well. INTZ taking a lot of damage. Ayala trying to find the angle, not to necessarily secure the kill, because he knows that that kill is all but secured, but to make sure that he can find more opportunities of damage on the rest of INTZ. But no, it's just going to be Mitz, the last remaining member, trying to retreat, trying to find somewhere else to push into.
Yeah, and he's still inside the circle, heading up past La Bendita towards Minas Generalis, but that's still the edge of the circle. He really can't push in towards the center, towards Las Leonas, which is now Tribe territory. But speaking of territory, Ace have posted up, but there's only 2. And so they're going to let G25 just roll on by. This is the right call from Ace.
Phase 2 was a hard shift towards the northwest. Oh, G2 stop. They're not stopping for Ace, though. They're stopping to look into Los Leones onto Queso, and this gives Ace the opportunity. They get 1 knock, potential secure, but out in the open. Dude, how is he still alive? Surely he should have been turned upon at that point. But G25, what are they doing at this position? They don't know that Ace are only down to 2. They might think it is a full squad of 4, and you already see them backing off because of it.
Yeah, Pepito, we've seen him get some solid shots with the bolt actions before. Box is down. This is actually, oh man, this is a tricky situation because Ace wants to secure this point. They want to not leave the server with 0 points, but at the same time, they're right on the edge. The circle shifts unfavorably for them. They get caught out here. Like, taking that fight, making this call, they made a decision here. If this player bleeds out, if they can secure it, they do have the option to go out the back, which is what I would like to see them do. Get your kill, get your point, reset, go from there. As the fights are breaking out, this mid-game on Miramar has definitely been heating up, even more so than something like Vikendi, which is bizarre to me, as we're seeing Mitz, the last man standing for INTZ, in a 1v2 situation, make it a 1v3.
It's not even the mid-game, that's the thing. This is still the early game. It is still phase 2. But so many teams have been catching other ones out on rotation, and Mitzi's getting surrounded. Good chunk of damage, but no knock, no kill, and INTZ are knocked out. Surprisingly enough, not in 16th place, in 15th. We have lost 2 teams already. Teams have been taking advantage of these wide open rotations and executing on them. You don't often see that on Miramar, and you definitely don't often see full squad wipes happen from it. But this is not only result from, as you mentioned, scrims and knowing where other teams drop, also kill points are more valuable, so teams are more likely to go for these early engagements. And the great thing about the size of Miramar is that when it's that wide open, you can be that much more secure that you're not going to have a third party in the early game.
I think you hit the nail on the head, Cameron. I think that's really what it comes down to. You saw it on Sanhok. Teams were kind of a little cagey about taking some of those fights because of the third-party pressure, like I talked about. But here, because it's a lot more wide open, especially with the way the elevation, we can look around. Okay, I'm more safe to take this fight, and teams are doing so. And you're right. Now we're starting to get into the mid game. I just had my brain tricked because we were seeing all the action. I was like, oh, it's gotta be. Looked at the clock. It's like not even 13 minutes in. But I love to see this, Cameron. The teams are starting to. They've got a couple games under their belt now. They're starting to feel a little bit more warmed up. It is still only day one. We are still in the feeling out phase. But teams are starting to feel it for sure. They're starting to hit some shots. I dig it.
Yeah. It's map 4 of 98, so we have a lot more to go. Ace is at the top, B4 is at the top. Who knows what it's going to look like in weeks' time. Circle shift, medium shift towards the southwest, but it's still going to be mostly center, and a lot of teams are in that area, but it's a wide open area that the circle is centered on to the west of Los Leones, between Picado and Los Leones. Limited compound availability. Klaze right now rotating in. They find a compound for themselves on the southwest side, but it is close towards the edge, and there's a real probability that they are going to have to move, and this is still a good spot to chill out at for now, overlooked by XSET. And I like the hill that those two Eastern players, Juicy and Nico, are on to find information not just on to Klaze, but also onto the rest of the circle.
Yeah, Juicy and Nico. God, so much history on this squad from XSET. Watching all these players sort of back and playing together again, it's definitely a nostalgia trip for me in particular. Just watching a lot of these players again, who I've seen for the last year and a half come back now, but again, up against the young guns or teams coming in from these other regions. I'm really so glad we're still able to put on these tournaments like this and challenge these different teams despite the situation going on in the world right now, keeping the competition up. I love it because there's a lot of teams that are in pretty good positions right now depending on what the next circle shift looks like. And this is a team that's caught out in the open. Oh, Marco! Hello!
That was a moment that should have been all his. Good opportunity, but the execution, one bullet shy of being direct. Still no guarantee that he would have been able to secure that kill, but already 5 for them. Queso, they're going loud in the early game, but they're on the edge right now, and they want to sort of clear up the area between around them as much as they can because they are in a 2-2 split.
Observer, real quick.
Yeah?
Observers, can we go back to Marco's perspective for a second? Can we just, when we get a chance, can we go back to Marco's perspective? Because if you look at his picture, there's a look of disappointment on his face, which I imagine is how he's looking at himself right now after missing those shots. He just looks real sad. In any case, we'll see it at some point. You'll know what I'm talking about. But we're still, again, those are shots that you should be hitting. And this is the idea of we're only in game number 3. Talk about how teams are starting to get warmed up, but we're definitely still not there. And this is odd for a team like Team Queso that everyone was like, oh, watch out for Team Queso coming in. This looking really good in scrims. And I always go, okay. I never trust the scrim results too much, but they need to start proving some people right because there are a lot of high expectations in this team. Like the Queso brand, there's a lot of fans for this organization. They need to start stepping up.
They have a circle shift in their favor, and immediately you could saw Axel and Marco retreat and group up with the other two that are closer towards the center, and they're going to be holding off a push from the south. But over here, it's a push between BDM and the Unnamed. A lot of damage back and forth. Only one knock for TU onto Raven. They're trying to finish the rest of BDM. It's a 2 versus 3 right now as far as who is revived or not, but Rand does not want the revive to happen.
Here we go, up on the high ground. The vehicles are pushing on in, trying to secure this. Nice shots. You can see the bottom right of your screen. Not able to secure the kill. They'll never get the down. There's the pinch. Coming back on up. The Unnamed take advantage. They did not have the position there, but they hit the shots. At the end of the day, that is what counts. Bayo is going to drop as more fights break it up this time. So the two hopes from North America, the two teams we were told to watch and know to watch. It is Wildcard and Cloud9. Acer prepping it, priming it, not hitting the shot there. Pyro, though, is still going to drop. Acer's able to help secure that. Adder is going to try and reset off the back, uneven down right underneath them with this high cliff as Bayo is trying to come right on through. Leon on the flank is going to be a potential factor here, but Sam and Acer only know how to move forward. Uneven with the nade, not quite able to get the down. It is Uneven who goes down, and Adder now, the last man standing for C9, is in full salvage position.
Listen, Cloud9 had such a hard task to push up that hill. They drive into that position, Wildcard are already holding it, and they have every single advantage in that fight. Still, the fact that they weren't able to get a single knock shows how great of a hold it was for Wildcard, and perfect timing as well, because they're on the edge. They can clear the area around them, continuously keep it hold. They're not even grouped up as a clump. They are spread out in a triangle formation. Here's a quick replay of Acer just keeping the pressure from the high ground, dropping down to secure those kills as well.
Ooh, style points from Acer. And I harken back to the interview that Jason had earlier in the day with Klaze Esports. Who's the team that you fear? It's Wildcard. Why Wildcard over Cloud9? There are parts of this team that are scarier, that are more complex, that lean more into just winning the game. And I think that might have been a little bit of an example there of Wildcard able to keep calm under pressure, going toe-to-toe with C9 and walking away unscathed. Here we go. The next team is up.
Raven peeking, the grenade's ready, but it wasn't dropped.
That was a misplay there from Sam. I don't think he knew how close. Raven was. Like, that was... Put your headphones on there, buddy, because that's Wildcard now. As the guys that go and hype them up, Caster Curse in full effect as all these teams are playing it on the ridgeline. Cameron, Cloud9 is finally going to go down through this as well. So the damage has been done, but Wildcard need to stabilize.
Ooh, a lot of damage to Klaze out in the blue. These teams just haven't been able to push in. I mentioned how open this circle is. There's not much to play in the center. And so once again, just like on game 1 on Erangel, everyone is playing around the edge. It's basically a big donut that we're seeing right now. Or maybe I'm just hungry, that's why I'm saying things. But Acer, Wildcard, they lost one, but they still need to go big. They still need to go loud to try and control this area. They're sending out the shots, not finding the damage that they need to right now, but it is at least keeping the teams at bay.
7 kills on the Unnamed. So the one way to keep him at bay is just to take him out of the server. Oh my goodness. Oh, we're seeing some of these teams, there's still 10 teams left. There's a lot more points up for grabs here, but they got to go through Wildcard. They started that process up well. As Acer's like, okay, maybe we don't go that way, but they've got another team with their back as well. Wildcard were in such a great position. They fought Cloud9 for it, but the way this circle has rotated, everybody is coming for their terrain, and they are pinched on both sides. But at least they got the shift. They don't have to cross the road. That is the big difference maker here. As you can see the map on the right-hand side of your screen. So many of these teams, Meta, Nova, Tribe, they've got to make that crossing. Good luck to them.
Yeah, Wildcard have a great position right now to actually take out a lot of the players pushing up from the south. Problem is, are the Unnamed going to allow them to do that? The Unnamed could easily put pressure, easily just full-on foot push them and take that area for themselves, because those are points that they're going to want. They already have 7. They're going to want a whole bunch more. They have the opportunity to do so.
Dume here for Team Queso. Getting the rest of the teammates back up, this is solid, but they're only in one building. They don't even have the compound per se. Thurso is still over here. So maybe throw a bit of a spanner in the works, but this is the send that I was talking about. This is the good luck that I was offering to Tribe Gaming as they're going across there. Oh, Cat pouncing on Tribe Gaming. They didn't have a choice. They had to do it. You got to give them props for just full sending it, making the call, making the play, but they were accordingly punished, as more teams are starting to go out now, but this is still anybody's game.
Ooh, Nova, they're spreading a line, and it's a good crossfire, but are they aware of Meta pushing them from the east side? They have the high ground, and they're taking shots against XSET all the way on the west coast. That's going to give the information to Nova. Quas trying to spray out, but he can't hit the shot, and he's going to get knocked in return.
Ooh, Cat does return back, but he's getting shot from another angle. It's Acer. It's the crew of our Wildcard. The smoke grenades are doing so much more. I think he's actually going to steal this kill. Oh my goodness, but Cat does get across. AZ, shots VS. Oh no, Acer's not going to miss these. There he goes down. All right, to the blue. The Cat's pushing in point blank range, spraying through the smoke, but all 4 members of Meta are here. 1 HP and a dream is Cat, but the blue is pushing on end. Meta have got to make their move, and move they do. They get in, they take it, coming in from behind, backfilling. That is what Meta is becoming known for, and it's backed up camera by the fact that they hit their shots.
Cat stayed alive for a long time. He did a lot of damage to Meta, but now that he's taken out, they can continue to push forward. They're just close to the edge of the blue, and there is a small dip next to that road that is keeping them alive for now, keeping the angle hidden from Queso, from Wildcard. But the circle is going to be slightly to the east, mostly centered. A little bit towards them, but they have to cross the road, and that is so dangerous. What window of opportunity are they going to be able to find now that these teams on the west especially are fighting each other? Grenades coming out. XSET has joined the mix. It's Wildcard, XSET, and the Unnamed all trying to take control of this ridge, but it's limited control because they're all going to have to leave to get towards the circle.
XSET sat back, they played passive, put a couple shots in the back of Wildcard, but they really let this battle play out. Now, when the circle shifts them, finally they push their way on out. They do have a little bit of work cut out for them. They still have all 4 members of Cameron, and that's huge. The problem is, like you talked about before, they're in the middle of a couple of different squads.
Shots coming up the Unnamed onto G25. It's a hard push for G25. I don't know how much further they're going to be able to go because even once they break line of sight from the Unnamed, it's going to be against Team Queso. But Wildcard are eliminated. XSET, they have the split, they have the pints, and they have the kills to climb one more position up in placement of this round. Now 19 are also eliminated. We're looking at the top 5 in the server.
Oh, ran! Vehicles are hard! Vehicles are hard! Vehicles are hard! Oh no! The front flip in the car punishes him there. Maybe he just should have ran. As now Meta are playing up against XSET here on the flank. This was the huge deal. They had to deal with one of the 2 teams. They had to deal with Wildcard. They had to deal with the Unnamed. They dealt with Wildcard. Only 2 members up, but now Meta is going toe-to-toe. 2 members of XSET are down with the Unnamed. Are trying to push it on the low ground as well. This is the fight. So all these teams are going back and forth. G25 is getting knocked down as well. XSET is trying to stabilize in the back. But Abdul and Escanor, they're still here. You see how much pride they're going to have in this fight. If they continue to push it in, they need to know because the revives are getting off. Cameron, hang on a second. They gave XSET an opportunity to stabilize. Abdul does not hit his shot. That was Juicy going huge, and this is Meta getting shredded as Juicy's going up and saying, come on, damn, you may be the young guns on the block, but I've been here. And this is our server, this is our game to win, and now it is Rolex against the world.
Blue is still pushing them in, but they have gotten so many points in those last few moments. If they can find one more to Rolex, that's not just kill point, that's placement point. Rolex goes loud, finds one under Juicy. This right gives the opportunity for Nico to take him out. 2 teams left, and Nico, I don't know if he has the ridge to get the revive. It might just barely be there, but Queso are not chilling. They're not giving XSET the opportunity to basically take this game from them. But Nico, a good peek, well-timed, makes this a 2 versus 3. But the Blue.
Blue's pushing in, Ayala's on the high ground. That's just gonna be it. Can't even deny the points. That's just the chicken dinner. The team I talked about saying, hey, look, you performed well in scrims. This is your game to step up. Well, they did with a solid 16 points to their names. We didn't even catch most of them. They sat on the other side. We were so focused on the fight on the other ridge that we didn't even really get a chance to see a lot of those Team Queso engages. But oh my goodness. Whew, I'm out of breath, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Another 16 kill victory. I mentioned that we had 1 low kill victory, I believe, on Vikendi, which was 7 kills. The rest have been a good number, and 16 is really, really big. That's a whole, what is that? I think it was like a whole 5th of the lobby. It's a lot. Yep. It's 4 full squads.
Absolutely insane, the amount of work put in there, the Team Queso. Jason, you know, again, we weren't talking about them a whole lot during this, but they were a team that the analysts mentioned coming into this game. It's fantastic to see Team Queso stepping up here.
First of all, Cameron, you're very brave for doing math on air. I know firsthand how hard that can be. Second, yeah, exactly. Queso have had 2 extremely bad games. The first match of the day, they dropped out 16th. They dropped out first. Second game, they didn't get many more points than that either. But for them to come up big with the chicken dinner, for them to be a team who plays first in scrims, I think that's kind of like a sigh of relief for them, knowing that they played so well in scrims and were really struggling so far. But that's kind of what we got to know about Queso. I think even back into World League, they were one of those teams who really struggled to be consistent and have those good, consistent, and standout matches. But you know what, you 2 gentlemen, after that crazy action we just saw to Juicy at the very end of Nico, you 2 get to take a break, and we got to bring in our analysts to help break down that last match. So we'll see you guys in a little bit of time. And I'll tell you this, the virtual desk has gotten a lot more attractive. 7 looking fantastic, hitting that rowing machine. I can see those lats coming in. But what a crazy game. I mean, we were looking at that for XSET. They as well had a couple of rough games so far, but for Juicy to kind of step up and clutch it out like that, to get the pickup on a Nico, they played well. But let's start off by talking about Queso.
Yeah, with Queso, that's one team that, honestly, I was saying, I wasn't surprised that we're starting slow. That's a team that I always say tends to start slow no matter what. So it's good for them to be able to pick up a win so early on in the tournament, honestly, in the league here, by being able to also get 16 kill points. That's going to be more points alone with kills than they actually do with placement points. So great great performance there by Team Queso. And this is not the first time that we actually seen them perform really well in in Miramar matches. Then you have Metagaming once again being towards the top 5, this time with the second place finish with 9 kill points. XSET with 6 kills. That's good to see that from them. Juicy at least being able to pick up some extra kills there towards the end. You see Unnamed with AG25 Gaming maintaining themselves there within that top 5, within that top 6, being able to collect 2 extra kills, 8 points total. Tribe Gaming, it's good to see them up there as well with 5 total points, most of them coming from kills. So this is something that Glitter earlier that we were mentioning about. Some of these teams are not really getting that crazy amount of placement points, but guess what? They're making up for it in regards to kills.
Yeah, and I think it's making a huge difference because I mean, you can even just in the top 4, you can see how kill heavy those top 4 were, putting that much more of an emphasis on kills. As we move here to the second page of our map ranking, you can actually see Cloud9 down there at the bottom with 1 placement points. Ace1 did not having as strong of a showing this time around, and still seeing a little bit of a struggle out of some of these other squads. Tempo going out a little bit earlier than I think you or I would have liked. 7, Klaze Esports, and BDM also down there at the bottom.
It is also a little bit of a shame. You know, we've been talking all day about, yeah, it's the first day. We can't really read into any of these results too heavily. Ace1 had a really good first 2 matches. Here they had a little bit of a struggle. Cloud9 as well, like you mentioned, Glitter. Like this team, I feel like they haven't gotten back to that form they had before the finals, or at least before, well, I guess maybe if you count like the first day, that's kind of the form we were expecting out of them or hoping for. But they definitely hit a little bit of a slump here. Maybe it's just some, you know, working off the rust because they didn't have as much time to practice going into our matches today. But still, I mean, we're seeing, you know, everything being shaken up. I'm curious to see the overalls when we get towards the end of the show to see how really often teams are going to be placing out with. But it's good to see, you know, again, as we mentioned, Queso able to step up. Meta, I mean, they had a buttload of kills. And for a team who was in 21st place at the end of scrims, they have shown that they can definitely come back and play when they need to. But let's dive a little bit further into Queso's stats, because their damage should be ridiculous. With the 14 kills they had, 16 kills they had, 2,300 damage done. And again, look at this 7, super low healing.
Super low healing, and that probably has to do with the fact that they just stole so many kills. Look at that. They ended up with 8 knocks, and they ended up in total with 16 kills. That is a huge amount of steal kills right there, and it's something you love to see from this team. As I mentioned, they have had good performances before in Miramar. We want to see that out of them in different maps as well, and early on as well.
I think also we're talking about, you know, a sigh of relief for some teams. Natsume, I mean, obviously the newest addition to the team, going in when they've had such a solid form for such a long time, for him to get a victory under his belt as well, I think that alleviates some pressure from him. And I'm really curious to see what our Mountain Dew game fuel moments of the game are going to be, considering they're probably mostly going to focus around Queso. They had most of the kills in the lobby anyways. But again, I mean, we saw Cloud9 go down early on. You see INTZ, who already has a chicken dinner under their belts in game 2, have a rough game here as well. But I think, you know, general consensus I'm feeling is teams are still feeling each other out, and we're not really going to see that consistency off the bat.
Yeah, honestly, I think the first maybe 3 to 4 days of this league, we're going to be seeing a lot of that. We're going to be seeing teams trying to figure out how are the other teams going to react, because even though they had scrims, scrims are scrims. It isn't actually like you aren't playing really for something. Even if there was prizable, they're still just scrims now. Now that you're in the league here, in the PMPL Americas Season 2, then it becomes a little bit different. So yeah, I'll give it about 3 days, and then we'll start seeing teams starting to perform to what we actually expect them like. But hey, if you can take advantage of it, like we have seen a couple teams now take advantage of it, like you were mentioning, Metagaming, now XSET here having back-to-back great matches after having a very bad first match. This is good. This is stuff that you want to be able to see out of teams, Glitter. You want to see them being able to bounce back and bounce back quickly.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of kind of using the earlier on days to test things out, we've seen now Wildcard actually switching their roster up midday, trying out a different lineup of players, seeing if that works a little bit better for them. And we did see them able to get 3 kills this game, but still putting out over 1,100 damage. So I think they're starting to kind of see what works for them. And one player that I do want to shout out that we've actually seen quite a few times now in these highlight reels, and that we actually talked about at the very beginning after the first match when it came to, you know, specific plays, is Telly from Tribe. We've seen him time and time again having very, very strong performances. So I feel like if Tribe can kind of come together, they might be another team that we can look for, as they were able to get 4 kills in this game, you know, alone.
Yeah, and the good thing with Telly is this is not the first time he's here in the PMPL. He did play the previous PMPL. He was with them in the league, and he didn't really perform to what we expect him to. So maybe in a way he has a chip on his shoulder. He's like, he wants to prove people wrong. He wants to prove haters wrong, and he wants to show that, hey, I am here for a reason. They keep adding me to teams for a reason, and I'm able to frag out. So if they're able to kind of notice that Telly is starting to put up performances, who knows? Maybe we'll see a team along the lines of Tribe Gaming kind of shift their focus to supporting and helping Telly become a great fragger, like we saw in the previous PMWL, where we saw Cloud9 starting to support Adder even more and allowing him to be in contention for top fragging.
Yeah, I think that definitely the potential to do so. But like we said, maybe just working out some kinks within the teams when it comes down to the do or die time of playing in the league. Let's take a look now at our damage from the last match. And with the 2,300 damage Queso did, I'm pretty sure I'm safe to say that they're currently going to be sitting #1 overall. I'm just curious where the other teams are going to currently sit at. And you can see, I mean, INTZ Esports, they didn't really get much damage. They didn't get any kills, but they got some decent placings in here, Glitter.
But I think, I mean, those placement points are definitely going to help them overall in the long run, but look at how many teams in this game now managed to break that 1K damage mark. We're seeing literally the entire top 4 managing to break that mark. And then, like I said, Wildcard putting on a ton of damage, Tribe putting on a ton of damage. This is big because while these teams are feeling each other out, if they're able to figure out what level of aggression is going to work for them, that could be what makes or breaks their overall score, because now they're really starting to utilize the kill points to their advantage.
I think it's also important to kind of think about the fact that this is a very long event, right? This isn't something that happens in 1 weekend. It's not something that happens in 2 weekends. It's a very long, extended event, which means I hope if you're a team that looks to be one of the top 16 or one of the teams who looks to be in the top 3 and get into the PMGC, that you're capable of being able to adapt your strategies when they adapt in the entire meta of what's going on here in this bubble we've got. So hopefully for their sake, they can kind of learn each day in and each day out. Let's take a look though at our top players now from the last match, and I'm pretty sure Queso should be lining up pretty heavily here. Yeah, you're gonna see it right there with 3 players currently in the top 4, and Juicy, I mean, he's gotta make it there 7.
Yeah, it's good to see him there, man. I'm so happy to see Juicy back on the scene, and he never left. He almost played in the PMWL. Sadly, that was rejected, but being able to get 2 kills there, being one of the IGLs of that team as well, with 2 assists, they were just in a very bad position, and as you can tell right there, Team Queso was able to take full advantage of it by picking people apart. And INTZ, there's this one player that I even mentioned at the beginning of the show. It's been a long time since Team Queso made a roster change, I think in over a year, and so far it's paying off, and it's paying off in a huge way, because when INTZ shows up, at least for today, he's been able to put up the numbers there with 800 damage, 5 kills, and 2 assists, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what we were hoping for out of Queso as well, after we did see them have such a strong performance in scrims. When they came out of the gate a little bit slow today, I think I was a little bit sad for them, but this was a massive turnaround.
Yeah, good turnaround for them indeed. And also we talk about Queso a lot. We've been talking about a couple different teams as well that have really surprised us. One of them being Meta and one of them being Ace1. So actually take a look at the head-to-head between the 2 teams, and we can see how really similar their statistics are going to be here. Obviously the headshots is a major factor in favor of metagaming, but I mean the damage is pretty much there, the damage received. I'll say like the 500 damage difference received is decent. It's actually quite a bit, 7.
Yeah. It definitely is. Heck, we've seen teams win games already with only about 111 having to do healing. So 500, it's definitely a huge margin. But something that I really love about these 2 teams is how aggressive they have been. We mentioned it. Hey, these teams are from PMCOs. They didn't really just qualify here because they played it in PMPL the previous season. They're here because they had to fight for it, and they're here because they want to show that, hey, we're here for a reason. And I love the aggressiveness that we have seen out of this team so far.
All right, well, you know what time it is, 7?
What time is it?
It's time to go to a quick commercial break where we do get things ready for our next and final match here of our first day of play. So we'll see you guys on the other side.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to Winner Chicken Dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
You know, I don't know about you two, but Mountain Dew, please, can I get one of those vending machines for my place? Like, is that possible?
Yes.
That'd be sick.
I would love that.
Vending machine. I'll take a shirt too. I'll take some Mountain Dew as well. Send it my way. You guys got my address.
I mean, what won't you take it? The straight 7? I mean, if they give it to you for free, I'm going to take it as well. Let's take a look at our schedule, though, as we get into the last match of the day. And as we start off on Erangel, we'll be finishing off on Erangel as well, with Group A going to be sitting out. So now we're going to have B and C coming back into the mix here and see what they can do in their final game of the day. And, you know, I think it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like Ace 1, if they bounce back after that performance in the last match, I'm curious. Like, is this maybe an Ace 1 that can be really consistent throughout all of these days? Obviously, again, you're going to have 2 days off between the first 2 days of play and the next 2 days of play, so you have time to revamp your style and kind of fix some things, execute as well. A team that we saw, I mean, we just talked to Zute about it, like had a really good performance in their last match. And then Pittsburgh Knights, I don't know how I feel about them just yet. Glitter, I don't know if you have any initial thoughts about them. Obviously, it's a completely different roster than what we saw within the World League, but I feel like we haven't seen them really come into their own just yet.
Yeah, I think we've seen like glimmers of what they're capable of, especially, you know, in the one game where they had 5 kills in under the first 6 minutes. So they have the ability to be that hyper-aggressive team. I think we just haven't yet seen if they're able to be consistent with that aggression, and not only across multiple days of gameplay, but even just throughout an individual game. We've seen like these bursts of good. I just want to see an entire game worth of good.
Well, you know what? We'll see if they can do it here in their final match of the day. I believe it's time for you two to get out of here as the commentators need to get in. I heard the game is ready to go, so we'll check with you guys when the match is over. I like how Seven's trying to sink in and trying to disappear like an elevator, but he gets swooped off instead. You guys can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL. Again, let us know your thoughts on the show. Let us know who you're supporting. Maybe some crazy Photoshops. Maybe you want to do something weird with Seven's face on Photoshop if you got it. I don't know what it's going to be, but make sure you're tweeting to us, as we also now to bring our commentators in for the last time of the day. In Virum, Cameron Davis.
Yeah, hi.
I think of some weird way to combine your names, but it didn't come to me in time. I'm sorry.
So, you know, and Virum. Canverum?
Because Inverum and like Cameron, like they kind of have like the similar ending to the name, and yeah, we'll think about this. Sure. We'll come back. We'll come back another day.
We'll workshop it.
We'll do it. So yeah, now we're moving into the last game of the day. Again, Queso. We talked a little bit before we went to a break about how well it's good to see them come in and have a good performance. And Natsume, I think for me, is really important. I mean, yeah, they placed first in scrims. But as Seven said, scrims and the league play are completely different things. And to show up in one and not show up in the other can be a massive detriment to your team. Maybe we should talk about some other teams. PK, I asked Glitter her thoughts. Do you guys have any thoughts in particular about how they played so far?
Nothing super outstanding or standouters. They've looked good. They've had some solid moments, but ultimately they are a new team. They have been playing together for a little bit before this. It's not like they were just 5-3 agents all scooped up by the Knights. They've actually been playing competitions and I believe just barely failed to make it to North American PMCO, if I'm not mistaken. But that's still, they still don't have like the full experience of playing in this level of competition. So I'm not gonna, it's nowhere close to it being a bust just yet, but I am curious to see where they're gonna go from here.
I mean, to be completely fair, it's only one day, right? And the teams that have stood out to us are the teams who have done like exceptionally well, you know, within like the top 3 and stuff like that. In Virum, and obviously with us getting back to Erangel here yet again, we had our first match done, which Tempo Storm did win. They are now looking a little bit rocky yet again in typical Tempo style, unfortunately. Do you think they have what it takes to come back here in this match?
Consistently inconsistent. I think is the term we can use. I talked about in PMWL the binary. They're a 1 or a 0. They're either going in, they're killing everybody, they're getting all the eliminations, they're getting all the points and the placements, or they're getting knocked out in 16th place. And they've had a couple situations now. HH24 has been caught a couple of times in these other games, but the problem is they're not just like losing a kill. They're giving up like multiple kills or an entire squad wipe, which is really unfortunate. I think it's the day one. Hard to really tell, 98 games I think we have to play. We've done 4, so it's hard to really get the feel for it yet, especially because of the groups. It's changing it up every single time, which means that it's hard to even get a feel. Like when there's only 16 teams, you can get a sense of what the lobby, the energy that the lobby has, because it's constantly shifting, which is great, don't get me wrong, but it's constantly throwing new variables into things, which makes it hard to predict and hard to offer criticism too, because there's so many moving parts.
Yeah, I mean, right now Cloud9 are currently having a big struggle with their first day. Again, I don't want to be too critical about them. Again, they haven't practiced as much as they would like to, but for one of the teams that we look at as like, yeah, this is easily a top 3 contender. But then again, Loops as well have not had the best of starts, but maybe warming up into it, not too big of a deal. But speaking of Cloud9, actually, we have a little bit of an interview with them, so while we get the lobby all sorted and ready to go, we're going to take a look at this. All right, welcome back, everyone, to another player interview here with Beowulf from Cloud9 for PMPL Americas Season 2. First of all, Beo, how you doing, man? It's been a while.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, all right. Well, to start things off, looking back at the World League, obviously wasn't too far away ago. Let's kind of talk about the finals. You guys came into day 1. You guys came into the very first match. We were all wondering what's going to happen with Cloud9 after they unfortunately didn't re-qualify through into that third and final Super Weekend. And you guys took home the chicken dinner. Talk to me about the finals.
Yeah, the finals started off just like we wanted to. We kind of executed our exact game plan on day 1. Everything went amazing. Day 2 was just kind of average, but we couldn't quite keep it together for the next few days, so we didn't do as well as we wanted to.
And looking at back at the finals, obviously, how did that kind of hit you guys, like mentality wise, or for the morale of the team? Because obviously, you guys are looking to win the season and then looking to win the whole finals overall as well.
We were feeling pretty good throughout the whole thing, but I mean, it's definitely tough afterwards. Like losing and coming up short was just, I guess, a huge blow. So we kind of just in the month or so between World League and now, we just kind of took a little bit of time off and just kind of chilled out before and reset ourselves before we got into the next tournament.
So let's talk about you then for that month off. Tell me, what did you do day in and day out?
Yeah, so we were still scrimming a bunch, but I was just I've been playing some other games and hanging out with some new people, playing Among Us. It's been very fun. And
fun or frustrating?
It's been fun because usually I'm on the winning side of.
Well, of course you are. You're Beowulf. You bring that Bayo Mayo to any game you play. And then obviously, like you said, you took some time off, and now you guys are starting to get back into this. Can you kind of maybe walk us through your whole maybe strategy or like training regime that you've been going through, getting ready for season 2?
Nothing really too different than the previous season. We were just making sure that we're playing every day together and working on different things, and really, I guess, trying to work on things like aggression because of the new point system, and that's just somewhere that we've always needed to improve.
That's actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because when we did look at you guys last season, you were a team who liked to play for the late game zones, the late game circles, and then get your kills in there. Has that maybe changed up your plan then a little bit with how the points work? Like, are you guys getting maybe more aggressive too early? But feel free to, not fully answer if you want to keep some things secret.
Basically, the main thing that just needs to change is when we get some sort of advantage or a situation early where maybe we think that we can just isolate a 4v4 fight or a fight with people where there's not going to be a third party or another factor that will affect us. So that would usually happen in like Circle 1 where there's not as many teams around one area. So if we can find a good fight then we want to take it.
All right, and then obviously with season 2 now beginning, we have some new teams coming through. Obviously, 12 teams being reinvited in from last season, PMPL. Is there any teams out there, any of like the newcomers, I'll say, that you didn't play with or against last time that you have your eye out for, that you kind of think can be like a dark horse or pull up a major upset?
I think most people know Execute's very good. I think they've been performing pretty well in the scrims, but we've known them for a long time, and they've got some good players, and they're definitely people to watch out for.
What's your goal for season 2 for PMPL? I mean, I'm assuming winning the whole thing, but maybe you want to make a statement with winning and how you do it?
Yeah, winning this time around is very important to us, and but above all else, qualifying for the next stage, the global championship, is I guess the real prize here if you aren't able to win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what, $2 million on the line for that? You have teams from all across the world participating. Is there any like kind of region that you're really excited to play against if you can make it to that stage? Because obviously, you didn't play with the East group last time. You have China coming into the mix now.
Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to China. Uneven and Adder are watching usually Chinese scrims almost every day. They're obsessed with it and kind of trying to learn things from them, and we can't wait to play against them to show what we have.
Okay, so Beowulf, we're coming to the tail end of the interview here, but I want to give you a chance to give like a shout out to anyone out there and obviously say something to your fans.
I just want to give a shout out to everybody that's always spamming the C9 win in the chat. You guys are really motivating to the entire team, so keep it up, and hopefully we can too.
Well, I tried to get him to give me a shout out at the end of the interview, but unfortunately I didn't have the funds to do it. And here, Cameron Davis, any thoughts on the interview with Beowulf there and what he had to say?
I think it's interesting just to sort of see that they're really not phased at all by like anything. They just seem as calm, cooled, and collected as ever before. The team doesn't really seem to be doubting or questioning themselves. They just come back into this. It's just another game and looking at the next step. I don't know. Look at the
No. It's fine. It's just that interview was done before today happened, and they're currently sitting in, 13th place, which isn't the worst, but it's still not the
It's still top 16
that we came to expect. Yeah, but we were expecting, it's not top 3 yet, is it?
Yeah, I mean,
that's really what they're gunning for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they should be. When they're saying they're not too phased, I mean, if I missed out on basically $100,000, if not more than that, over the course of, 3-4 weeks, I would be a little bit phased. I'd be a little bit miffed. I don't know about you.
It's all about showing it. It's all about letting it affect your.
We all don't get your same day rate. I mean, I understand how 100,000 is like a drop in the bucket for you.
Let's chump change for Paul Bucks over here.
You got like 7 Ferraris outside.
I only have 2 parking spaces, Jason. You're causing stacked up. Anyway, don't tell my building. No, I think it's important for them to like, they were such a dominant force for so long. Like, have the chip on their shoulder, but in like a good way. Like, still have the confidence that we are one of the best teams in North America. Just because we didn't deliver this one time doesn't mean we can't continue to do so. They were our top team multiple weeks in the World League for a reason. So I think this is their time to step up. We're back on Erangel. This is a map they perform on. I wouldn't be surprised to see a C9 win here.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also a lot of teams always gunning for Cloud9 in particular. I mean, again, if we talk about them looking back at World League, into the 3rd week of league play, they were being focused on because teams didn't want them playing the last Super Weekend. And they went from winning $50,000 down to like, was it 4,000? Something like that. They lost quite a bit of money, unfortunately, within that. But they're always one of like the best teams in the world, one of the best teams in the region. So everyone is always looking towards them and how they play, how they can improve themselves in the style of Cloud9. Though I still feel like Bayo does have some tricks left up his sleeve. I keep mentioning the Bayo Mayo. If you guys don't know what their reference is, you can go check out the podcast that John Blake and myself did with him, where we talk about this special strategy. He has all the ingredients, and with Adder joining the team, he knows how to mix them perfectly to do something that a lot of teams are not able to do just yet, which would make them the king of PUBG Mobile. But anyways, you can check out that podcast. In the meantime, I think we're about ready to head into this match. A little bit of shameless self-promotion, 6X podcast. Cameron Davis and Varian, why don't you guys take us away here with our final match of the day?
Get out of here, Jason. Get out of here. Stop. Oh, that was perfectly timed. That was really good. No, it's fine. This is a good podcast. You learn more about the scene, more about the players. They had like scout stuff on there. They had like some big names in the scene. So yeah, making all that cool PUBG content. I can't hate on it, Jason. Let's get into our fifth. Where did the day go? Hang on a second. We're on the last game.
I don't know.
Cameron, when did that happen? When did we? Okay.
Getting through. Time flies. We're having fun. We're having fun watching some great PUBG Mobile, watching some great esports action, and we, as mentioned, are back on Erangel and Cloud9 victory here. Don't know if it's in the cards, because Cloud9, they would always win map number 1 in PMWL. Their 5th map, not so much. Now, is that because they usually start off so strong they can just sort of coast and they don't have that fire? But now, this time around, they are going to have that fire, and it's like, we've got to win this game. We've got to remind everyone that we are the Cloud9 that they have learned to fear. And I feel like if they aren't able to get that win now, then the tides are going to start to change.
I don't disagree, and even like a top 3, top 4 finish, I feel like would go a long way for them in terms of a confidence thing. Because again, it's okay performance in scrims, like okay performance in the off season between World League and this. I say off season, it's like a couple of weeks. But still, the point being that like you've got to be able to prove to yourselves as much as prove to everyone else that you still got it. You can still do it. You know, I mean, I talk about in esports. There's only one story. There's only one story in esports, and this is true for any sport. The team starts as an underdog, and everybody counts them out, and then they rise up, and then they take down some established giants, and then they become the giants, and then eventually they fall off, and the new young gun comes up, and the new underdog, and then they fall off again, and maybe if they're lucky, they have a comeback story, they have a redemption arc, and I feel like a little bit that's what we're seeing with Cloud9 right now. They need to find some redemption here.
This is a good start for it, though. They're not dropping directly onto PK and Primorous, but they're dropping around it onto Quarry. This actually isn't the worst engagement for them to try and take it the early game, because this first circle, this is a wild one. It is 50-50 main Erangel, 50-50 Sosnovka. But that's not the only fight that we're seeing potentially here. We got a whole group up in apartments. NTX running around. He's got good kit on his back, but he's going to want to try and find these angles against HQA, who, the flip side, are lying in wait, being all sneaky with it. Revev calling the information out to the rest of his teammates.
Oh my goodness, this is close. This is real close. I mean, one of these teams could make the decision to pull the trigger. I mean, no helm. No helm here on NTX. Like, Skies can have a little more to work with, but still, no armor, no helm. But at this point, with the AK, the 7.62, like, that'll punch. They only need to land a couple of shots. Tribe off in the distance too. I don't think this is the third party you want to get involved with, especially because the rest of HQA is coming in. It's all about the levels here. You're going to be hearing a ton of audio cues. Being able to pinpoint what floor they're on will dictate a lot of these decisions. And nobody wants to be the one to take the first shot and have it go awry. At least the teams, however, though, were able to separate, go back to their respective buildings. So that sort of immediate close combat fear has passed a little bit.
Yeah, Rever was able to back off, get out of this building, group up the rest of HQA just to the south of it. But you can see NTX there on the roof, still trying to look around, still not entirely confident that there isn't someone lying in wait trying to be a sneaky ninja, hiding in a corner. But HQA, they actually have so much more information than INF do, than Influence Rage do, and so they're going to finally try and use the opportunity to back off. Who is Keeling shooting at?
That's my question as well. I can
Tribe,
I think. Tribe? I mean, we saw Kingo drive by before. That's sort of my big question mark here, but part of the problem is, for both of these teams, I know it's an obvious one, you're not fighting, but you're not looting. And we have a lot of people here with not a whole lot of guns, not a whole lot of equipment, not a lot of meds, not a lot of stims, not a lot of armor to their names. And there's no retreat from that position. There is no, like, you can't, like, you can kind of do a bit of a truffle shuffle back over to the other apartments and maybe try and make back to school, but there's a giant, like, there's a field.
Yeah.
It's just not really going to work. So both of those teams, they're hamstringing each other even if they're not killing each other.
Yeah. The problem is neither have vehicles. I said HQA had better information, and so they actually have an opportunity to leave because they know how pinned in Influence are on that the southern apartment building, but they don't have a car to get out with. And even if they had only one vehicle, that's still a little risky because what if Influence had their rifles trained in that location? That could go up in flames and spell certain doom. So you'd want like 2 or 3 at that opportunity, but of course they don't have that. So this could be a bit of a quick little standoff that might not come to anything, but that's unfortunate because phase 1, they're on the edge. This circle, and if this circle swings down south onto Sanhok Island, it's going to make it even worse for them.
And there is still a decent chance that happens here. Like you said before, it's about 50-50. And a lot of teams are actually early rotating. Tribe already early rotated down to Sanhok, which is a name that I never say because I can't pronounce it properly. Military Island, there we go. They're down there. Don't make me say it, Cameron. Don't do it.
Station over. I think it's the right call just because, I don't know. I say 50-50. My gut is telling me it's larger than that. It's probably 60-40. And if you're able to there are more opportunities to get off the island onto the main Erangel Island. Crossing the bridge is going to be awful. Once you cross it, it's going to have more places to play, but on Sanhok, land is at a premium, compounds are at a premium, but Cloud9 already taking a casualty if they can secure that. Pyra and Uneven. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so they secured it, yeah. I was going to say, Pyra and Uneven had an opportunity to sort of run back, help Beowulf out, and get their teammate up, but no. They're still S3. Cloud9 still have a big opportunity in this game, but down by 1 is not the start that they wanted, especially for a team that we were hoping to find their win here.
I mean, we go and hype them up, but their last game of the day, you talked about it, Cameron, they tend to start off the day really strong, then they sort of peter out as it goes along. Some problems with endurance there, but this battle between the two vehicles, look at the shots. Telly has been impressing me all day. It started with a near clutch 1v3 in game number 1, but he has been hitting his shots so consistently, and it is C9 this time on the receiving end, as all of these teams are rotating down to military base. And once again, the rifles are coming out. Hang on. Mafioso looking to put some pain on an already battered Cloud9.
Yeah, I was watching Cloud9 retreat, and I was a little worried because it seemed that they weren't exactly entirely sure on where everyone is lying in wait. DEF, just to the southwest of them. Defeaters. And also Ace, everyone has angle on Cloud9. Where are they all coming from? Cloud9 thought that they had a good position, but it is all fraying apart.
Okay, who?
It's an old sweater that's been eaten apart by moths. Try and put it on and it just crumbles onto you.
Yeah, that was, for a second there, I'm like, wait, is somebody stealing the kid? No, they just cleaned it up for sure, making sure they secure that. But I feel like we're seeing a little bit of tilt here from C9. And this is something talking about the stability of the mental game. Like, they go in, they lose a player early, they try and reset, but hang on a second, Cameron, hang on a second. Ace is trying to chase this down. Mafioso, he's like, I got 1 kill on a C9. This man's a shark. He smells blood in the water.
Well-timed push. They know, they've been lying away. They're on a hilltop. They know the information of where all the other teams are around them, and they see that they have an opportunity to isolate this fight against Cloud9. Mafioso are trying to find the angle. He saw the first vehicle. The second one's going to take the shot from the Pyra. Don't land. Lands 1. Can't land much more. Bolt action doesn't find its mark either, but over here, it's HQA versus Influence Rage. Once again, a couple of kills back and forth, but I think HQA are going to be able to stabilize and remain. As for Influence, lose 1.
So both of these teams were independently able to back out of that stalemate at apps and reset and still fight each other again. Oh my goodness, what a series of events that must have been. Highly calculated. Durso needs to be careful as Qang pops his head out of that window. That could be or on top of the roof. This is the big brain play coming in here. If you don't know you can do this in PUBG Mobile, well, now you know. Oh my goodness.
Spot?
This is fish in a barrel. 3 shots.
Easy secure.
A lot more. And this is the new thick grass. This, as Seven was alluding to earlier, it's a little bit tougher to see through as we're kind of experiencing now. As actually Loops picked up a kill there onto Influence Rage. Wait a second, was that kill stolen?
No, I think there was a member of Influence. I think it was NTX that was trying to rotate down to the southwest. He actually had a vehicle to get out of there and ran directly into Loops. And I think we see Loops actually pushing up onto this location because he saw where that rotation came from. They want to go aggressive. The circle did swing down south. It is now 80 to 90% likely going to be on. Actually, I'm going to call it. It's 100% likely going to be on Sanhok. I don't think there's any place for the center of the circle to be on the main island unless you count the bridge.
Yeah.
So all these teams are going to try and rush down south. All these teams that sort of held the north area, like around school, they have a lot of work to do in terms of rotations.
Yeah. And again, my gut instinct, just like yours, was saying, look, this is going to be Military Island. Finish, and a lot of the teams were on the same page. They did rotate down early. For some of them, worked out really well. For others, well, not so much. We saw Cloud9 already suffering some casualties there like we mentioned before, but there's still quite a few teams. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that still need to rotate over. So about a 50-50 split with who's left in the server right now. Klaze being one of them, need to keep their eyes peeled, playing gatekeeper here. And then also need to make this crossing themselves. But the reason they're holding like this, Cameron, is not only are they going to be able to camp the teams that might be coming their way on their side of the island, they also can then guarantee that they're the last ones across and they're not going to get backfilled.
Exactly. It's a bit of hit or miss, because if they go a little too loud, B4 who are on the opposite side of their bridge could just camp them. But if you wait for the circle shift to pull even further south, there is a big incentive for the team on the opposite side to not wait for you, because it's just 4 more points when you get into the circle yourself. And when you're a little late on the initial rotation on Sosnovka, it's still not the best, it's still not the cleanest, but it will give you a potential better opportunity to stay alive longer in the game.
Yeah, Tempo Storm going to be staying alive now. No unfortunate early fights for them. They are able to get across the military. And for Klaze, they have a boat there as well. I almost wouldn't mind them putting that in a better position to make a fast escape. And they could possibly do a wide rotate around Novo and in towards the south as well. They take a little bit of blue damage, but there's not a whole lot of pressure on the south side of the island. They could maybe get something on the southeast side of the circle. So they do have options here in a lot of vehicles. It looks like they might just be sending it across the bridge, but Tribe Gaming already 1 kill for them. Looking mildly okay in terms of loot. Actually, none of these teams are looking super looted, which is weird. I think it's just because so many of them had to rotate early because of the circle.
Which is a good call to make, but when everyone does it, it can start to get a little cluttered up. We'll see what this looks like later on in the game. Rain actually looks quite stacked. Actually has level 3 armor. Maybe 1 or 2 more first aid would really do it, but I think this is a good, comfortable kit to have rolling with. And they crossed the bridge. They didn't cross the bridge, sorry. They crossed the water by swimming, which meant that because no one was looking at that beach, they snuck up. They're spotted now, though. King F Tribe does spot them. I don't know if he's going to go take those shots. He's definitely not going to do it with the Bison. I think he doesn't do a lot of damage at range. But wait, he has 2 SMGs, so he doesn't really have a lot to do.
Yeah. I mean, get comfy with it. That's one thing, but no, close range. That thing is a shredder for sure. But close range, absolutely. But no, definitely not ideal the situation. Looks like he's going to be one of the players going up and fighting at close, which actually makes a lot of sense for King, given his history with Tribe. Not sorry, his player, but also with the squad of Tribe. And okay. So all the teams coming in from the west, they've got their work cut out for them. But Loop's on the outside looking in. This could be a good opportunity for this team that likes to be the aggressor from the outside.
Yeah, exactly. And when you compare that to Klaze, this is not the good position for Klaze right now, because B4 have no reason to leave. Now Klaze are going to have to fight through a lot of adversity to cross that bridge now. And they didn't get many points, if any at all, while they camped the eastern bridge. But over here, it's a fight happening.
Well, and that's Fate just down and out. Oh my goodness. Listen to the shots coming in from Loops Esports. It is a coordinated barrage. This might as well be mortar fire going in. So it looks like Echo is down as well. They were lying in wait and the trap was sprung. Zute now just forced to get out. One of the last of the 2 players remaining for this team. I don't know if they're going to be able to get Echo back up into the fight. I don't think it's likely.
No. And it's not worth it because they have a long distance to travel. At this point, they might not even be able to go over the western bridge, which means that they need to drive quickly all the way to the other bridge, or even try and get to the water while they can, or halfway through just south of Farm, because the blue is already closing in. Loop's backing off. They're not going to chase. They're not going to cross the river. And because Circle Swamp to the east side, it's a pretty easy path to cross that bridge and to come in from the west of Sosnovka.
I think the play might be here from X is just to honestly, I would almost vehicle send off the cliff right in the center, kind of where HQA is right now, which is just in the middle of the channel. It's risky, but at this point, you've got no good options. So you've got to try and do your best. Now, Tempo Storm sitting in a great position here, able to play gatekeeper on the teams that were looking to do that and swim across. That's exactly what I was talking about. Thank you so much, Observers, for bringing up that map. You can just send it off that cliff here, backfill HQA. We'll see if that's the play they're going to try and make, or if they're going to try and go all the way around to the bridge. I don't know. There's a lot of teams out here still in the blue. A lot of teams actually still in the blue. I cannot believe it. So I don't know. This is a very busy main island, considering how late of this game we are, Cameron.
Even Phase 2 didn't remove the bridges too much, so I think those bridge camps by Loops and Klaze made it difficult for a lot of the teams to really transfer over, and sort of baited them into waiting a little longer, but you see what happens. G25 have no choice but to wait out into the blue. HQA and Execute are going to be doing similar things swimming across, but you have Tribe and Tempo on the beach line punishing anyone who's trying to climb up that coast, which has zero cover. It's going to be a very difficult approach for all of these teams.
And the one team, though, that I'm so actually surprised by was actually Brazilian Rampage. They backfilled Loops. They did the opposite rotation that X did. They went from east to west and back along that bridge, and Loops wasn't camping close enough to the edge. They did not expect anybody to come behind them. The Brazilian Rampage actually ended up coming in behind them themselves, which is so crazy, but it's still Tempo Storm. Look at all these players. They have so many players they can shoot, Cameron. This is insane. Talk about fish in a barrel. That's the barrel. Those the fish.
It doesn't matter because the circle shift is a hard shift towards the southwest, so Tempo are leaving, they're backing off. It doesn't matter how many points that they can pick up here. If it ruins the rest of their game, and ruin it, it will. Even if they do grab 2 or 3, maybe, of these teams trying to get up on that coastline. HQA, chunking blue damage, trying to heal as much as they can, but they're going to have to run because they don't have a vehicle. Neither do Tempo. Tribe have vehicles. Loops have vehicles. But it's a rush down towards the south. I think a lot of those teams, Ace, Brazilian Rampage, PK, are going to try and get into the military base itself because that hilltop where Cloud9 and Alpha are currently holding is going to be contested heavily.
It is indeed, but speaking of contention, lots of downs and kills coming up in the kill feed as well. C9 getting involved, Ace getting involved, and Klaze, they've been holding on to this bridge for so long. They're finally able to force out B4, who are their counterpart on the other side, because they have to move now. But the teams who were able to get in early to military, it's going to pay dividends. Military is one of these situations, so many close, tight angles to play around. It is close quarters combat to the nth degree. If you don't have a teammate like right beside you that you fully, oops.
Whoa, what's that? Tribe pushing in.
We're continuing to see teams just try and find an angle. I can't believe it. Like, it's a little bit of action, and then it's just dead quiet. I cannot believe this. Finally, we're starting. This is the first team eliminated, Cameron. We've seen so much fighting, but we've only now seen our first team eliminated. This has been such a scrappy game. No team wants to go out. No team has been able to cleanly wipe. We have not seen like a pure 4v4 yet. That's just Erangel. Players are able to reposition. They found the vehicles. Now finally we're starting to see the teams go out. But this is so late. This is a weird game.
It's not Erangel, it's specifically Sanhok, and the way that the circles have been shifting, they've made these teams so uncomfortable and honestly unable to finish these team wipes, to finish these team kills. They get a kill here or there, but then they have to continue to move because of the swings, the wild swings that these circles are going. Atro got shot a little bit, forced to back down. This position by B4, it's on the edge, it's a little uncomfortable, but the height advantage it gives, if they could deal a lot of damage before they have to push in, they could be a very good game for them.
Problem is, they're slightly pinched. Klaze is technically coming in behind them, but they're not. Actually, Klaze is going to keep on rolling by. They're going to run right into the feeders, so that might not go super well for them, as Tribe is picking up some kills as well. Yeah, that is just Tribe everybody doing work. And Klaze, I think, just waited a little bit too long. We talked about it. They had options to move in, but they were so afraid about getting backfilled that they let all these teams get in front of them, and then they couldn't push forward.
Why right now? And INTZ forced to utilize all these smokes to keep their position safe, but it's only phase 4. Phase 5 is going to finish in like 20 seconds. How many smokes do they have to fully utilize? It's a good position on top of the hill. But when you have angles like B4 and you have shots like Mixera, it's going to make their position a lot more uncomfortable.
Almost untenable at that situation. Ooh. Really hard to hold on to.
Good shift, though.
What? Oh, my goodness. That circle shift. Yeah, those teams are able to get down there, finally paying off for them. But, oh, my goodness, every team that has to push through the bulk military base, Cameron, I'm talking about close quarters combat. It's going to be a close quarters shuffle. And then they're going to be in shambles trying to get on through, because it is just going to be, what, 5 different teams all vying for the same bit of ground.
Ooh, defeaters, you can see here, they're trying to push through. Klaze finds the angle on one more. I think there's just one standing for Klaze, and they know exactly where that player is. Unfortunately, they know time is of the essence, so they're not going to just lie and wait for that player to peek out, especially because Nymphorum is going for the revive behind cover of smoke, so defeaters have the perfect opportunity just to push in. It's going to pull him off the revive. The buggy bait does strike, and Klaze are now defeated. A little bit of loot.
I love that.
Push into the rest of the circle.
I love that play by defeaters. Like that's we know we need to move. We know we need to take this. We can't wait and let somebody come in behind us. We need to be aggressive. We need to be proactive. When we talk about proactive gameplay in PUBG Mobile, that's what we're talking about. And the Loops, the team that was not proactive, that is rotating in late, is getting punished for it. Oh my goodness, only one last player standing. But the blue is moving on in. Erangel trying to hold on for the team. Oh my goodness, the failed send cost them so much. And Loops, oh my goodness, only one player left alive. And speaking of one player left, it is Cross HQA. Given the start this had, I am very surprised they are still up in this. That is ultimate snake play.
Ooh, Ace right now. It's bunker to bunker fighting between these teams, but do they know that the Knights are rats in their basement? Even if they know there's nothing they can really do about it, but being aware of it is super helpful. And who knows, it's a little, they can help each other out. They can both shoot in the same angles. They can both be shooting at INTZ, or no, not INTZ, but like defeaters and everyone down to the south.
Because here's the thing too, trying to put yourself into a position to deal with the team beneath you is only going to expose your position. There is no good that will come of that. Pittsburgh Knights making their way into strange final circle situations. That sounds about right. Like, you know, roster may change, but the team stays the same.
The Storm, unfortunately, eliminated. They had a good initial position, but it really was circle shift and the lack of vehicles that I think punished them and made this run end too early.
And that's the danger of the swim, is you give up your vehicles when you do that. Like, you're all in at that point. And they were smart. You talked about it. They had all these players in front of them, but they didn't take the shots. They rotated early. Like, they knew that. They appreciated that. But it still ended up costing them in the end. And speaking of cost, Loops is down. Not the strong start for them. I think a lot of us were expecting all of these other teams starting to show that. I think maybe they've got the beat on Loops. And, you know, we talked about the skill they have, the gunplay and everything, but maybe a little bit of a one-trick pony here from them. And when teams are able to out-position them, that's when they find success. Loops are great in a straight, you know, 4-on-4 gunfight, but teams just aren't giving it to them.
Watch this push by Tribe. They've been pushing in. Unlike Tempo Storm, their push has been successful, and they've been fighting multiple teams. One of them does get knocked, but look how close they are. The nades didn't find their mark, so they're going to go aggressive with their own SMGs, peeking over the hill onto Alpha. Law trying to shoot back, but he gets knocked.
The timing, Cameron, the timing. Seagut with the perfect re-peek. The second, the fire shots. Don't mean to cut you off, but that's what Seagut did right there. Cutting down the chances for Alpha to survive. The vehicle's going to explode. Smart back in there. He's going to blow it up himself, securing that hard cover. This gives an opportunity now for Tribe to reset on this fight. There's not really a chance here to get the revive, and that's just it. Seagut, the veteran of this team, is showing up in a big way. Tomahawk's out. That's Tribe Gaming looking strong.
Good timing on Tribe as well to finish that fight. They can get the revive and they have a vehicle to push in. It's going to be a rough push, but everyone else is going to be in a rough push of their own. And I think the line of sight from the east side especially, or the south definitely, isn't that great. So if they make a bomb onto Cloud9 Pyro's position, or just anywhere on the north side, it could be successful. And look at all these teams. No one's watching that position. You can see them come in just from the right side of your screen, because Pedro is so distracted by INTZ.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting the kills at the same time, so it's paying off for them a little bit here, but you're absolutely not wrong. Whoa, my. Gotta have your head on a swivel as Defeaters goes down as well. Volley, this is not the, oh, okay, perspective. Perspective's a thing.
Perspective, yep. That was a trick of the camera.
Okay. Oh, Vega, hello. Oh, the trap was set. Hook, line, and sinker. Vega pops on out, use the TT, third person. Okay, I'm speechless after that one. That was flawless execution from INTZ. I thought P4 had them dead to rights.
They should have. I blinked and they were dead. I couldn't tell you what happened. It was that quick of an engagement. The lineup, the setup by INTZ was too strong. And no matter how much of advantage you have in terms of manpower, we have to push into another team. It can always be very, very difficult. But Ace are not going to let Tribe push into them either. Already get one knock. But look at Telly, great angle.
Telly at the back with the shots. 2 down now for Ace, and what looked like a great position for them has been undone by the firepower of the anchor for Tribe. It is Kinga and Telly against the 2 members left up here for Ace. Ace, who've been having a pretty darn good day, are going to look to get these revives off, playing around the angles of the hill. Kinga, though, not feeling comfortable enough to push forward here. It will allow for the reset. That could have been a potential opportunity, though, for PK to try and jump on that, but they're saying there's no reason at this point to gamble. We just have to let these other teams fight, and then we can pounce because they have the circle.
Yeah, what a shift in their favor. And they have so much terrain on the top of this bunker to hide behind and gather so much information while the other team's pushing in. Kinga trying to crawl forward, trying to give his teammate, his last teammate, Telly, some information before he goes down. But how is Telly going to be able to approach this? He's going to have to crawl, but Ace know where he is. It was such a great run for them. But top 4 is not a bad ending for them. And they are able to get a good number of kills, but it's all Ace right now because they have 11 of them.
Here's the thing, like, Tribe had, like, the way Tribe played that, I'm not trying to, like, harp on them, but the only thing they were going to do there was lose. They got 2 players down. You have Telly in the back trying to find it. Kinga had to basically try and make a 2v1 happen. And he didn't do that. He played it slow, and they just lost. Again, it's the idea of playing to not lose versus playing to win. The only chance they have there is he takes a 2v1. We know Kinga has the skill to do it. And now Tribe is just gone. They're out. Telly gets picked off at the back. I think there was another way that they could have played that.
It's hard, though, because, again, I'm going to harp on it. With this game, the circle shifts, information was incredibly difficult. Or where all your enemies were is incredibly difficult to find out. And right now, it's just going to be Ace. This is their game to lose. Vega was spotted out. Pauly from INTZ, the last remaining member, is going to basically be following the exact same run. And because they knew he was there, they knew there was 1 player left from INTZ left, and now it's just the players in the bunker below them. Unless the Knights can come up with a great 2v4 clutch, and we saw INTZ do it against B4, but unless that can happen, this is going to be Ace's game to lose. This is going to be, what is that, another 16-kill win.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here comes the collapse. Trickster on one side, Goldblade on the other. Here comes the grenade. Great grenade to start that off, and that's just gonna be the execution. Can't trick your way out of that one, and that's just gonna be GG. Oh my goodness. That's just it. That's just it, and Ace 1 again is there. This team has looked so impressive today. My goodness, we talk about consistency, we talk about performance. That's it. Hook, line, and stick. I have nothing else to say. I have nothing else to say.
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna recheck my data, recheck my statistics, because when I said that these PMCO teams, to say that they were on the same level as PNWL was a bit of an exaggeration, I feel like I kind of put my own foot in my mouth with that one, because it's PMCO teams are doing very well today.
Yeah, and here's the thing too, is if you are a team that competed in the World League, the expectations for you are so high. From us, from the fans, from yourselves. But for the PMCO teams, they're the underdogs. They just get to step up and go off, which is amazing to see. And Jason, again, I know you like a good underdog story.
I mean, I think who doesn't like a good underdog story? As you're talking about before we started, like that's kind of, the classic esports story. The underdog becomes the top dog, and then maybe the underdog again eventually. For me, I'm kind of trying to think in my head of like, if you're one of the PMCO teams, do you feel like you have a lot of pressure on your shoulders going into this? If you're one of the PMWL teams who's coming back into this, do you feel like you have a lot of pressure on your shoulders? And I feel like if you're one of those teams, you also don't feel, if you're one of the PMWL teams, you don't feel like you should have much pressure on your shoulders. But right now, Ace 1 are playing like this is just another day in the park for them. This is like their 3rd consistent good placing, their 1st chicken dinner overall. And I haven't done the math, but I want to say they should be in 1st place.
Looking good for them. That's all I can say.
Looking good. All right. Well, you know what, gentlemen? Thank you very much for joining us today. I can't wait to bring you guys back as well in our future shows. But go ahead, take off, enjoy your time off for the rest of the day, and we'll see you guys soon. And also who we'll be seeing soon is our experts, Glitter7, going to be rejoining us yet again here. But yet again, we got to talk about Ace 1. This team has really come out the gate swinging. It has really pleasantly surprised me personally to see them really show what they've got and be able to take it to the best teams, not only in the region, but again, some of the best teams in the world that played in the World League.
Yeah, honestly, their aggression, their execution so far, I know it's day one, all right, so don't roast me for this, but they kind of reminded me when the first time we ever saw Klaze Esports play, just the aggressiveness that we're able to put out, being able to execute as well, being able to support each other as a team. I'm honestly loving what Ace One is able to do here, and guess what? They tied Team Queso in regards to kills per game in winning by being able to get 16 kill points there, 31 points in total. I wouldn't be surprised if after this match, they're going to end up in first place there after the first game. And then you have Tribe Gaming. This is another team that I know we were talking about this, Glitter and Jason, when we were in the back. I was saying when Tribe Gaming stays together, instead of doing a 2v2 or a 3v1, they actually perform better. And guess what? Every single time I saw them together, they were able to support each other. And one player from Tribe that you were talking about, Glitter, Telly, he's showing up over and over again so far today.
Yeah, I feel like I could not say enough good things about him right now. Coming out of the gate so strong on our very first day of PMPL Americas. I mean, he has just been so strong. I'm just hoping there's no fall off. We've seen teams and players have fall off where they start off hot, they burn really bright, and then they kind of fade off. And I really hope that that's not the case for Tribe Gaming or Telly on the whole, because I think they've been doing well so far. As we take a look here at the second page, surprising to see Execute at the bottom after having such a strong showing. G25 as well started off very aggressively today, and then finished out the day a little bit less than ideally. But I mean, at this point, I don't think we can say enough about Ace One. I mean, we had B4 with the 14 kills, then Queso upped that with 16 kills, you know, and then Ace One came through and they were like, hold my Mountain Dew game fuel, and they got 16 kills as well. So this has just been a fantastic first day.
Look at their stats right there too. 10 knockouts, 16 kills. That's huge, Jason.
It's very huge indeed, and honestly, I mean, we can talk quite a bit about Ace One so far, but I want to give a little bit of light to another team in there. Well, first of all, I want to talk about Pittsburgh Knights really quickly because they had 12 placement points, but 0 kills. And obviously, if you can get 12 placement points every time, that's not bad, but I feel like they really need to start racking up kills. I know you mentioned before, Glitter, they were able to get like 5 kills in the first 6 minutes in one of their previous games, but I want to see some consistency in those kills. But speaking of consistency, INTZ, they got themselves 15 points. They had themselves a chicken dinner from earlier on today. Again, another team coming in from PMCO, and they've shown they have what it takes to play. So it's really cool to see that, you know, a lot of these teams that came in from PMCO should be within like the top 10 rankings, and I'm actually really curious when we get to that to see how many teams or newer teams are going to be in top 10 compared to the teams that we expected to be there. Because right now, Loops, Cloud9, I don't think we're going to be seeing their names whatsoever in there. But really well done so far. I don't know. I'm honestly, after the first day is done, I'm pretty pleasantly pleased. Alliteration. Pretty pleasantly pleased with what we've seen so far today. But now we need to check out our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments from that last match and see, and really break down, I guess, some of the plays that Ace One did have here. And I know 70 talked about their aggression and how good they are at fighting. And I think we got to talk about that a little bit when we start to see the clips pop up.
Oh, we definitely will, and this is just one that we're showing there in regards to, I believe it was Telly with Tribe being able to knock somebody there from Cloud9. And look at this, H2A, Nueve being able to be aggressive. And this is something that we've been talking about. The casters, myself, Glitter, and Jason, we've been talking about how much more aggressive teams are being. I think this is some of the most aggressive gameplay that I've seen in a while in any competition, and I love to see it because it's going to change up things, especially with other teams that are used to being so aggressive, like as we see Temple Storm being able to knock down some people there from G25, like Klaze Esports. Usually they're the aggressor. Well, guess what? There's other teams that are being more aggressive than you are. And something I do want to point out there from earlier that the show with G25, I feel like G25 stayed in the water for too long. I wish they would have just committed to a site a little bit sooner because I think that ended up hurting them. And with Temple Storm here, this is one team that got a win early in the day, and then they kind of shut off a bit. They were able to at least get 4 points in that last game. But with me, Glitter, the thing with Temple Storm is they have been inconsistent in previous leagues, in previous tournaments. I hope in this league they're able to become more consistent and get maybe 2 wins, or if not, stay higher in the rankings when it comes to placing.
Yeah, and you and I were kind of talking about that as we were watching them go out earlier than I think, you know, we had hoped, because all individual players on that squad are so good, and they're so freaking strong. So the fact that like they've been inconsistent in the past, almost like it just doesn't really make any sense when you just know the skill level of all of the players. So like you said, hopefully they're able to kind of iron out those last few details and figure out what works for them here in, you know, season 2 of PMPL Americas. As we are watching some of these final moments here, Telly was doing a very good job at the end, trying to just keep himself hidden and put out damage. As you see that he is able to get the knock that Ace ends up stealing off of him, but he just has been such a strong player and such an asset for his team that it's been really enjoyable to watch as you watch Ace make the final push here onto those 2 PK players that Jason was talking about, able to get a ton of placement points, but you know, not enough in the kill department, and Ace just knew that was going to be an easy win for them there at the end.
You know what I feel like we also haven't seen a lot of? Nade, like knocks. Thinking back to World League, we saw that happen so many times. Maybe it's because Solk's not here and Love is in and all them. Like maybe because they're not here that we're not seeing so many nade kills come through. But you know, maybe we'll see it in time. Let's take a look though at our total damage. And I'm expecting yet again Ace One should easily be the top team in this with the 16 kills they did have. Let's see how much damage the rest of the teams out there did have. And as you mentioned before, Tribe 1900 damage with the 11 kills. They really put up some decent numbers here, 7.
They definitely did, and I mean, we were able to see it there towards the highlights, how they were able to perform when they are together. So hopefully they can keep track of that stuff, and they perform even better. They improve onto that, as we do see Pittsburgh Knights there that were able to get only 92 damage. That's one team. Hey, we've seen them get kills. You know what? It's the first game. We'll let it slide. Hopefully they don't continue like that for the rest. And then G25 towards the end too with 0 kills. Execute with only 218 damage and 0 kills as well. Interesting stuff from that team. On that previous match, especially in Erangel, I think they ended up getting surprised by Klaze Esports. They lost 2 players early, and then the rotation just didn't work their way. So with Execute, something that I'm going to be looking at for the next couple of days, because I've seen it twice now, is how do they react when the zone doesn't go their way and when they actually have to hard shift. Because every single time I see that they have to hard shift, they end up just absolutely doing bad, like we were able to see right there.
And before we get to top players, I also noticed there that Loops, 3rd in damage with 1,000. And yet they play so far behind. So I think Loops maybe starting to wake up, showing that they still can be that fragging machine that we did see happen. Not frag machines, that team's not playing, from before. Let's take a look though at our top players from the last match. Our top 4, and it's gonna be Myth, gonna be coming in for Ace One, and also Dudu being there yet again. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Dudu might be one of the players who's currently in contention for MVP at the moment, Glitter.
He's been having a very nice showing for day 1 for himself as well, as we actually see that 2 players from both Ace One and Tribe Gaming are who are going to be rounding out our top 4 players. Telly coming through with the 754 damage to himself. I mean, he out-damaged everybody on this list and didn't match them in kills, probably because he was purely focusing on just trying to put out as much damage as possible, especially towards the end. But the fact that you had 6 kills on Myth with 2 assists, I mean, Ace One, I don't, like, what is happening? What's in the water today? Someone explain this to me, please.
You know what they probably did? They probably looked up a lot of Loops Esports gameplay from the previous leagues that we have, from previous PMPL and previous PMWL, and they were like, we can do that, but we could probably do it a lot better. And that's something that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of teams do. Maybe same strategies, but just tweak certain things and just improve on that gameplay. And that's something that I love to see about this kind of stuff, because you get to see that progression. You get to see teams and players becoming better and better through the years, through the season. So I'm hyped to see if Ace One can continue this kind of performances. Once again, it's only day 1, so we might cut some slack on them.
When Glitter said, like, what's in the water, I thought you were going to say 7. Well, clearly they're drinking their Mountain Dew game fuel in that one. Let's take a look at our top 10 players, though, by kills from out our first day. And I'm really curious to see if we will have Ace One be up there towards the top. And there you go. Dudu going to be up there. Abdul as well from Meta, which is really cool to see again, who came in 21st place in the scrims. You got C-Gut in there. You got, Natsume, you know, the newest addition for Queso. Even B4 making it onto the list. Tenza, I mean, I think looking at this list, he's one of the few, maybe Maxon, who was ever a top fragger when it came to the PUBG Mobile World League West.
Yeah. Yeah, Tensa's the only one that kind of pops up to my head there. And it goes to show, man. It goes to show there's a lot of competition. Anything can happen here this season. So definitely, if you set up an alert to make sure you watch on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, whatever it might be, make sure you tune in because anything can happen and a lot can change in just one day.
I mean, just to kind of also talk about maybe some people are missing. I mean, there's no Carrillo, there's no Adder. Like there's some big names that we saw so consistent every week against the best teams in West who have not made that list so far, and it's really unfortunate for them. But you know what? First day, like you said, 7, not a big deal. I believe now we're going to take a look at our overall rankings, if I heard that correctly, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll have Ace One indeed taking that first place finish at the end of the day with 66 points in total. But honestly, big shout out to Meta as well. Second place from 21st to 2nd. That is fantastic to see, Glitter.
Yeah, and I love what I love seeing right now. Even though, like you guys are saying, it is only the first day, look at the kill disparity between Ace One and then Meta Gaming. Ace One has just been utilizing this point system to their advantage right now as they're completely dead even with their placement points and their kill points. You see that Meta Gaming and B4, are matched in kill points, and Meta's just a little bit higher in those placement points as we see the rest of the standings kind of start to shake out from there. But really, really impressive showing from so many PMCO teams that I feel like this could potentially be a very interesting PMPL season. So continuing on down the list, surprised to actually see Tempo managing to hold on to their spot here. Nice amount of kill points. Tribe definitely jumping up a ton of places after this last game.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that you have to be consistent. You have to stay towards the top because look, even after Tempo Storm had a win and Team Queso also had a win with big kills, they're currently not even in the top 3, not even in the top 4. So you have to be very consistent throughout all this. And consistency, look at XSET. They really didn't have some of the best luck as well, but they're at least able to maintain their 9th place. And keep in mind, some teams have played more games than others, so this will change throughout the days and also weeks that we play until we get towards the end. But you get a better picture here. Execute dropping down now to 15th place. Klaze Esports being able to only get 9 kills total, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to improve that here as we go towards the 2nd page. And we also see Cloud9 there in 13th place, being super quiet. Not the Cloud9 in a way that we're kind of used to seeing them frag out, but they have been a little bit consistent in regards to placement, especially for the first 2 matches, or the first 2 matches. And then we go here towards the 3rd page with Nova Esports, Influence Rage, 19 Esports, and to our surprise, Glitter,
right?
Loops Esports in 20th place.
And what's even crazier is the fact that you can see them trying with the 9 kill points. You can see that they're trying to have that aggressive play style. They just have next to no placement points. So the fact they only have 3 placement points is just that's surprising for Loops. And then we see the likes of Defeaters, BDM, Brazilian Rampage, and Alpha 7. They're all down at the bottom. Definitely going to be looking to those squads to try and step it up here in the next few days.
I mean, to kind of give
honestly, as we go here. Yeah, go for it.
Just to give context to this, if we stopped today, if that was the end of our season play, Loops wouldn't have made it into the finals. The team who plays 2nd in World League wouldn't be there for a chance to get into the PMGC. As we're seeing here, Ace One going to be getting some highlights for them as they did finish off first in the day, and honestly, they deserve it. I love the little flex coming in there on the picture, and I think they deserve to flex after how well they performed here, 7.
They definitely do, and something I was going to mention there as we were seeing their highlights is they could have had 2 chicken dinners if they kind of wanted to in so far today. Remember, the first match in Erangel as well, they ended up losing to Tempo Storm just because Tempo Storm was so much better in regards to holding off angles, and in a way, Ace One waited a little bit too long to push towards the zone. But overall, consistency, performances, consistency in regards to placement, and consistency in regards to kill, Ace One so far in this day 1 of the league has been able to show it up.
Yeah, and if I were to ask you guys, maybe is there a highlight that stands out to you, whether it's a team or a player who would you kind of give me in this sense coming into this with just the first day? Again, we're going to be saying that a lot here because there's still 19 play days left to go. 7, you got one in your head?
For me, yeah, definitely. For me, it would be that breakdown that we did with Vikendi and Ace One, the way they were able to kind of execute that, the way they were aggressive, because they didn't really have to take that fight. They all had their vehicles. They all could have just said, you know what, we really don't have to take this. Let's wait towards the end. They said, yo, let's set our vehicles so they won't get damaged. We'll be able to come back for them, and let's push this squad. And they pushed it in a way that impressed me and it excited me, because it reminded me a lot of when Loops Esports was just destroying everybody in previous seasons. So Ace One definitely, I'm going to be keeping an eye on them very, very close.
Glitter, what about you?
For me, I think it has to be Telly and Tribe Gaming. You know, Seven said earlier we saw them in the previous season of PMPL Americas, and this is a totally different team. This is night and day. They are aggressive. Telly is absolutely crushing it. They're doing a better job staying together, making rotations as a team. They're making smarter decisions, so I'm excited to see where this goes for them for the rest of the season.
For me, I was one of my favorite moments was seeing B4 win, get a chicken dinner on day one, and not struggle until like the very end of the World League to get a chicken dinner done, and also to see Unnamed really step up within the team and show that he can be a fantastic asset for them. But I think that comes to the conclusion of our first day here. Seven, Glitter, I want to give you both a big thank you for joining me here on the desk. Great to see you guys again, of course, in Viram and Cameron Davis as well. But you know what? Don't go too far, because we still have more games coming up. So make sure you guys come back here tomorrow on time. They were already on time, don't worry. See you guys later. They were on time. I was supposed to say, they were on time today. I'm just saying, make sure you show up on time again yet tomorrow. And you guys at home, make sure you show up on time as well for some more PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2 action. We'll be here yet again at the same time every day we do the show. So make sure you guys show up. And if you're not here, I'm going to 6-7 on you.